doing, people? It's good to see you. Let's go ahead and get this pulled up, folks. How's everybody doing today? Good morning. Oh man. Yeah, I've been kind of rushing this morning. Okay, now I can relax. It's great to see you guys. I'm glad you're here. Thanks for hanging out with me. Yeah, I guess some folks are talking about my bad language. Okay. Yeah, if I'm being honest, man, I've been struggling with that a little bit, because the thing is I got to be totally honest with you guys. Like, I do want my channel to grow, you know what I mean? Like, and I know the things that I have to do in order to make my channel grow traditionally, the way that other channels grow and all that shit. And, you know, um, and, I'm just not willing to do that. You know what I mean? Just not willing to do that. And yeah, I was talking to somebody this morning about it actually. And, it's like, you know what I feel like? I feel like the Melvins of YouTube true crime. Some of you, very few of you know exactly what I mean by that. Like, it's like, if you know the Melvins, I'm a big Melvins fan. I think they're great. And they just do whatever the fuck they want. And the irony about that is like I have like a great following, and I'm really grateful for it, I mean, are there times where I'm like, oh man, I wish I had, Melanie Little numbers, and I wish I had, DUI guy numbers and shit like that, you know what I mean? And it's like, at the same time, it's like, I don't want to, like, I don't know. No, and Melanie Little's great, man. She's great, and fucking Larry's awesome. I'm just using them as examples, and but it's like I I have like some of my favorite creators like my channel, which is great, and that's awesome. I love that. You know what I mean? And but it's like the Melvins were Kurt Cobain's favorite band. Nobody knows that. Nobody really knows that. But Melvins were Kurt Cobain's favorite band, right? And so, and listen, I'm not trying to talk shit about other creators. Y'all, like, keep that shit in check, please. Because I'm not trying to trash other creators. Whatever they do is it works for them, and that's awesome. I'm not trying to, like, I'm just saying, it's like, that's cool. You know what I mean? That, like, I have, but it would be nice to have that Nirvana money. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. It'd be nice, but I'm not willing to, like, read ads and be, like, do you have this problem with your garbage disposal? Blah, 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 blah. Like, I can't, it's just, I can't do it. I just, for some reason, it's like a mechanism in my brain that just won't let me do that kind of shit. Like, I get emails from sponsors all the time that are like, oh, we love what you're doing with your channel and blah, 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 blah. And I'm just like, okay, but then I'm going to do what? Like, I'm going to be in the middle of a flow and then take 60 seconds to talk about your garbage disposal company? Like, no, dude. I can't fucking do that shit. I don't know why I can't fucking do it. I should. It's me. It's a me thing. You know, I should, but I can't. I don't know why. So yeah, I struggle with that sometimes, man. But I'm just not gonna, but I have to remind myself the reason why you guys, specifically you that are in the chat now, are here because I don't do that shit. You know what I mean? Like, so I just have to like do what you guys like me to do because you guys like me to do what I like to do, which is just cool, So this is one of those things where I have to remind myself, like, these are things you have to be grateful for. You know what I mean? Be grateful. Thank you, Norman Corey. Keep doing what you're doing. If people don't like how you talk, then go watch Vinny. Fuck them. Right. Yeah. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. So it's just like, fuck. So I struggle with that sometimes, but at the end of the day, like what I end up doing is just being grateful for you guys, that are here. You know what I mean? So yeah, sorry. I'm just not gonna stop like doing things the way that I've been doing them. Because again, my channel still grows. It just doesn't grow like overnight, like and it's whatever. Like I've always been satisfied with the growth of it. And you know, best thing you can do, just like, share, and that's it. And I'm grateful to you guys for that. I'm grateful to you guys just for being here, watching. Here we go.
All right, so I was told council wanted to see me. Okay.
Okay, now what the fuck is this? So you got Nick and Jenna Rocco, you got Kelly Reed, you got Esty. And of course, Bill and Janet. That goes without saying, but one must always acknowledge the wonderful Bill and Janet Reed because they're amazing people. Yeah, I don't know why Aiden's not in there. Thank you, Janice L. Okay. And Tammy became a new member. Thank you for that. Yeah, Aiden probably just didn't make the lottery. But DePietro's like always in there. Sue O'Connell's like always in there. You know what I mean? Like, okay. Oh, is he hanging in the buffer zone with everybody? Right on. That's awesome, man. I love that about Aiden. Yeah, like why I at this point, I mean, we're 2 weeks in, like why does Ted Daniel keep missing out on the fucking lottery, dude? Like that's so not it just doesn't seem like it's legit. That's all. But, like, I'm tired of, like, spinning a conspiracy theory out of everything, you know? Like, I just don't wanna do that. Yeah, I know, Scott, like, I is it that his luck is shit or, you know, like, is it just one conspiracy theory too many? Yeah, Turtle Boy says the lottery's legit, okay. I mean, I that's what I'm saying is, like, I don't wanna, like, "Oh, and Brit Happens is here." What's up, Brit Happens? She's there, boots on the ground as well. Today's her birthday, by the way. Like, for real, it's her birthday, so everybody give Brit Happens a happy birthday. And go subscribe to her channel because she's out there, man. She decided to spend her birthday supporting, supporting the supporters, which is just great. And Liz gifted a membership. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate you. Right on, man. Right on. I love to hear that. What the fuck is this now? Why is this buffering? Yeah, my internet's been acting wonky. And I really hope that's not the case here. Yeah, like it just keeps doing that. Fuck. I mean, it's got to be their feed because my I'm not getting any oh, this is cool. This shows like the likes. Oh, I didn't know that. Right on. So yeah, that's cool that it shows like the likes. So on Facebook, uh Brenda Brenda liked it, Jill liked it, Elaine liked it, Chanel, Janine, Cecilia, Jean, and Loves were Alyssa, David, and Anne. Thank you guys. Yeah, I'm not lagging, so it can't be my internet. It's all right. Hold on. Let's see what else we can if there's another feed we can do. Because law and crime is shit in the bed here. Yeah, like I'm stupid like that. You know what I mean? It's like I'd rather see like Justice Serve TV is live right now, and like I'd rather I'd rather see them do better than me. You know what I mean? They're so good. It's just weird. I just can't get a grasp on what people in mass really want, but I need to stop giving a fuck about it, really, honestly. I need to just stop giving a fuck about it. Stop worrying about like what does this and what does that and your algorithm and blah 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 blah. Oh, I didn't mean like people in Massachusetts. I meant like a mass amount of people is what I meant. No, people in mass love me. I'm super grateful for that. Yeah. Great advice, F-bombs. Thank you for that. And I like that I could just be like super transparent with you guys too. You know what I mean? Like I love that shit. Like that's not something that uh can be taken for granted at all, you know? Like a lot of creators can't do that. Oh, but wait a second.
Oh, here we go.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat.
How dare you?
Thank you for becoming a member, Amanda Murray. And let's see, Katie's proliferated harassment. Help me understand why the photos weren't allowed to be published yesterday. I can do that. The photos, I have no idea why the photos. Actually, I can't do that. I don't know why the photos weren't published yesterday. Because I think that's really weird that they didn't allow the photos to be published yet. For some reason, I mean, it's evidence. It's yeah. I honestly can't justify why Bev didn't allow the photos, but she allowed Hank to show those stupid fucking to put on this bullshit show in between testimony, showing her interviews, showing Karen Reed's interviews. Like, why are those admissible, but the photos of Katie McLaughlin and Caitlin Albert are for some reason kept from the jury? That makes no sense. Right, and they were allowed last trial. Thank you, Jason. And Jeannie Lynn, thank you so much. Keep doing what you're doing. We love you, Will. Thank you. I love you guys too. It happens. Thank you so much. Best birthday ever to see Karen in person and to be with supporters. Y'all are the best people. Free Karen Reed. Right on. I'm glad you're there. Yeah, this Gallagher dude. This guy sucks. Because, like, Why in the shit did Gallagher, like, okay, he went across the street to the neighbors to get Solo cups and Stop and Shop bags. Okay. He couldn't ask him for ring camera footage. He's a detective, right? Why didn't he ask him for ring camera footage? But there was no ring camera footage. Okay, fine. So there wasn't ring camera footage. Let's just pretend like that's true. Then again, why didn't he just knock on the door at 34 Fairview? Why not? Why didn't he ask them for ring camera footage? Why didn't he even knock on the door? Why didn't he even... I mean... But then the family friend shows up, Lank, and then they go inside.
All right, so the court, please. Jurors entering. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning again, council. Good morning. Good morning, jurors. Good morning. Thank you for your patience this morning. We were able to get some work done that will help facilitate things and make everything go a little more smooth. So we appreciate your patience. I do have to ask you those questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain
While she's doing
from
that, let me see if Law and Crime is better.
Were
Yeah.
you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research?
Oh, but it's
or
behind. I'd rather do.
Everyone said yes or not.
All right. She's behind. I'm going to go to. Yeah. This is louder and it's less delay. No, I'm staying on Bias Channel 5. Got to keep on rising. I'm staying on Bias Channel 5.
Sir, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Good morning.
Because Bias Channel 5, I don't mind sniping their shit.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Your Honor. Thank you.
Bias Channel 5 kissed my ass.
Mr. Gallagher, good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for joining us again. I want to ask you a quick question about what we talked about yesterday concerning your search at the scene. If we could go back to that, when you engaged the leaf blower. During the time that you were removing materials in and around the area of the flagpole going out to the,
I'll tell you guys
I
something
think you
funny
called
about
it the
that later.
berm, B-E-R-M, the berm, the curb.
Yes, that was at the street. There was a 6-inch Cape Cod berm. Yes.
Okay, and that led straight to the asphalt of the street, correct?
It's basically a curbing. It's
Okay.
where the property line, the grass, the lawn meets the street.
And you were searching the area where you believed Mr. O'Keefe's body to have been found, all the way out toward that curb or berm area, correct?
Yeah, we did not go out to the berm. We did about approximately 6x6, 7x7, about 50 square feet.
50
area.
square feet. Okay, fair enough. But
Approximately.
you did say at some point, I think on direct examination, you said that you exposed the berm
Yes.
just to give you some orientation as to where the curb was, where the street was.
And if it was possible, he may have tripped and fallen. Yes.
Okay. You did not recover or see a hat, a man's hat,
No, sir.
black
No.
in color, baseball style hat.
No hat. No, sir.
You did not see or recover a man's shoe.
No, sir.
And you said you searched for the area in that 50 square foot area by removing materials, moving the snow, getting down to all the way down to the lawn.
Yes.
Okay. You did not see a single piece of bright red plastic taillight material either, did you?
No, sir. Not in that area.
As a matter of fact, you didn't see 46 pieces of taillight material, either clear or bright red plastic, in any part of the area that you searched?
No, the only thing we discovered was the blood sampling in the glass. That is correct.
Speaking of the glass, that's a good segue. You found that piece of broken drinking glass that you brought in and showed the jurors yesterday, correct?
That's correct.
Did you search the house at all to determine whether or not there was any matching glass in the home?
No, I did not.
You testified yesterday that you looked around when you were in the house. This is the second time you're at the location. So you went back with Sergeant Lank. I want to orient you to that time. That's when you actually entered the home for the first time of Brian Albert. Is that right?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
And you indicated that you did look around the family room, the kitchen, and you didn't see any signs of a struggle or anything like that.
No, sir.
I asked you that exact question about a year ago at another proceeding. Do you recall that colloquy between the two of us?
Yes.
And at that time, I asked you, did you look around the house for any sign of a struggle or a fight? And your answer was no. Do you remember that?
Yes, I think that's out of context. I understood that question was, did I wander the house to look for any sign of a struggle? I believe you asked me if I went to asked me about a bulkhead and things of that nature.
Okay.
As I stood there, I have observations I can see.
Right.
So I think it's just a miscommunication on what type of search.
Fair
or
enough.
What type of observation.
Fair enough. Let's clear that up right now then. With regard to your the time that you were inside the residence, you did not seek to or ask permission to look around any place other than where you happen to be standing, which is right inside that front door of the family room, sort of adjacent to the kitchen area, correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
You didn't walk into any adjacent rooms?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay. You didn't walk into any, you didn't search the kitchen area?
I did not. No, sir.
You didn't look through the cabinets or anything like that?
Absolutely not. No.
You didn't look at the glassware?
Absolutely not. No.
You didn't go down to the basement? We talked about that.
Absolutely not.
No. Absolutely not.
You didn't go out to
that's
the
crazy
garage?
if I did
No,
that.
sir.
You
What?
didn't look around the garage?
No.
And if I did my job, that would be no.
Other than
absolutely
walking
not. I
in
did not do my job,
and
no.
basically where you just described standing while Sergeant Lank was engaged with Miss McCabe, you didn't do anything to search the interior of that house for anything?
No, I wasn't there to search at all.
Okay. You also didn't, subsequent to that,
Right.
you didn't seek
I was
or
there to run an
receive
interference
a search
on an
warrant.
investigation.
No, I did not.
Okay. You didn't believe that it was necessary, in your mind, it was necessary to seek a search warrant to search the interior of that house.
That's absolutely correct.
You were aware at the time that you did go into the house that Sergeant Lank had earlier reported at least the possibility that John O'Keefe may have gotten into a fight, correct?
I don't recall that. We went over options on how he could have come to where he was, and an altercation certainly was one of them.
Okay, so that's fair enough. So an altercation meaning was one of, when you say altercation, that means a physical fight, correct?
Sure.
So that was a possibility in your mind.
Everything was a possibility at that time.
And at that time, you had the information that you found.
But you didn't explore those possibilities, did you?
Was found on the lawn of a residence where there was alcohol, drinking, a party of some sort, or a gathering of some sort, just hours earlier, correct?
That's correct, but the house had nothing to do with the incident.
No,
To your mind.
That's correct, based on the evidence, yes.
he
at
was
that time.
on the
And
lawn.
the evidence at that time was simply your communications with some, but not all, the occupants of the house, including Jennifer McCabe, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
You didn't separate any of the witnesses that were, or any of the occupants that you saw inside the house, or you came across inside the house, for instance, by taking them to the station, putting them in separate rooms so that they couldn't coordinate testimony, things of that nature?
At that time,
At that time.
so Detective Sergeant Lank was there to speak with Jennifer McCabe only.
Okay. But there were others in the house.
There were others in the house, yes.
I'm just trying to figure out whether or not you took the added step of separating those witnesses, asking those witnesses potentially to join you down at the station, putting them in separate rooms, separating those witnesses? You did not do that.
Not at that time, no.
Okay. At any time, did you?
No, we shortly thereafter, we were removed from the investigation. We removed ourselves from the investigation.
And before you were removed from the investigation, you just left the house after the conversation that Sergeant Lake had with Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Yes, after he took Jennifer McCabe's statement, we left the house, yes.
Is the reason that you didn't seek a search warrant or separate the witnesses or ask any of the potential witnesses to join you down at the station, did that have anything to do with your knowledge the homeowner was a police officer?
Absolutely none. I've actually executed warrants on police officers' houses in the past, including police officers I personally worked with and had to charge some of their children. So that absolutely would not factor into a reason.
You're a lying sack of
Absolutely not.
It did factor into your decision-making that Brian Albert was a police officer.
Absolutely not.
He didn't get any special treatment because of that.
Not by me. Absolutely not.
Okay. Not by you.
Please
No.
burn this
Okay.
motherfucker.
I can only speak to my personal knowledge.
You were aware that, and you indicated yesterday that the reason that Canton PD was removed from the investigation, or at least the interview section of the investigation, was because of a relationship of one of your detectives. You indicated your best detective, Kevin Albert, correct?
That's correct.
Or you gave Mr. Albert or Detective Albert very high praise,
He's a very good detective, yes.
and you were his direct supervisor.
I was at one point, yes.
Okay. You're aware that Kevin Albert was disciplined by the Canton Police Department for an incident occurring in July 2022, correct?
I am, yes.
Do you stand by your testimony knowing that Kevin Albert is your best detective or was your best detective?
He's an excellent detective, yes.
I can't with this guy, dude.
You indicated
It's
that
unreal.
you contacted your Deputy Chief Kelleher, and ultimately secured some solo cups from Deputy Chief Kelleher across the street, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
You were aware at the time that Deputy Chief Kelleher's house was adorned with a Ring video camera just over the front door, facing out toward the street and facing across the street, which would be facing 34 Fairview, correct?
That is incorrect. He does not have a Ring camera. I know that his system is an Arlo camera, and I have personal knowledge of that because we've discussed cameras because we bought them approximately the same time.
My mistake. Arlo camera, ARLO.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, that's still, although it's a different brand,
So how
it's
do
still
you
a
know that?
home personal surveillance camera,
How do
correct?
you know that you
Yes,
bought the
but-
And
camera?
you're
the
aware
same
that those are
time?
motion activated cameras designed
guys
for
buddies?
security to capture images of things that may be going on outside
Just
the home.
come out at a
That is
cookout?
correct, yes, sir.
May I approach your Honor
Yes.
briefly?
What the fuck is with this guy, dude?
Thank you.
Mr. Gallagher, would you take a look at that
If this
photograph?
ain't some good old boy
I just handed you.
bullshit.
Yes,
What's it marked for ID?
It is marked for ID, and Mr. Gallagher, if you could read that for me, so it'd save me a trip up to the stand.
I believe it's a 5, Exhibit 5.
Could it be an S?
It could be an S, yes.
I think it's S, Your Honor.
I apologize.
It is S. Okay, thanks. Thank you, Mr. Gallagher. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I recognize the camera in the door.
Okay. Is that a shot of Deputy Chief Gallagher's, sorry.
That's okay. I know what you're asking.
Is this a shot of Deputy Chief Kelleher's front porch?
It appears to be.
Okay. Does that front porch face 34 Fairview?
We need a time frame.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
We need a time frame.
Sure. Did you see that Arlo camera so situated when you went over there on January 29th, 2022?
I knew it was there, yes.
Okay. And is that a fair representation of what the camera looked like and its positioning? Basically, its positioning
He knew it
in
was
January
there
of
already.
2022.
Yes.
Okay. Did you seek the footage? From the
No, I
camera?
didn't. I know what that camera captures.
Okay.
Wow, he didn't
Your Honor,
even
with
look
the
for
court's
it.
permission, when we publish,
didn't even ask
actually, I'd like
for
to
it.
mark this as evidence, next in order.
Okay.
Wow, dude. Oh, this motherfucker's killing me right now.
Is it 53?
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Gallagher, do you recognize this as being the photograph that you just saw, Exhibit 53?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention. And by the way, there's one amendment to this photograph. There's a redaction of the address. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to that area right there, which I'm
Yes.
highlighting.
Yes.
What is that?
That is the Arlo camera.
Can you orient the jurors for us, please, to what we're looking at in this photograph?
You're looking at a camera that's angled downward.
And is it the front porch of that residence directly across the street from 34 Fairview?
It is not directly across from 34. It's actually more directly across from 32, so that would be incorrect.
Okay. Is it across the street from 34 generally?
It is, if Lieutenant Kelleher's house is here, 34 is over here across the street.
Okay. Is there a view from that front porch, just generally as you're standing there, if you were to turn 180 degrees and put your back to the door, is there a view of 34 Fairview as well as 32 Fairview?
Oh, sure, absolutely.
Okay. Did you seek and we can take this down. Did you seek to secure any footage from that Arlo camera
I did not.
from Deputy Chief Kelleher?
I did not.
Did you talk to Deputy Chief Kelleher about that footage?
I don't remember specifically.
Did you ask him whether or not he had reviewed the footage for a determination whether or not it caught any of the incident that may have occurred at or around 34 Fairview on January 29th, the early morning hours of January 29th?
I don't know if I did. I know it would not have,
How do you know it would not have?
because I know what that camera captures.
How do you know what that camera captures?
Because I've picked up packages for Deputy Chief Kelleher in the past. I know it
Wow,
captures his
dude.
doorstep
Look at
and
your
a
buddy.
portion of the front lawn.
So you've reviewed the
What the
Arlo
fuck?
footage from his
No.
iPhone?
He's just sent me a picture. Can I pick up when he's been on vacation, can I pick up a package on the front step?
Okay,
Yes,
so,
I've seen it.
so you've seen screenshots that
Sure.
Deputy Chief Kelleher
I
sent
don't
you,
even
correct?
know what to do.
I
with
believe
myself
so,
right
yes.
now.
But you've never looked at the actual
I don't know what to do with my hands
application
right
to
now.
see what it might encapsulate or what it might capture generally.
We've compared what we have our cameras set up as. We had communicated about security at our houses multiple times. I know it captured the front door and a portion of the front lawn.
Do you believe that it would have been best practices to go ahead and secure that footage so we don't have to take anybody's word for it? We could actually look at the footage ourselves.
I didn't do that.
Do you think that would have been
No
best
shit.
practices to do that, just to have belt and suspenders? So there's no question about whether or not that camera that's facing, at least it's facing directly across the street, might have captured something of interest on the morning of January 29th, 2022.
To me, there was no expectation that it had captured anything, so I didn't think it was
Wow,
practical.
dude.
So because of your expectation,
I hate this.
you didn't seek the footage and you didn't secure the footage.
Because of my knowledge and expectation, yes.
And you now know that that footage is gone. It's
I would
overwritten.
I would assume so. I'm not familiar with how long Arlo keeps footage.
So you are familiar enough that you decided that it wasn't important to capture the footage, but you're not familiar enough to know whether or not the footage is actually saved onto the Arlo system?
I don't know anything about, I don't have Arlo cameras. So I don't know anything about
So
the
you don't,
system, but
okay.
I have Blink, so we've compared our systems. So I'm not really sure what you're asking.
So you don't have an Arlo system.
I have Blink, correct?
You're not familiar with how Arlo works, correct?
Correct.
You're not familiar with the total array of where the cameras might capture versus what might be captured on your phone app, or that you can say, like, push a button that says packages or people, and it narrows the focus of the camera. You're not aware of that?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Okay. But you would have been aware of that if you had captured the footage and simply said to Deputy Chief Kelleher, I'd like that Ring footage for that 24-hour period.
Okay, it's not Ring. and-
I'm sorry, that Arlo footage for a 24-hour period.
Sure.
This is the most infuriating shit ever.
Well, let me ask you this. Did Deputy Chief Kelleher get any special treatment from you because he's a police officer?
No,
No,
Did
just
Deputy
'cause he's
Chief
my
Kelleher
friend.
get any special treatment from you because he was your boss?
no, absolutely not.
Okay.
Bullshit. You're describing the
You know Brian
special
Higgins.
treatment.
I do.
How do you know him?
Brian Higgins is a special agent with the ATF.
How long have you known him?
I first became aware of Brian Higgins probably around 2016, 2017, when I was with the DEA and we were working a Title III investigation, which is a wiretap investigation into gang activity, drug distribution in the Boston, Brockton area. I never had any personal contact with him at that time. He was just an agent in the group I was working for.
Ultimately, did that professional relationship seep into more of a personal relationship as well?
It did. So I think it was 2018 or 2019, the ATF had a satellite office at Canton PD, and he was one of the special agents that was assigned, yes.
So he actually officed in the brick and mortar location of Canton PD.
Yes, he did.
And did he maintain that office all the way through January of 2022?
He did, yes.
And during the course of your interaction with Mr. Higgins, did you become friendly with Mr. Higgins?
I've become friendly with Mr. Higgins, yes. Most of my coworkers I'm friendly with.
Is it safe to say that you socialized at times with Mr. Higgins?
I have, yes.
Okay. You've shared cocktails with Mr. Higgins?
Yes.
Shared meals with Mr. Higgins?
Yes.
Okay. So it is safe to say that you have both a professional and a personal relationship with Mr. Higgins,
Yes, I do.
and you consider him a good friend.
Yes, I do.
You were aware, Mr. Gallagher, that he was at 34 Fairview
Wow.
on January
dude.
29th, those early morning hours during the
I
course
hate
of
this motherfucker so.
the time when John O'Keefe went to 34 Fairview.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that
Sure.
question?
You're aware that Mr. Higgins was at 34 Fairview in the home at the time that John O'Keefe went to 34 Fairview on January 29th, 2022.
By the time I became aware of it was afterwards, yes.
Okay. That's what I mean.
Yes,
I know
yes.
you weren't aware of it at the moment, but
Right, okay.
you became aware of it.
Later on, yes.
Okay. When did you become aware of it?
I'm not sure. It was after we were, I'm not really sure.
It was during the time that you were dispatched over to Brian Albert's house to ultimately either begin the investigation or go into the home with Sergeant Lank and interview with people there, correct?
No, that wasn't the time, no.
Didn't you say in a report to Lieutenant Tully that when you went over to Brian Albert's house, that Brian Higgins was not there?
I don't recall Brian Higgins being there.
Right. So what I'm trying to register is whether or not you knew at the time that you went to Brian Albert's house, at least that second time, that you might or might not have expected to see Brian Higgins there because you knew he was at the home when John O'Keefe arrived there the night before.
Can you rephrase that question? I'm not following you.
Sure. When you went back to, in other words, during the time that you were investigating and joining Sergeant Lank
Yes.
back over at Brian Albert's house, you knew that Brian Higgins had been somehow in that home the night before.
I don't believe I did at that time.
When do you think you learned that?
At sometime afterwards, probably when I saw the list and reviewed the narratives of the officers.
Would that have been days or weeks later?
No, it probably would have been, within 24 hours or so.
Okay, within 24 hours of your involvement.
Correct.
Okay,
yes.
that's what I was trying to get to.
Okay,
Thank
I
you for that.
apologize.
My bad.
No.
Bad questioning on my part. So within 24 hours of your involvement, which would have been, your involvement was the early morning hours of January 29th.
That's correct.
Correct? Within 24 hours of that, you knew Brian Higgins was somehow tangentially involved or collaterally involved as a potential witness, if nothing else.
I'm not sure he was a witness to anything. I was aware that he attended the house at 34 Fairview after they left the bar.
Right. And you said, well, I'm not sure he was a witness to anything. The one way to figure out whether or not someone is a witness to anything is to actually formally interview them, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Which you did not do.
We were removed from the investigation before I found out Brian Higgins was involved.
Okay, so you were
So
removed.
I wouldn't be interviewing him.
You were removed, and then it was within a few hours of that you realized that Brian Higgins was somehow involved.
Not a few hours. No, I said it was within 24 hours probably.
Okay. You're aware that
So this guy's not
Mr. Higgins
stupid.
not only
He's
had
dirty.
a office at Canton PD, he also
I'm
had a
shutting
key
that down
card
right now.
for Canton
He's
PD.
not stupid.
Yes, he
He's
did.
dirty.
Explain for the jurors what a key card or an access card at Canton PD means. What is that? What is a key card for Canton PD?
So it's a secure building. I think we've all seen it. You have the square boxes with the red light. The key card allows you access into the building. And depending upon your rank, you have different rights. Each individual has different rights to enter different areas.
You had, for instance, being a top level Canton lieutenant, you had a key card that was probably the functional equivalent of a master key card. You could get in pretty much any place you wanted.
Absolutely not.
Okay, where could you go?
It's easier if I say where I can't go.
That probably is easier.
Would that
Yeah.
be where?
Explain that.
So I can't go to the armory, which is where weapons are kept and ammunition is kept, and I can't go into permanent evidence.
Okay. You're aware that Brian Higgins had a key card,
Yes, I am.
and that access card gave him access to pretty much, with the exception of the armory, possibly the evidence room, and what was the other location?
I think that's what I said, the evidence room
Okay.
and the armory.
With the exception of those, you're aware that Brian Higgins' key card gave him access basically to the entirety of the Canton Police Department?
Well, so I want to specify, I don't specifically know what Brian Higgins had rights to, but there are also parts of our department that are secured by key locks that he wouldn't have access to, and I don't have access to as well, offices and things of that nature.
I want to focus your attention on the Sally Port, if I
Okay.
could. You can enter the Sally Port, which is a fancy name for a garage, correct?
It certainly is, yes.
Okay. You can enter that from the outside, meaning out in the elements. You come from a parking lot adjacent to or that services the Sally Port. You can enter from there, correct?
Yes, there's one pedestrian door on the main entrance side, and it's for location purposes. It's right beside the garage door that's marked number 4.
And the garage door is one of those big roll-up, industrial-style roll-up doors that comes up and down.
That is correct.
And then you can also enter the Sally Port from inside Canton PD, correct?
There are 2 locations you can enter the Sally Port from inside, yes.
And Brian Higgins' key card gave him access to both of those locations, the pedestrian portal going into the Sally Port from outside, as well as the pedestrian portal from inside Canton PD.
That would be correct.
Okay. Speaking of the Sally Port, you were, if not the person, one of the people who let Massachusetts State Police into the Sally Port on February 1st, 2022 to process the black SUV, correct? The Lexus.
I'm not sure if I was the one that gave them access, but like I said, I've testified to, I certainly would have.
Okay. That SUV had actually arrived on January 29th, 2022, 3 days earlier. Is that right?
I believe so, sometime after 5 or 6. I'm
So
not
it
sure of
was
the time.
in the Sally Port from January 29th all the way to February 1st, at least to your knowledge, for 3 full days in the Sally Port, correct?
2.5 to 3, yes.
Okay. From the time it arrived at Canton PD until it was processed out and moved out of the Sally Port, how many people would have had physical access to that SUV?
Everybody that possessed a key card.
And that's basically everybody at Canton PD that is a sworn officer, correct?
That is correct, yes,
Maybe
sir.
even some civilians, correct?
I'm not sure of civilians. What civilian?
But do y'all have non-sworn civilians that
We don't.
initiate things?
No, we do not. Well, we do, but I'm not sure whether they would have access, what their access is.
So at least the entirety of the police department, the sworn police department, correct?
The uniform police, yes.
As well as Brian Higgins, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, can I go back to something?
Sure.
When you were at 34 Fairview, when you walked in with Sergeant Lank, you walked in through the side door or the main door?
Side door.
Side door into the family room, correct?
I believe it's a family room, yes.
Walked into the kitchen, correct?
I was by the kitchen.
Adjacent to the
Yep.
kitchen. Did you see a dog?
I did not.
Speaking of the Sallyport, I want to move back to the Sallyport. I apologize about bouncing around a little bit.
Perfectly fine.
Moving back to the Sallyport, you indicated that basically all the uniformed officers, every single uniformed officer at Canton PD would have had access to that Sallyport, as well as Brian Higgins. They also would have had access to everything inside the Sallyport, whatever was left there.
Yes.
The SUV and other stuff, for lack of a better technical phrase, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you photograph or did you cause to be photographed the SUV when it arrived on January 29th in your Sallyport?
We had been recused at that point, and I wasn't working when the vehicle arrived. So
I thought you said that you were recused only from doing interviews.
from doing investigative interviews, but I wasn't present when, I wasn't working when the vehicle came in.
Okay. So you could have taken photographs of the vehicle had you wanted to, or caused someone to do that had you wanted to.
I had no idea that vehicle was coming to Canton PD, sir.
Okay. Once you got to, as the lieutenant in charge at the scene, was it important to you to know that a seminal piece of evidence had been moved into the custody and control of Canton PD?
It wasn't important to me. It's the state police investigation.
Even though it was on your property, in your Sallyport, with access through your key cards.
That's up to my chief. That's not up to me.
I see. To your knowledge, let me just ask it this way. To your knowledge, did anybody seek to photograph the vehicle when it arrived at Canton PD on January 29th, 2022, to your knowledge?
I have no personal knowledge of that.
Have you ever seen a photograph of that vehicle that was taken by someone in law enforcement on January 29th? I'm going to give you 3 days. January 29th, January 30th, January 31st, sorry, 30th or February 1st.
I have seen photographs. I'm not sure what days they were taken. The photos were taken.
You have not seen a photograph that was taken on January 29th, however, have you?
I've never seen anything dated January 29th.
You've never seen a photo, and I'm going to go through this a little bit more. You've never seen a photograph that was taken on January 30th, have you?
Yeah, I have never seen any photographs with any dates on them,
Okay.
I believe.
Do you think that would have been you were at the time the head of detectives, correct?
No, that's not correct.
You were not? You had already moved from that spot?
I had,
In January of 2022, I may be wrong. I thought
You are wrong.
as the
It's,
lieutenant, you were also the head of detectives.
no, that was Lieutenant Kelleher at the time. I know you keep calling, it's a mix up. So we've had promotions since January 29th, and I think that's where the mix up might be.
So he was a
when
lieutenant
you
at the
refer to
time.
Deputy Chief Kelleher, he was actually Lieutenant Kelleher, and he was in charge of detectives at that time.
At some point, had you been in charge of detectives?
I became in charge of detectives in June of 2022.
June of 2022.
Yeah, approximately 6 months later.
Understood. You had been a detective previously, however.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
As a detective, do you believe that it would have been important to photograph, had you had your druthers to do it, it would have been important to photograph that vehicle when it came in so that it could be memorialized and documented the exact condition that vehicle came in on January 29th, 2022.
So this is important to know that unfortunately, John O'Keefe was deceased at this time. Once John O'Keefe becomes deceased, it becomes the state police's investigation, the Norfolk County District Attorney CPAC investigation. That's why it is not our investigation. It's up to the investigating agency to make those decisions.
Even something as uninvasive as taking photographs.
Yes.
Okay.
You suck, you asshole.
You would agree, as a former detective and former head of detectives, that there are protocols for securing evidence of all types, correct?
Correct.
Those protocols dictate that not only is evidence properly secured, once it's seized, it needs to be properly secured, and it needs to be separated from other evidence to avoid something known as cross-contamination, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that that is paramount in evidence handling in any investigation, correct?
Yes.
And that's because once evidence is cross-contaminated, its integrity basically collapses, right?
That's correct.
It's especially true of biological material, is that right?
Yes.
Because biological material, like a shovel, the biological material on the shovel becomes hypersensitive. It's hyper important. It can be cross-contaminated with other items.
Sure.
It can tell an incorrect story, correct?
Yes.
It could tell, if there's cross-contamination, it could tell a false story.
It's been done. Yes.
And DNA, obviously, we're talking about biological material. The most sensitive of all the biological material is DNA evidence, right?
What do you mean sensitive?
So
Wow. You know exactly what the fuck
it might
he
take
means.
some effort to move saliva from one item to another. It takes almost no effort to move DNA from one item to another and to detect it. You understand what I'm saying? The sensitivity of the detection.
No, I don't understand what you're saying.
You understand that I could touch this podium and you might not get my fingerprint off of it.
Correct.
Might not, correct?
Might not.
What do you think about getting my DNA off that podium that I
Yes.
just touched? You're absolutely going to get it, right?
Yes.
Yeah. That's what I mean by sensitivity.
Okay.
You would agree that DNA is hypersensitive.
I would agree that DNA is better than fingerprints. Yes.
I'd like you to take a look at a series of photographs if we could. Can I approach you? Okay. There are 4 photographs, Scott, I'd like you to look at briefly and familiarize yourself with if you can. Mr.
I'm all
Kelly, do
set.
you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
I do.
How do you recognize what's depicted in each one of those? There's 4 of them in front of you. Just generally, how do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Generally, I know this is the exchange of custody from the Canton Police to Massachusetts State Police.
Are those taken inside the Sally Port, to your knowledge?
They are, yes.
Some of those photographs include the SUV,
One SUV picture, yes.
and some of those photographs include the blood evidence that you've earlier described, the solo cups, the Stop and Shop bag. correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to have these marked as next in order.
Are there any objections, Mr. Brennan?
No objection, thank you.
Yeah, this motherfucker's just straight lying. And obviously lying. It's crazy. Like, if the jury doesn't find this testimony to be damning for the Commonwealth, I don't know. I have no faith in this jury at all.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Okay.
I'd like to start with what's been marked as 54. It shows a license plate. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, based on the location, the vehicle, the broken taillight, I believe that's Miss Reed's vehicle.
And do you know when this photograph was taken?
I do not.
Do you believe it was taken between January 29th and February 1st?
Yes.
But you don't know when it was taken?
No, I don't have personal knowledge, no.
I just want to draw your attention very briefly, just to orient us to this area on the bottom right-hand corner. Do you see that, what looks like a white rag on the ground?
Yes, based on the pictures, I think it might be a paper towel, but yes.
Okay. If we could look at the next photograph,
What fucking
which is
difference does it make, man?
55, looks like a paper bag.
Based on the pictures, it looks like a.
Do you recognize what's
Paper
depicted
towel.
in this photograph?
Yes,
What is that?
that's the Stop and Shop bag that contained the 6 samples.
Do you see the
Sitting
rag
on the floor.
in that photograph as well?
Yeah, we could call it agree to call it a rag or
You
paper
think it's a
towel.
paper towel?
I'm not sure. It looks like a paper towel on the picture in the pictures,
When-
but it's a white object. Yes.
For all I care, it's the white thing. That's
Yes.
fine. All right. And do you see that that's next to a tire just at the top of the picture? Just for
Yeah,
orientation purposes.
Yeah, it appears to be 18 to 2 feet 18 inches to 24 inches behind the tire, yes.
Okay, and that, of course, is the tire of the SUV.
Yes, I would think
So
so.
that would be the right rear of the SUV,
Oh my God,
Just-
man.
a few inches from this bag, correct?
I'm not even
It
OCD.
would
This
be
is driving me
a couple of feet
crazy.
from the bag, yes.
Okay. If we could take a look at the next photograph. This is Exhibit 56 for the record. What's
That's
depicted inside the bag?
Killing me.
The
right
red
now.
Solo Cups.
And you still see the rag in the photograph.
I sure do, yes.
So the SUV would be right here, correct? At the top of the left.
Well, I
front.
can't see the top of it. It would be, it's nearby, yes.
Okay. And it's not just nearby, it's the right rear
This is a Boston
of
cop,
the
man. What are
SUV
you
that's nearby,
doing?
correct?
Yes.
Okay. And one final photograph.
The disrespect to this man, and oh my God, this is so.
This is
fucking
Exhibit
infuriating.
57 for the record. What is inside that? What's depicted inside that bag?
The red Solo Cups with coagulated blood.
And these are the only, we can have the lights, please. And so if you take that down. These are the only photographs that we have or that you've ever seen of those red Solo Cups, that Stop and Shop bag, and the biological material in those red Solo Cups.
The only ones I have seen, yes.
And those photographs that you see are within 2.5 feet from the right rear of that SUV, correct?
Approximately, yes.
And the right rear of that SUV houses the taillight material, correct? The taillight
The
area.
tail light area, yes.
The cups were not sealed, correct?
The cups were not sealed.
The bag was not sealed, was it?
As far as I know, what do you mean by sealed?
Yesterday, you brought a box in. You remember that?
Yes,
That box had tape on it.
that's correct.
What color was the tape?
Red.
Why is the tape red?
It can be red, it can be blue. I mean, evidence tape is different colors.
Normally, in your experience, red evidence tape is used to formally seal evidence bags or evidence containers, correct?
Yes,
That's because it highlights to the eye a visual cue. Hey, that's important. It's been sealed. It's got bright red tape on it, correct?
correct.
Oftentimes, that tape has additional information on it as well, correct?
You could have initials on it of who put the tape on, yes.
Right. In other words, it might say evidence, correct? Might be pre-printed with
Pre-printed, yes, correct,
and it may have a place for initials to be.
correct.
And one of the reasons that you initial it is because if someone takes a razor blade and cuts through, or a knife and cuts through that tape, those initials are cut through, it has to be retaped and reinitialed, correct?
That is correct,
That is a basic protocol for chain of custody, is it not?
yes.
And that's to maintain the care, custody, and control and the integrity over the items and the items inside the evidence container, whatever they may be.
That's correct,
Whether they are biological material, physical items of evidence, a document, whatever.
correct,
None of that was done with what we just saw, correct?
correct.
We've agreed already that the blood was stored in non-sterile Solo cups, correct?
Correct.
We've agreed that those cups were not sealed. The cups themselves were not sealed. There was no cap. There was no plastic, plasticine, saran wrap, nothing put over the cups, correct?
That is correct,
So they were open.
yes.
They were not in an evidence bag. They were in a grocery bag, correct?
They were, yes.
Yesterday on direct examination, it may have been on cross-examination, Mr. Gallagher, I don't remember. You said, I have no idea where Sergeant Lang got that grocery bag, correct?
I don't know where the bag came from, no.
Could have come out of his back of his car seat, correct?
I'm assuming it came out of one of the cars, yes.
No idea what had been in that bag previous to those cups with blood being in the bag,
I have
correct?
no personal knowledge of that.
And obviously that bag, it goes without saying, is not a forensically sterile item either, correct?
Most bags are not sterilized.
And not only the cups were not sealed, the bag that the cups were in was not sealed.
They were only closed, correct.
You will agree that having unsealed and unsecured biological material, specifically blood material, situated right next to the right rear quarter panel of that SUV would not be within normal protocols for securing evidence, correct?
This was in the hands of a criminalist. There was an exchange of custody. I don't have any issue with it.
You don't know, you have no personal knowledge of where that bag had been or where the cups had been previous to that photograph being taken.
Correct.
You will agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood right next to the right rear of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination, wouldn't you?
Not in the hands of a trained criminalist, I wouldn't know.
Well, generally speaking, there were other people there that weren't the trained criminalists, right?
There was a photographer who took the pictures.
Who's not a trained criminalist.
Correct. But the cups weren't in his hands. It was in the criminalist's hands. Those are the criminalist's hands you see gloved in that photo.
That's not my question. My question is, there was unsealed blood and in an unsealed bag for how much time you don't know, sitting right there by the right rear of that SUV, correct?
No, I do know.
How do you know?
Because I'm the one that brought the bag with the criminalist to that area. They photographed it, documented it, and then they transferred it to their plastic containers.
And before you grabbed that bag, you don't know where that bag had been for 3 days hence, 3 days before.
I know it had been in the temporary evidence room in a refrigerator.
You actually never saw it in the temporary evidence room in the refrigerator until February 1st, did you?
Wow.
I don't recall.
So you don't know where that bag had been. You don't know who had handled those cups before you pulled them out of that temporary evidence locker, correct?
I have no personal knowledge if anybody else, I have no personal knowledge. I took them out of the refrigerator. That's all I can testify to.
Do you remember us talking about this about a year ago?
Yes.
And I asked you, would you agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood next to the right rear portion of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination? I asked you that question.
You did.
And you said, if I can speak to this incident alone, and I asked, that's a yes or no question.
That is correct.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you said, well, it's not a yes or no, but for your purposes, I would say yes.
Correct.
So it is, at least in your mind, a recipe for potential cross-contamination, correct?
Not in this particular situation, which was clarified later on.
Although you did say yes in answer
Hypothetically,
to my
anything,
question.
hypothetically, anything is possible, yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have.
All right, Mr. Brennan?
Good job, AJ. Good job. And he's got to pick his battles. Like, I would like to have heard AJ
May I?
Right ahead, yes.
just hammer
Lieutenant
this guy
Gallagher,
the way
you
he did
mentioned
Proctor.
that one of your colleagues who lived on Fairview Road had an owl camera.
Had an Arlo camera, yes.
That day or that morning when you went to Fairview and looked around where Mr. O'Keefe's, where you were directed Mr. O'Keefe's body was, were you aware that that gentleman had a camera?
Yes.
You shared with us that you had familiarity with the angle of that camera. Do you have any information whatsoever that he or anybody on his behalf used the phone to change the camera angle?
No, I don't.
Do you know if that camera could even reach the street if you wanted to?
I'm not sure.
Do you have any information that there are applications or different things you can do to the camera to move it remotely? Is there any evidence or information you have?
No.
When you decided not to ask him about the camera, was that based on anything other than your already familiarity and knowledge of the angle that camera was set?
No.
At any time he's ever shown you, you've ever seen clips from that camera, were they consistently showing the same area or did it change over time?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
They were the same.
In your mind, why didn't you go seek
In your
footage from
mind.
that camera?
In my mind,
Yes.
because I knew it wouldn't have captured anything. I also know that they're motion activated cameras and he didn't have them on the street because
didn't
it's a
even
busy
try.
street and the batteries would die in them, you know, and who knows very
Oh,
quickly
you
if they
Fucking
captured the
piece
street.
of shit.
You said that's a very busy street. Are you familiar with Fairview Road?
Yes.
Is that a road? Is that a public road?
It's a public way in the town of Canton, yes.
As a public way in the town of Canton, do you know who operates and cleans and monitors that road? Who's responsible for that?
Yes, the Department of Public Works for the town of Canton.
You were asked about a claim of a fight. Did any witness ever suggest to you that Mr. O'Keefe had been in a fight?
No,
When you first learned about Mr. O'Keefe, did you get a chance to actually look at his body?
no, I did not.
Did you get a chance to look at his wounds?
No, I did not.
Did you get a chance to examine his clothing and whether there was any trace evidence left behind?
I'll allow it.
No, I did not.
Early in an investigation, when investigators have no information, is it common to speculate?
Yes.
Sustained.
What is the natural process
Oh
for an
my
investigator
God.
when you start upon a situation and know nothing about what happened?
In this particular case, we came up with scenarios that possibly could have brought John to that spot.
But
And we were
the
focused
house
on
Didn't even
trying to find out and
occur to you?
hopefully getting to the hospital. Hopefully the can't fight department in the hospital would save his life and he could tell us how he got to where he was.
Get the
Was that
fuck
anything
out.
beyond the surmise or speculation of detectives, or did that information come from a witness?
No, that was us. I guess you would call it spitballing on possibilities.
Did you ever come across a witness that said that this was, or Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were the result of a fight?
No, we did not.
If we could play Exhibit 51, please. I want to ask you some questions about the area you searched where you were directed Mr. O'Keefe was.
This guy makes me so mad, dude. Like, this is the most angry
Stop it there,
I've
please,
been
Ms. Gilman.
following this case so far.
You did not see exactly where John
True
O'Keefe
statement.
was when he was found?
No, I did not.
Who directed you to this area?
I was directed twice, first by Sergeant Good and then by Sergeant Lang, Detective Sergeant Lang.
You shared with us yesterday you were looking in that area where you thought John O'Keefe was found.
Correct.
You were asked questions about a berm. Is that the separation between the street and the yard?
Yes, it is.
Did you clear off a piece of that berm?
We did.
And the reason was?
We wanted to see what was there. We didn't know what was there.
Did you do a search from the flagpole all the way to the street?
No,
Did you do a search of that flagpole across the front yard?
no,
Did you do a search from that flagpole all across the berm, all the way down the line?
no. It was approximately 15 to 18 inches
And why such a limited search?
because we had no other reason than it was a medical call at this time.
Did you see snow in other parts of the yard?
Yes, the entire yard was covered.
And other than Officer Lang's footprints across the front of the yard, no other footprints?
Dude,
There were no
you're a-
other footprints.
You're a detective.
Any other visible
do you
signs that
think you were
anything was
doing there?
moved or dragged across that side or front lawn?
No, not at all.
Any doggy prints in the snow?
No, not at all.
You were asked whether you sought a search warrant. Is there a difference between a witness and an eyewitness?
Yes,
You were asked questions about people in the home and they were characterized as witnesses. Did you have any information that anybody inside that home was a witness to what happened to Mr. O'Keefe?
no,
Did you have any
Did you try to
information
find out as a
when
detective?
you made these decisions about search warrants? Did you have any information from anybody, anywhere, that Mr. O'Keefe ever stepped 1 foot inside that home?
Bro, oh my God, dude.
Briefly, can we turn the lights on, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, please. and you can Take that down. Ms. Miller. Thank you.
What's up, Trial Channel? Oh my God, dude. Like, I'm not even lying, folks. Like, I'm lightheaded as to how angry I am right now. I don't think that I've ever been as angry following this case. Like, I'm composing myself right now. Like, I'm telling myself in my head to calm the fuck down. Like, I've never seen anything like this. what's sticking out to me right now the most is the blatant disrespect to the memory of a Boston police officer, the blatant disrespect to the fact that he was a police officer, blatant disrespect to his loved ones, the blatant disrespect to just him, his life, and the integrity, the blatant disrespect to the integrity of being a police officer conducted by all of these so-called police officers. This guy made $322,000 a year. You're going to tell me that he didn't know better than to use a leaf blower? You're going to tell me that he didn't know better than to get red Solo cups? You're going to tell me that he didn't know better than to use Stop and Shop bags? And I was just texting with somebody. This is why I was texting with Annie, actually. I'll just be honest. I was texting with Annie, and she made an excellent point. Why is the evidence next to her car? No need. Why bring evidence from the scene to the Sally Port unless you're camping? This is why Annie is such a badass, because she thinks of shit like that. There's no reason why that evidence would be in that room, in that garage, with that vehicle,
Yes.
unless you were planting evidence.
As a lifelong law enforcement officer, have you obtained
How
search
do you
warrants
think they
before?
got the DNA
Yes.
off the fucking
Have you
bumper?
obtained search warrants for homes?
Yes, many times.
Is there a certain requirement before you obtain a search warrant for a home?
Yes, critical legal standards, yes.
And what is that?
Probable cause.
And for us, what does that mean, probable cause?
So probable cause is a reasonable belief that a crime has been committed or evidence of a crime can be found in a specific location.
Can you obtain a search warrant if you do not have a reasonable belief that evidence exists somewhere?
No, you cannot.
Is there a process in getting a search warrant? Can you just walk in a home and say, I have a search warrant, or do you have to do something?
You have to write an affidavit in good faith, swearing before the court that all your information is accurate and truthful, and present the facts, circumstances, witness statements that would make you believe that there was a reason to violate your Fourth Amendment constitutional right.
When you
shut
walked
the
into
fuck
Fairview
up.
that morning with Sergeant Lang, did you have a search warrant?
No, I did not.
Did you have any reason to get a search warrant?
No reason at all.
Bullshit.
When you walked in, were you invited?
Yes,
Did anybody
Did you ask to take a look around?
prevent you from coming in?
no, not
Did
at all.
anybody ever ask you to leave?
No, not at all.
When you spoke to Mr. Albert, did he ever discontinue or end the conversation?
No.
Were you doing any favors for anybody that morning?
No, of course not.
If you had probable cause
Mother-
to search anywhere
Fucker.
that morning, would you have?
Absolutely.
You were asked questions about memorializing your efforts when you were in the area of Mr. O'Keefe's body. And you were asked about written reports. Are there other ways to memorialize efforts other than writing a report?
Yes,
You videotaped, or you had Sergeant Good videotape your search?
that is correct.
Who told him to do that?
I did,
Why did you tell him to do that?
because I want it, in case it ever became an issue, I wasn't familiar with it being used before. I wanted people to understand how effective it was.
Do you know whether or not the police cars have dash cams?
They do, yes.
Do you know if any of the police cars had dash cams that day?
3 of them did, yes.
You mentioned that at some point you learned that Mr. O'Keefe had passed.
I'm not sure when we found that out, but yes.
Is there a statute or a rule when there is a death, whether a local county keeps the case or it needs to be transferred?
It's transferred, yes.
Is there a rule or is that a policy of the Canton Police Department?
It's a rule.
You were asked about a Lexus in the Sallyport.
Correct.
Do you know exactly what time that Alexis was brought to the Sally Port?
I don't have any personal knowledge of that.
You asked about a broken taillight. Have or had you reviewed any of the dash cams from the Canton Police Department that day?
Not that day, no.
You were asked about cross-contamination with the cups. When you brought the cups to the criminalist, where did you give them to him or her?
I carried them down to, we walked together, I carried them down to the Sally Port.
Did you see anybody using a white rag or a paper towel to dip it in to any of the cups?
No.
Did you see anybody shaking the cups
The
or
whole
splashing?
point is we
No, they were
don't know
handled
that
very
it happened.
carefully.
Sustained is.
Did you see anything that would cause you concern that there was some type of
Like them sitting
purposeful
next
or
to a tire.
inadvertent contamination or transfer?
Absolutely not.
And you've been trained.
Yes.
Did you see anything during that time that caused you any concern about the potential corruption of evidence?
No, I had complete faith in the criminalist.
I hate this guy so much.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
There's
Dude, I hope that all the fucking horrible fucking things that could happen to a man going into his twilight years could fucking
I'll do it
happen
later then.
to him. I hope that they all
Is there any
happen to
objection,
him.
Mr. Jackson, any objection to,
I hope this guy dies alone, scared.
No objection, Your Honor, thank you.
all right, so we can put it in at any time then? And then
At any
when
time.
Mr. McDermott comes back
Thank
with it?
The glass that you showed the jury yesterday, when you showed it to us yesterday, did it look any differently than when you recovered it from the ground where you were looking that morning?
No.
Did you have any information that that glass came from inside Fairview Road?
No.
Do you know where that glass came from?
I have no personal knowledge where that glass came from.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Very briefly, Your Honor, you indicated that you were spitballing,
Get him,
to use your
AJ.
word, correct?
Correct.
Trying to figure out what happened.
Correct.
That's the job of an investigator, correct?
That is correct.
You
Yes,
don't
sir.
just take witnesses' words for things, do you?
That is correct.
You have to corroborate things.
Yes.
You have to look deeper,
Yes.
I
ask
love
more
AJ.
questions,
Absolutely.
actually investigate.
That's why we're here today.
Oh, is it?
You don't rule out anything or anyone
We
right
didn't-
off the bat, correct?
Correct. and we
No
did not.
one is ruled out. Nothing is ruled out,
That is
correct?
correct.
You
Yes.
follow where the evidence leads you, period, amen.
Absolutely.
You didn't seek to separate the occupants at 34 Fairview, correct?
No.
You didn't interview Brian Albert formally, did you?
I did not know.
You were asked by Mr. Brennan, did he ever end the conversation precipitously? Did he end it early or anything like that? He didn't end any interview because he wasn't interviewed, correct?
That is correct.
You didn't interview Brian Higgins.
That is correct.
You wouldn't interview Brian Higgins because he's your personal friend, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't have anybody else interview him either, did
Oh,
you?
we got him to admit it.
Again, we're talking, I think we've gone over
I
this and
love
maybe
it.
you didn't understand it. I
AJ,
didn't know
you-
Brian Higgins was at the house at that time.
Because you didn't ask anybody else who was at the house at that time.
I wasn't talking to anybody at that house, correct?
Might have been a good idea, wouldn't it?
Not at that time. We were there for one specific reason. We wanted to get to the hospital.
Fucking got
So
him.
no,
Might have been a
I
good
disagree.
idea to sit Mr. Albert down and say, there, you're shaking your head again. I'm not done with my question. Might have been a good idea, Mr. Gallagher, since you happen to be there, no sweat off your brow, to sit Mr. Albert down and say, by the way, I got a pen and paper.
Look at Karen. Karen's
Who's here last
loving this
night?
shit.
Just before John O'Keefe was found dead on your lawn. Who was here? Might have been a good idea, correct?
so that was already done by Detective Sergeant Lang.
Look at Liza
And it was
Little,
documented in his
staring him
report of everybody of what Mr. Jackson is asking.
Then how did you two not know that Brian Higgins was there?
I don't know what, where?
At 34th.
I'm confused. At what time?
Right.
At what time?
Exactly.
At what time?
when John O'Keefe arrived
Motherfucker.
Okay.
at 34 Fairview after midnight on January 29th, 2022.
So when I discovered Brian Higgins was there, wasn't until I read the report.
You were standing in the house, Sergeant Blank, who you just told these jurors knew that Brian Higgins and everybody else was there
He had obtained the names. He hadn't written the report yet.
and hadn't told his boss,
I don't recall.
even though you two went
Oh,
together to
shit.
interview yet another witness.
That's correct. There was a very fast-moving scene and pace. That is correct.
Get the fuck out of my face, dude. You're done, homie. This jury sees right through you now.
While you were spitballing, you also didn't secure the camera footage that we've talked about, the Arlo footage.
Yes, that's correct.
You also didn't formally search the house, correct?
Absolutely
We
correct.
just talked about that. You didn't seek
So
consent by Brian, pardon me, by Brian Albert to search the house, correct?
That's correct.
You also didn't seek a search warrant. You talked about that, correct?
Correct.
You don't get punished or in trouble if you seek a search warrant and a judge who has to sign the search warrant. Normal citizens can't do that. It requires a judge's signature. You don't get in trouble or get spanked or get slapped or get fined if you seek a search warrant that is denied, correct?
In this particular situation,
So
I
why
would need to
would you do it?
articulate facts, certain circumstances, and witness statements. What I had was nobody could put John O'Keefe in the
Any witness
house,
statement.
including Miss Reed, and that we had a glass where they were coming from a bar, and I had 3 separate police officers, including myself,
You're so
that
fucked.
had been in that house on 3 separate occasions and saw nothing amiss. I have a good faith obligation to present the truth to a judge. And if I don't, I can be found, end up on a Brady list or a Giglio list, as you know. And my credibility to
Dude,
testify
You
in my
suck.
career is basically over. So yes, you can get in trouble.
You're talking about lying in an affidavit, sir.
I'm talking about misleading.
Correct.
I would have to twist circumstances to have the right to search Brian Albert's house. We had no reason, and there's been no reason since.
How about this? There's a dead guy on the lawn that looked like he potentially could have been in a physical altercation. How about that?
Right.
Might that be of some concern to go inside the house and see if there was a struggle that started in the house? Yes or no?
There's still no evidence to go into the house.
You have a guy
What?
that's out on the lawn with no coat on. You think
Get
that
him,
might,
AJ.
coat
Get
might be
him.
inside the house? That might be a reasonable assumption? Yes or no?
No,
You got a
Not-
guy outside with no shoe on. You think the shoe might be inside the house? That
I-
might be a reasonable assumption?
Get him, AJ.
I never saw Mr. O'Keefe. I wasn't aware that he
Because you
didn't
didn't
have the
seek
shoes.
to find out the details. Other people knew every single fact that I just suggested at the time you walked in the house, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
They had.
The fact is, you didn't
They
seek
had
a
the
search warrant.
information.
I wouldn't, correct.
The fact is, you never searched the house.
That's correct.
The fact is, you never searched the basement.
That's correct.
The fact is, you never searched the garage.
That's correct.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Have you ever learned one fact that would have justified searching that house?
Not to this day.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained, Mr. Chairman. The glass.
Okay, move that into evidence, please.
All right, Lieutenant, you're all set.
Thank you.
Your next witness, Mr. Brennan?
I'd like to play clip 18, please.
This guy with the fucking clips.
Thank you.
Your Honor, leave it alone. Your Honor, may we approach? Ms. Little needs to see the court.
Yeah, this guy fucking made me so mad. Like, he made me so mad. Like, I love AJ even that much more. Every time I don't think I could love Alan Jackson anymore, he gives me reason to love him even more. Because like he destroyed him in that recross. I mean, he fucking wrecked him. And it was beautiful. Like there's a dead cop on the lawn of the property, and you go inside the house and you don't ask to take a look around. You don't even ask them questions about who was there. What? But the beautiful part was AJ goes, isn't it true that you didn't interview Higgins because he was your friend? And he said, correct. Mike B from the 413, thank you so much. Over the weekend, there was a man found in the lawn in Holliston, Massachusetts. Some people say that the house got searched, plus crime scene tape up. Right. I mean, come on. Thank you so much, Mike B from the 413. For It Happens, member for 6 months. Thank you so much. And again, another happy birthday to you. Which Jackson mentioned not canvassing the neighborhood. Right. That too. I mean, that's a great point. Nobody canvassed the neighborhood. It's the first thing you do. You get a fucking uniform or a uni, as they call them. Hey, go around the neighborhood, knock on the door, just ask if anybody heard or saw anything weird. It's not that difficult.
Like a good place to take our morning recess, so we'll take a 15, 20 minute break now.
All right. So
All rise, please.
we're going to take
There's
the
those
recess.
notebooks to follow me.
I have to hear that recross again.
No objection, thank you.
All right, so we can put it in at any time then? And then
Anytime.
when Mr. McDermott comes back
Thank you.
with it?
The glass that you showed the jury yesterday, when you showed it to us yesterday, did it look any differently than when you came from?
Spitballing, to use your word. You indicated that you were spitballing, to use your word, correct?
This is
Correct.
amazing.
Trying to figure out what happened.
Correct.
That's the job of an investigator, correct?
That is correct.
You
Yes,
don't
sir.
just take witnesses' words for things, do you?
That is correct.
You have to corroborate things.
Yes.
You have to look deeper.
Yes.
Ask more questions.
The setup here is just beautiful. Like he leaves him cornered. Like he's naming all these things that make such a great cop and a great investigator, a great detective. Yeah, this is what you do, right? Right?
Questions.
Absolutely.
Actually investigate.
That's why we're here today.
You don't rule out anything or anyone
We
right
didn't-
off the bat, correct?
Correct. and we
No
did not.
one is ruled out. Nothing is ruled out,
That is
correct?
correct. Yes.
You follow where the evidence leads you, period. Amen.
Absolutely.
You
Period.
didn't
Amen.
you didn't seek to separate the occupants at 34 Fairview, correct?
No,
You didn't interview Brian Albert formally, did you?
I did not. No.
You were asked by Mr. Brennan, did he
That's
ever
important right there. He never even formally interviewed the owner of the home in which a Boston police officer was found lying dead on the lawn. That would be, you went into his house. I just, you know the drill. You're a police officer yourself, Mr. Albert. I just got to do it. Not even so much as that. Not even so much as, hey, Mr. Albert, hey, I got to do what I got to do. You know how it is. So let's just sit down. I'm going to hit this tape recorder and get a statement from you. And that's it. Like, what? And he doesn't even do that. He had the opportunity to do it. No interviews were recorded. Agreed. But I'm making the point that that's the least that a detective would do. He's a detective that's called onto the scene. He states that there was nothing to indicate anything other than a medical emergency. Did you bother to investigate why that medical emergency took place? This guy described playing favorites and avoiding getting to the truth, actively avoiding getting to the truth in detail, and then denied actively avoiding getting to the truth. It's fucking crazy what I just heard. Fucking crazy. Like, okay. Did you go to the store? Yes. Did you go to the store looking for cake mix? Yes. Did you go to the store looking for cake mix? Did you find the cake mix? Yes. Did you buy the eggs needed for the cake mix, the milk, so on and so forth, everything you need to make a cake? Yes. Did you get in the car with your cake mix groceries, go back to your home, and unload your groceries for the cake mix and bring them into your home? Yes. Did you start to take the cake mix and its ingredients out of the grocery bags? Did you start to make a cake by mixing the ingredients, putting the cake mix in a bowl, adding the eggs, so on and so forth? Did you mix them? Yes. Did you put the cake in the oven? Yes. Did you time the cake, check on it, make sure it was a good golden brown, stick a butter knife in it to see if batter came up, to see if it was ready? Yes. Did you pull the cake out in time for it to be ready? Well, I burned it a little bit, but but yes, I pulled the cake out. Cake was done. Did you happen to buy icing for the cake when you went shopping? Yes. Did you put icing on the cake? Yes. Did you complete all of the steps in making a cake to where it was ready to eat? Yes. Sir, did you bake a cake? No. That's what we just heard. That's what we just heard. This is fucking unreal.
In the conversation precipitously? Did he end it earlier? Anything like that? He didn't end any interview because he wasn't interviewed, correct?
That is correct.
You didn't interview Brian Higgins.
That is correct.
You wouldn't interview Brian Higgins because he's your personal friend, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't have anybody else interview him either, did you?
Again, correct.
But
that is correct.
You wouldn't interview Brian Higgins because he's your personal friend, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't have.
You wouldn't interview Brian Higgins because he's your personal friend. Correct. The jury fucking heard that. Now wait until they get to the Brian Higgins testimony. Wait till the jury hears Brian Higgins' testimony. That's going to be fun.
Didn't have anybody else interview him either, did you?
Again, we're talking, I think we've gone over this and maybe you didn't understand it. I didn't know Brian Higgins was at the house at that time.
Because you didn't ask anybody else who was at the house at that time.
I wasn't talking to anybody at that house, correct?
Might have been a good idea, wouldn't it?
Not at that time. We were there for one specific reason. We wanted to get to the hospital. So no.
Might have been a good idea to sit Mr. Albert down.
And so you went to One Meadows Ave first, which was the wrong location. Then you go to 34 Fairview as a detective to assess and find out what happened to the victim. And you're trying to get to the hospital. That's what's the crime is there at the crime scene, dude. It's not at the hospital. What are you talking about?
And say, there, you're shaking your head again. I'm not done with my question. Might have been a good idea, Mr. Gallagher, since you happen to be there, no sweat off your brow, to sit Mr. Albert down and say, by the way, I got a pen and paper. Who was here last night, just before John O'Keefe was found dead on your lawn? Who was here? Might have been a good idea, correct?
So that was already done by Detective Sergeant Lank, and it was documented in his report of everybody.
Oh, for you newbies, just wait until we get into Sergeant Lank. Just wait until we get into Sergeant Lank. You all don't even fucking know. A lot of you do. But many of you who are just now following this trial, you have no fucking idea. There's a lot of Sergeant Lank, folks. A lot.
Of what Mr. Jackson is asking.
Then how did you two not know that Brian Higgins was there?
I don't know where.
At 34th.
I'm confused. At what time?
Right.
At what time?
Exactly.
At what time?
When John O'Keefe arrived.
Okay.
At 34 Fairview. After midnight.
No, you're thinking of
January 2022.
you're
So
thinking
when I
of,
discovered Brian Higgins was there,
Yeah.
wasn't until I read the
Now-
report.
now I'm like forgetting his name. You're not thinking of Lang. You're not thinking of you're thinking of the wrong person. Fanning, thank you, Fanning. Why couldn't I fucking think of Fanning? Yeah, Fanning was the one that was with the jury.
If you were standing in the house, Sergeant Lang,
Thank you,
just
guys.
told these jurors knew that Brian Higgins and everybody else was there
He had obtained the names. He hadn't written the report yet.
and hadn't told his boss,
I don't recall.
even though you two went together to.
Bro, like they're homies. Higgins has a spot in the fucking police department at the Canton Police Department. They're friends. You're gonna tell me that Lank didn't mention that Higgins was there to him? You're gonna tell me that Lank didn't go, hey, you know, Higgins was here last night. Like there was a party and Higgins was here too. The fact that they're acting like this isn't a thing, like this is business as usual, is crazy.
Interview yet another witness.
That's correct. There was a very fast-moving scene and pace. That is correct.
While you were spitballing, you also didn't secure the camera footage that we've talked about, the Arlo footage.
Yes, that's correct.
You also didn't
Yes, that's correct.
formally search the house, correct?
Absolutely
We
correct.
just talked about that. You didn't seek consent by Brian, pardon me, by Brian Albert to search the house, correct?
That's correct.
You also didn't seek a search warrant. You talked about that, correct?
Correct.
You don't get punished or in trouble if you seek a search warrant and a judge who has to sign the search warrant. Normal citizens can't do that. It requires a judge's signature. You don't get in trouble or get spanked or get slapped or get fined if you seek a search warrant that is denied, correct?
Okay. Now he's basically saying there's no consequence to seek a search warrant. If you go to a judge and you go, hey, listen, I need a search warrant to search this property. It belongs to a police officer, but another Boston police officer was found dying on the lawn, and it looked like there could have been a physical altercation. I just want to get to all the facts. That's all. Judge may not sign it, but at least you tried. And that's all Alan Jackson's trying to make a point of here. Like, does it hurt to ask? Now, again, like he completely skirts the issue here, which is really funny because he's improvising. He's lying by the tip of his tongue. He doesn't know what to say. AJ corners him, and then he starts fucking running his mouth right here.
In this particular situation, I would need to articulate facts, certain circumstances, and witness statements. What I had was nobody could put John O'Keefe in the house, including Miss Reed, and that.
Okay. But you didn't try to find out if he went into the house. You didn't even ask. You can't sit here and say nobody could put John O'Keefe in the house, including Miss Reed. Why would Miss Reed know it? Oh, look. Can you hear that? That's clever. He's howling in his sleep. I love when he does that.
That we had a glass where they were coming from a bar, and I had 3 separate police officers, including myself, that had been in that house on 3 separate occasions and saw nothing amiss. I have a good faith obligation to present the truth to a judge. And if I don't, I can be found, end up on a Brady list or a Giglio list, as you know. And my right to, my credibility
Whoa.
to testify in my career is
Whoa.
basically over.
Your
So yes, you can
credibility
get in
is
trouble.
over
You're
now.
talking about lying in an affidavit, sir.
I'm talking about misleading.
bro.
Correct.
I would have to twist circumstances to have the right to search Brian Albert's house. We had no reason, and there's been no reason since.
How about this? How about this? There's a dead guy on the lawn that looked like he potentially could have been in a physical altercation. How about that? Might that be of some concern to go inside the house and see if there was a struggle that started in the house? Yes or no?
There's still no evidence to go into the house.
You're the guy that's out on the lawn with no coat on. You think the coat might be inside the house? That might be a reasonable assumption? Yes or no?
No.
You got a
Not-
guy outside with no shoe on.
You're a
You think the
detective,
shoe
bro.
might be inside the house? That might be a reasonable assumption?
I never saw Mr. O'Keefe. I wasn't aware that he
Because you
didn't
didn't
have his shoes.
seek to find out the details. Other people knew every single.
Bro, you know what's fucked up is this sounds like a joke, but it's the fucking truth. That's what's so infuriating about it. Fucking Bullhorn Betty could have done a better job investigating that scene. That's a fact. I've never heard that woman be right about anything. But she could fucking conduct a better immediate investigation of that scene than this guy. That doesn't tell me he's stupid. That tells me he's dirty. He knows better. He has training. He knows better.
Little fact that I just suggested at the time you walked in the house, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
The fact is you didn't seek a search warrant.
I wouldn't. Correct.
The fact is you never searched the house.
That's correct.
The fact is you never searched the basement.
That's correct.
The fact is you never searched the garage.
That's correct.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
If you ever learned one fact that would have just
Unreal, bro. Here, I gotta just refresh it. There we go. Yeah, my mind is blown. Yeah, this is crazy. Like, I'm literally at a loss for words right now. I don't even know. I'm so mad. Like, what's funny is I'm mad for John O'Keefe mostly. Like, I've spent this case mostly. I mean, I've been mad for John O'Keefe, but mostly being mad for Karen Reed. But today I'm angry for John O'Keefe on a level that I've never been. Just the fact that these people were put in charge of getting him justice is the biggest disrespect to his memory
I mean, I don't understand how Paul and Peggy can just sit there and act like they did their best. Like I don't understand that. And I'm not even taking jabs at them right now. I'm just saying I don't get it. It makes no sense to me that they could want justice for their loved one and hear shit like that the second time and still be supportive of the Commonwealth. Yeah, so far every witness for the prosecution has lied. Every single one of them. Except for maybe Ryan Nagel. Like, I don't think Ryan Nagel lied. But when Julie Nagel gets up there, she's going to lie. She's going to lie. But Ryan Nagel didn't lie, I don't think. He had no reason to. Let's see. Even if they thought Karen still didn't, wouldn't they want the investigation to be rock solid to ensure a conviction? That is an excellent, excellent point. I've made this point when I first started following this case and realizing I know what you meant, Trial Channel. And realizing how this investigation was conducted. Like, once I put together how the investigation was conducted, I was like, if they really wanted a conviction, why didn't they do a better job investigating? Because we're not just talking about the Massachusetts State Police. Like, we already know how Proctor conducted this investigation. We already know that. We know how Proctor conducted it. We know how Tully conducted it. We know how Buchanan conducted it. And Buchanan investigated the Canton, like fucking Rich Schiffer for leaving rubber duckies. He conducted a more thorough investigation into the rubber ducky scandal than he did the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe. Think about that. For those of you who don't know, there's a man named Rich Schiffer. He's a Karen Reed supporter, and he got charged with witness intimidation, the same shit Turtle Boy got charged with. Now his case got dismissed. Canton 9 got charged with the same thing. Their cases got dismissed. Yet Aiden's case is still pending. Why? Why hasn't Aiden's case been dismissed yet? Under the same grounds. But that's another point. Now, Rich Schiffer, he got charged for leaving rubber duckies on the D&E Pizza windowsill that say Colin did it. Right? And fake, like, play money with Colin did it written on it. They charged him with littering. And Buchanan put on a full-on investigation. He went to people's houses, knocked on their doors, interviewed them. Like, crazy. He put way more into that investigation than they put into the investigation of a Boston police officer's death. What does that tell you? It tells you that they know how to conduct an investigation, but it also tells you that they're fucking dirty. And if that doesn't tell you that they're fucking dirty, I don't know what does. Because if they're conducting this thorough, sound investigation into a fucking rubber ducky scandal, why wouldn't they put twice as much energy and apply their know-how into the death of a Boston police officer?
All right, I'll see counsel at sidebar, please.
Please be seated, court is in session.
All right, now we got more sidebar.
Yeah, fucking rubber duckies, dude. That's real. You know what I'm saying? Like, for those of you who are new here, dude, that's real. That's a true fucking story. That happened. Rubber duckies, dude. I'm not leaving details out. I'm not dressing it up to make it or minimizing it to make it seem like not such a big deal. I'm telling you that that's the facts. Because Chris Albert's feelings got hurt. Chris and Colin Albert's feelings got hurt because somebody left rubber duckies in their window.
Let's bring them in, please.
Yes, sure. Yours are on the way.
Right.
Go down and around. They, probably.
What do you want?
36-page written report from Buchanan on the rubber ducky scandal. And John got 2 pages. What's going on? I mean, the defense I thought it was a sidebar, but the defense is sitting there. All members are accounted for.
Do you need another one, Chrissy? Do you need one more? No.
You guys got to understand that this is the best chance that Boston police officer John O'Keefe has of getting justice is Karen Reed's defense. They could just poke holes through this investigation and create reasonable doubt. You don't think that this team of crack shot attorneys, rock star attorneys, can prove reasonable doubt in this case? No, man, they're going for the gold, man. They want justice for John O'Keefe. Karen Reed wants justice for John O'Keefe.
Put it back in session at ABC.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. The Commonwealth moves into evidence and asks to play clip 18.
Okay.
But, you know, the jury couldn't see pictures of Katie McLaughlin with Caitlin Albert partying in a hot tub, partying on the beach.
So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full vodka soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
You will
The common.
that.
Thank you.
All right, your next witness.
One more, please, Your Honor. The Commonwealth
Oh.
moves into evidence and seeks to play clip number 17, please.
Okay.
Oh, look, it's a movie time.
I gave an interview with ABC with Matt Gutman. I think this was whom I gave the interview to, and I said, he asked, why was I saying, could I hit him? Did I hit him? And I said, yeah, my first thought was I've been out late, I've been drinking, and he's in the general vicinity of where I last saw him. I mean, they talk about the left side of the property and the right as if it's, you know, Hammersmith Farms. It's a postage stamp. It's 50 feet. So he's in the front yard to the left of the front door, and no one's coming out of the house. Jen's telling me nobody's seen him. So I'm thinking, Jesus, was I starting to pull away and I ran over his foot? Like, he's roughly where I left him. So yeah, when I found him, I was thinking, did I like clip him somehow?
None of this means shit.
Same jump drive has clips. Okay.
Thank you.
So in order, it has 18 and then 17, or are they in the reverse order on the clip?
If I may see the exhibit. This one exhibit contains clip 12, clip 12A, clip 16.
Oh
clip
my
17,
God,
clip
bro.
18.
Shut
All
the
of your
fuck
previously
up.
introduced.
And it's exhibit number of what? Thank you. All right, thank you. Your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. Commonwealth call Mr. Robert Gilman to the stand.
Okay.
Who the fuck is that?
Please.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now hears is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, super.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, stating your last name,
Lally's
spelling
all-
your last name for the court?
Lally's all
Good
loud
morning.
now.
My name is Robert Gilman, Gilman,
And what is your occupation, Mr. Gilman?
meteorologist,
Oh my God.
And where
this
did you go to
guy.
school?
Northeastern University and the Pennsylvania State University, Penn State.
This guy's going to
And
testify
what
as
degrees
to how
did you
hard the
receive from
ground
those
was.
institutions?
I received a Bachelor of Science in Earth Science and in Meteorology.
Now, following your education, where did you first go to work?
No, he does have a degree in
I
earth
worked
science.
at the U.S. Geological Survey while I was finishing my education. I also worked at the Nuclear Regulatory Commission in Washington.
Why
I
didn't
worked
this
at
come up?
AccuWeather at Penn State. And then I started my own business when I came back to the Boston area,
Why wasn't any of this
working
in the motions?
both
Include
in
him.
media,
Or exclude
writing a column for the Patriot Ledger, radio, 95.9 WATD, and also providing information to municipalities about snow and ice in consulting.
Why wasn't a geology degree?
Now, starting
mentioned
first
in
with
his
the U.S.
motion?
Nuclear Regulatory Commission, what did you do there?
I worked in the Division of Site Safety and Earthquake Analysis. That was primarily involving siting nuclear power plants.
And as far as AccuWeather Inc., what was it that you did there?
Meteorology, I worked starting out drawing maps. We drew our own maps back in those days, providing observations to meteorologists and helping develop forecasts.
Okay, so for those of you who don't know, this asshole is here to testify that the ground was so hard because of the cold that that's what caused the injury to the back of John O'Keefe's head after Karen Reed's SUV clipped his elbow. He went spinning and landed in the yard, and the ground was so hard, the grass was so hard that it cracked his head open in the back and caused his death. Because that tracks. Oh, my bad.
study of the atmosphere.
As a meteorologist, what are the different types of data that you study and examine?
Mostly measured data such as temperature, humidity, wind, precipitation, but also sensing data with satellites that orbit the Earth and with radar that shoots electronic beams out and comes back and forms images that we can analyze.
Now, beyond the satellites and the radar, where does that other data come from?
Well, the observing stations
Electronic beams
generally are at
shooting out
airports,
into
for instance, but they're
space.
also at utilities, and there are private networks. And these either automated or amateur weather observers take down data such as I just mentioned, temperature, precipitation, visibility at these different locations.
And what is your current occupation?
Meteorologist.
And where is it that you currently work?
I work for Precision Weather Forecasting Incorporated, and I also do work to assist requests for past weather data, both for clients of ours at Precision Weather Forecasting and other requests for weather data.
And is that a company that you started yourself in conjunction with other people?
Yes.
This guy is a great follow-up for Gallagher, bro. Like for the jury, like, because the jury is looking at this guy like, really, bro?
For 30 years, we're both local, and we found that we had a lot of interest together. I don't stay up 24/7. He stays up overnight a lot of times, and we work much better, on that shift kind of work during the day, answering questions of clients about snow and ice, especially. So we formed our own corporation, a Massachusetts corporation, in 2016.
And how long, even prior to the incorporation in 2016, how long have you been working in that capacity for building that company?
Oh, I would say over 45.
Y'all ever see The Weatherman with Nick Cage? That's probably my favorite Nicolas Cage movie, believe it or not. But like it's wind, man. It blows all over the place.
Site snowandice.com, and our clients depend on very local, precise snow and ice guidance. It's for safety, it's for efficiency, environmental concerns of not putting down a lot of chemicals when snow is going to change to rain, that kind of thing. So we're giving very local, precise weather information to help anyone that has snow and ice management concerns.
And if you could expound upon that just a little, sir, as far as what types of data or information is it that your company provides?
Mainly precipitation timing, when snowfall might begin in a particular place, the intensity of the snow, whether it might be expected to change to ice or rain, or go back to snow or ice to help with those kinds of operations.
This guy. And where does that data or information come from?
As meteorologists, we develop it ourselves. It's all in-house. We take a variety of different data from numerical modeling, guidance products, and observational information, and develop the forecast specifically for the client.
And as far as your clientele is concerned, to whom are you providing this data or information?
We work for most of the towns and the city in Norfolk County. We work for the largest cities in Massachusetts, some of the largest colleges and universities and other facilities, hospitals.
And what is the purpose of you providing that information to the clientele to whom you give it to?
Again, safety, efficiency, environmental concerns, to give them the best information to do the job they need to do. And it's a difficult job, as you can imagine.
Now, at some point, sir, were you asked to look at some data related to the Canton, Massachusetts area in the time frame leading up to and including January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Wow,
and what were you asked to do?
To make a name for himself.
I was asked to provide a simple report of the days preceding January 29th, 2022, and a more detailed report of the early morning
That's exactly
hours
what
of
he's doing.
January
Same shit
29th,
Celebrate guy was doing.
about
the same shit the other
estimating
fucking-
snowfall during that time period.
the chick with
And
the-
in total, as far as that total time frame, do you recall what dates you were looking at?
I believe it was January 26th to the 29th.
And during that time frame, was there a significant storm forecast for that time period?
Oh, yes.
And what was the forecast for?
Well, the forecast for the first couple of days was dry and very cold to bitterly cold. As we got closer to the 28th and 29th, we were looking at a storm coming in from the west and strengthening along the mid-Atlantic coastline. And we issued warnings, again, 2 to 3 days ahead of time to let our clients know that this was going to be a significant winter storm.
And specifically with the storm, what was the timing associated with that forecast as far as when would the storm begin?
We expected the storm, the snowfall, and the increase in wind to begin very late Friday evening, the 28th, with light to very light snow, and then to increase in intensity, especially later in the morning and through the late morning and midday of the 29th.
Now, from a scientific perspective, what is a blizzard?
A blizzard technically requires a great reduction in visibility. It doesn't even have to be snowing, either falling or blowing snow, visibility a quarter mile or less, with winds of 35 miles an hour, either sustained or frequent gusts for 3 hours or more.
Now, did this particular storm meet that criteria?
The storm did, absolutely, for Boston and much of the greater Boston area, including in Canton at the Blue Hill Observatory. However, not every spot had all of those criteria during the entire time period that the snow was falling.
Now, how significant a storm actually occurred, not taking away from your forecast, but actually occurred during that time frame?
This was the biggest January storm in history, with 27 inches of snowfall. And it snowed heavily for several hours, visibility under a quarter of a mile. And the temperature was dropping during that time, and the winds were gusting frequently to 40 and 50 miles an hour in this area.
Word.
Now, that data that you looked at from that time frame of January 26th through the 29th of 2022, what types of data specifically did you look, or actually, we'll get to specifics in a moment. What data in general terms did you look at in your analysis?
3 locations, the Blue Hill Observatory, which is the oldest continuously operating weather observatory in North America, close by. Boston, which is the first order weather station at Logan Airport, and Norwood Airport, which is a mile away. And those were the 3 locations. I was considering the surface observations from those locations. Also considered other types of observational data. I mentioned the radar data. So the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration maintains a NEXRAD NOAA database. And third was the National Operational Hydrologic Remote Sensing Center, which categorizes snowfall and snow depth. So those 3 different types of data at those 3 different locations.
Now, when you talk about the Blue Hills Observatory being the oldest in the country, how old is it?
It was established by Abbott Roch, who left his family home at 5 Commonwealth Avenue in Boston and built this really strange little structure at the top of Great Blue Hill on February 1st of 1885.
And do you know how far away from 34 Fairview Road that Blue Hills Observatory is?
Yes, I do. If you don't mind me consulting my note for a moment.
Yep. Unless he's
So
doing cross.
what are you reading, Mr. Gilman?
I'm reading notes I took on measurements from Blue Hill to Fairview. And that's, may I answer the question? Your Honor?
Yes, you
I'm okay with Your Honor, I just wanted the record to know.
Yes, that's why I asked him what he's reading.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That would be 7 miles.
And the Norwood Airport, how far again is that, or how far away again is that between Norwood Airport and 34 Fairview Road?
1 mile.
Now, these measurements that you used in your analysis, are you familiar with how those measurements are taken or how they're done at each of those 3 locations?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how those measurements are done or how those calculations or the data is collected?
Sure. Boston, again, is a first order station. It's equipped with automated equipment. It's called ASOS, Automated Surface Observing System. And it,
Bro, Lally at the strip club. What if any sexual favors can I get for $100?
wind, humidity at very frequent intervals throughout the 24-hour day. It also collects precipitation, which isn't easy if you think of Logan Airport being out in the harbor and trying to collect every raindrop in that environment. But they have a very sophisticated rain gauge system that actually does a fairly good job of collecting precipitation. Moving on to Norwood Airport, very similar. It's not as high a caliber a station as Boston is in terms of the frequency of observations or the complete set of data. Blue Hill Observatory is a special case indeed. It had been manned for most of the day for many years. The former observer is still alive and well in Hingham, Bob Skilling. For the last several years, 10, 15 years or so, it was an ASOS system that I just mentioned. But in recent years, that was cut back. So there are observers that are.
Dude, when this guy meets Jesus, dude, Jesus is going to be like, Jesus is just going to be like, who are you? What's your name? And you did what? I'm sorry, who? Jesus fucking Christ, man.
Data is collected or calculated at each of those respective facilities. Is that how it's standardly collected within the industry?
Yes.
And is it a routine both in your practice and in your meteorological industry as a whole, relying on that type of data and the way it's collected?
Yes, there are standards established. I'm a member of the American Meteorological Society, the Professional Society of Meteorologists, and there are standards that are established on taking weather measurements.
Now, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dude, when this guy was a kid, dude, he wrote so many letters to Santa Claus, bro. He wrote so many. Santa Claus's elves were just like, oh, that's not a real person. Like, this guy didn't even make the naughty list because, like, Santa didn't even know who the fuck he was. Like, Santa had no idea who the fuck this guy was, bro. Like, elves were like, who? What? He wants what? Weather. Something to do with the weather. We don't do that. The fuck is this guy?
Reports of weather observations, especially for January 29th at Norwood Airport. And this is published by the U.S. Department of Commerce, NOAA, the National Environmental Satellite Data and Information Service.
And at least in part, is that the data that...
What's this kid's name again? Does he fucking know how cold it is up here in the North Pole? Like, why the fuck is he fucking worried about the weather?
Because it is in such proximity to Canton, to the location we're concerned about.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth seeks to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 60.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I return what's now been marked as Exhibit 60 to the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Gilman, starting with snow accumulation, during the period that you were looking at, what is it that you found?
The snow began to accumulate during this winter storm. And by the way, I think I can use the term nor'easter, blizzard, bombogenesis, bomb cyclone, winter storm, all referring to the storm event of the 28th, mostly the 29th. The first snowfall began late in the evening on the 28th and continued into the 29th.
Just starting with that snapshot of the evening of the 28th, how much snow accumulated on the 28th before turning the page to the 29th?
Very little, enough to track a cat, 0.2 of an inch.
What?
Now, with reference to the 29th, were you able to determine from that data sort of the hourly snowfall as it came down?
Yes, as the hourly precipitation data, temperature, and other information was reported, I was able to analyze it each step of the way as the storm progressed.
And from your analysis, sir, could you describe to the jury, sort of going bit by bit, what was that hourly snowfall for the 29th?
As I said in the report, it's estimated that as it began, it was on the order of 0.3 of an inch an hour on the 29th until 1 o'clock. And it stayed in that light range. And anything under an inch an hour of accumulation is termed light snowfall. So that by 3 and 4 a.m., we were looking at 3, 4, 5/10 of an inch an hour. There started to be an increase more noticeable in the intensity by 5 a.m. with another inch, and then by 6 a.m. with another 1.2 inches.
If I could stop you there just for one moment, Mr. Gilman. So from the time period from when the storm began on the 28th to the time period of 6 a.m. on the 29th, how much in total snowfall had accumulated at that point?
I believe that was, do my arithmetic, 3.9 inches up to 6 a.m.
And I'm sorry, sir, if you could continue now going forward from 6 a.m. on the 29th.
Then we started getting into a more moderate snowfall, and again, that's an inch an hour more, so that by 7 o'clock was another inch and a half. By 8 o'clock, another inch, 0.1. And then by 9 and 10 o'clock, it was getting to be moderate to heavy snowfall based on radar returns and X-rad radar information, based on the visibility reduction, based on the amount of precipitation that was melted in the rain gauges, based on other reports from cooperative observers. So that's on the order of an inch and a half an hour of intensity, and that continued through the middle of the day, rapidly accumulating on the ground. And it accumulated at even 2 inches an hour by the early afternoon
obsessed with the snow,
before
dude.
it started to wind down in intensity, as these types of storms always do. By 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, it was back down to light snowfall, 1/2 inch to 0.2 of an inch. And the snowfall accumulation had ended by 10 o'clock at night.
If I could take you back just a little bit to right before it turns from the moderate inch and a half per hour to about the lighter snow, about how much snow had accumulated at that point, around 6 p.m. or so?
Around 6 p.m.?
Yes.
Well, again, I'm just going to do the arithmetic of subtracting the snowfall after 6 p.m., which was 1.3 inches from the total, which was 23.8. do that arithmetic. 23.8 was the total snowfall, and 1.3, 22.5 inches.
So that's 22 and a half inches, just short of 22, excuse me, just short of 22 and a half inches by 6 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what was the total snow accumulation from the storm in its entirety again?
23.8 inches.
Okay, so just short of 2 feet. Is that correct?
That's correct. The biggest snowstorm in January in our history.
Now, sir, have you prepared some visual aids to assist the jury with the snow accumulation?
Yes.
May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah, now he's saying that it wasn't the biggest storm in history. He's saying that's the biggest storm that took place in January in history in that area. Which is
Gentlemen, showing you 3 documents.
fascinating.
Finish.
Yes, I've seen these. Yeah.
And what do you recognize each of those 3 to be?
Like all this is
The first one is a storm warning report.
some of you guys might be getting annoyed that I keep muting this guy, but fuck this guy because his entire testimony, people, is a distractor. Okay. This guy, his whole purpose here is to try to convince the jury that there's a valid reason why 11 people walking out of 34 Fairview didn't see John O'Keefe laying in the yard. That's the whole point of this guy's entire testimony. Make no mistake. It's not about, being technical, and it's not about showing the facts and the circumstances of the evening and blah, blah, blah. It's not about any of that. It's about playing defense when they should be focused on proving that Karen Reed struck John O'Keefe with her vehicle, which they have yet to even attempt to do.
It's midnight since this was issued at 8 p.m. And we talk about the weather conditions and how much, if any, snowfall.
I don't mean to interject, but just you recognize what's on that, and that is a forecast that you sent out, correct?
Yes. Our company sent out. My partner, Bill Guile, actually sent it.
And the last 2 sheets that you have before you, what are those?
These are images taken from one of those 3 sets I talked about. The for a second. The data set from NOAA, the National Operational Hydrologic Remote Sensing Center, and it's a image of snow depth or snow on the ground at 2 times on January 29th. The first time is 1 a.m. and the second time is 7 a.m. And it's a map of Greater Boston down to the South Shore into northwestern Rhode Island.
Can I go, John?
Yes.
Almost introduce in a minute the next 3 exhibits.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
One, 62, and 63.
And again, Your Honor, may I return those to the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rhonda Hinckley. Appreciate it.
Now, Mr. Gilman, what is the difference between a forecast versus a report of actual conditions or weather measurables?
As defined, a forecast is your best estimate based on science and data available of how the future is going to play out in terms of weather, the amount of snowfall, the temperature, the observed data. And I often make the distinction between soup and sandwich. Weather and forecast always seem to go together, but there actually is weather, and that's separate from what the forecast is, and there's always some small distinction. Lately, we've been getting pretty pretty good at getting accurate weather forecasting done, but it is the actual weather that's measured. How much snow is on the ground, how much snow fell, what the wind speed was during any given period, temperature, those kind of elements that actually occurred.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish to the jury on the screen a copy of the forecasting document?
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Thank you. And Mr. Gilman, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you as the forecasting document that's now been marked as an exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could, directing the jury's attention from left to right as far as the columns go, if you could walk the jury through sort of what we're looking at in this particular area.
Sure. So below the heading, I think I defined the heading just before, we have these 6-hour time periods. So the columns are the day, in this case, today being Friday in this forecast, the weather, the amount in inches, that would be of snowfall, the temperature, that's the air temperature, and air temperature is taken 5 feet above the ground in a natural surrounding. The road temperature, also in Fahrenheit, and that.
All right, I need this guy to shut the fuck up for a second. Now, I want to show you guys something real quick, because all that matters is what I'm about to show you. Okay? Everything this guy's saying, it means dick all. Okay? Here's one of Olivia's posts. Here's a picture of 34 Fairview, the morning of January 29th, 2022. Okay? This is the snow on the ground. You could see how much of the fire hydrant that it covered, how high the snow comes up in the fire hydrant. Okay. You can see now, this is the next morning. Okay. This is hours after John O'Keefe. This is hours, put it this way. This is hours after everyone left the party. Hours and hours after. There was heavy snowfall. We saw the footage of the police cruisers, the dash cam footage. There was a lot of snowfall going on at that point, right? So look at the tires. Right, I was getting to that. Look at the tires. I pointed this out before. These cars are in the driveway. Okay? The yard has the snowfall on it, and there's a curb to separate the yard from the cars. If you could see that much of the tires of those cars that are in the driveway, you're going to tell me that at 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, you couldn't see John O'Keefe laying in the lawn? Bullshit. So the prosecution is contradicting themselves with their own evidence. That alone should tell you plenty, much less all of the bullshit testimony you've heard so far. But this alone should tell you plenty that the prosecution is trying to make something out to be that it isn't. They are trying to deceive the jury and trying to make the jury believe that there was more snowfall on the ground than there was, because the pictures do not lie. The photographs do not lie. That guy could sit there all goddamn day and talk about what his studies were. That guy could sit there all goddamn day, talk about what his findings were based on data and measurements and, so on and so forth, based on going back to what the weather conditions were like. But the photos speak for themselves. Oh, yeah, Felicia. Thank you so much. I have seen that before. I appreciate that. Yeah, this is, because think about it. It even takes inches of the snow away, because the separation of the driveway is sunk lower. The ground on the highway is lower. Or I'm sorry, the driveway, not the highway, the driveway. So, and it's still showing the majority of these wheels on the cars, right? So that means there's even less snow on the ground than what it appears. Those cars aren't in the snow, they're in the driveway. So it's absurd. It is absurd to think. And look at how far away from the curb that flagpole is. You see the flagpole right here? This is the flagpole right here. Look how far away. Look at how much give. You see this car over here? This is the police cruiser parked in the street. This would be the line of the curb. You can kind of see the curvature of the road here. You can see the curb where it starts, how the ground gets a little lower right here. This is the curb right here under this snow. Right? And you can see how far away that the flagpole is from the road. Now, Karen Reed would have probably had to back up this distance, but you're going to tell me that at that distance, backing up at 26 miles per hour, she's going to clip John O'Keefe's, Boston police officer John O'Keefe's elbow, and he's going to go into a spin while that taillight, the magic taillight, is going to attack his arm from the lower part of his forearm all the way up to his shoulder and cause all those scratches from one impact onto his elbow. Send him spinning, flying next to the flagpole over here. And nobody walking out of this party, coming out of this door right here, walking over to their cars in their peripheral vision, saw John O'Keefe laying in the snow. And the fact is, they didn't see him. This is what's confusing about it. The fact is they're not lying when they say that they didn't see him. That's what becomes so confusing, because he wasn't laying there. The fact that nobody saw him is exculpatory. Nobody saw him because he wasn't there, not because he was covered in snow. This proves that he was not covered in snow. This proves that he could not have been so covered in snow that nobody could see a figure. Nobody could go, hey, what's that? So this guy's whole testimony.
Haze can reduce visibility, fog, different types of precipitation, smoke can reduce visibility in the atmosphere. But in terms of snowfall, the heavier the intensity of the snowfall, the lower the visibility.
And so from a meteorological standpoint, how is that measured?
Well, it's measured in miles or quarters of a mile, which is the standard here in the United States. And you sometimes see it in eighths of a mile, but generally with these automated systems, it would be 3/4 of a mile or half a mile, or as the snow intensity lightened up quite a bit, it may go up to 7 miles. I've seen snow falling at 10 or even 11-mile visibility, which you'd hardly notice if you were out. That's not much of a reduction in visibility, but it can come all the way down to near zero.
And what was the lowest, if you know, the lowest recorded measurement as far as visibility as it pertained to this storm?
I would base that on the Norwood Airport because it was, especially in this immediate area, and they do a good job of measuring visibility, and that came down to 1/4 of a mile at the airport. It certainly may have been lower than that at times, but was on the order of 1/4 to perhaps as low as 3/8 of a mile or 1/8 of a mile between observations.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to the topic of
because they're trying to cover for why nobody saw John O'Keefe in the snow when they left the party at 34 Fairview. That's what they're doing. Brit happens. They're trying to make the jury believe that it's possible that 11 people didn't see a 6'2", 200-pound man laying in the snow. But I just showed a picture of 34 Fairview at 6 a.m. It's not like the snow melted because it was fucking bitter cold, like this guy said. So, this is a distractor, as it were. That's all this is. Brit happens. So yeah, this is just absolute bullshit. This guy's entire testimony is a distractor. Like, it's not directed towards, and this is what's very important to take away from this. This testimony is in no way directed towards proving that Karen Reed struck John O'Keefe with her vehicle. This only goes towards making excuses for the people at 34 Fairview for not being forthcoming as to the information that they have in regards to that evening. That's all this is. This is just to cover for them.
mentioned earlier in your testimony that road temperature in particular is important to your clients. Why is that?
And I've heard this so many times from our clients, you can forecast or expect an inch of snowfall or 3 inches of snowfall. If it's going to melt because the road temperature is 34 degrees or 35 degrees Fahrenheit, they don't really want to do anything. They don't want to put a lot of chemical down. They don't want to hire private contractors with plows. Whereas if it's going to accumulate, especially on the road surface, they need to be prepared. And there's so much demand now on having black pavement during winter storm events. There's so many automobiles on the roadways in this area that each of these municipalities is constantly under demand to make sure they do the best job they can. And in order to do that, they need to know what the road temperature is going to be or the ground temperature is going to be in order to best have snow and ice operations to meet those demands.
Now, is there a difference, or what is the difference in the changes to air temperature as opposed to the change in road temperature?
They're different substances, so they have a different pattern of temperature change. Air temperature changes much more quickly. And of course, when we're talking about temperature, we're talking about energy, the way the molecules in the atmosphere are moving. The faster they're moving, the higher the temperature, the more energy. So depending on what is causing that change in temperature, the atmosphere is going to react more slowly. The ground will react more slowly to the change. The atmosphere will react pretty quickly and much faster.
Now, in your analysis here, what time frame again were you using, or were you measuring the temperature across?
Let
me ask you this way. You started on January 26th through the 29th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And why is it specifically with temperature that you started on the 26th as opposed to anything else?
I was asked to start at the 26th, and I said that that's a good way to go because it establishes a period of seasonal freezing ground. It typically happens in this climate in the midwinter that our ground freezes. So if you look a few days before, you get a good sense if that was the case. I mean, there have been winters, there have been months of January in recent years that we've reached 60, even 70 degrees, and nothing is going to be frozen during that time. This was not the case in late January of 2022. It was an unusually cold period, and it was important to record that.
Now, can you describe to the jury or lay out for the jury the temperature readings throughout that period of time that you analyzed?
Yes. I'll start with the 26th and just go without going through more than just the day high and low. A high of 28, a low of 12. On the 27th, the high was 27 and the low was just 9 degrees Fahrenheit. On the 28th, Friday, the high temperature reached 36 and the low was 22. And then on Saturday, the 29th, the high temperature was 29 and the low was down to 15.
Now, sir, if I could ask you specifically within that time period, a specific time period of approximately 1:30 a.m. on the 29th through 5 a.m. on the 29th, what does the data demonstrate with respect to the air temperature during that period?
From 1:30 to 5:30?
Yes, please.
On the 29th? All right, I'll consult this data from Norwood Airport if that's the way we should look at this. I would suggest to do that.
Now, they're also, this is
and
also very important. They're also trying to justify why Lucky Loughran did not see John O'Keefe laying in the snow. Okay. So this is also very important. Now his testimony is not important, but it's important to understand that that's what they're trying to do.
Before that time?
During that time.
Oh, during the early part of the time. And again, this is right at Norwood Airport. It might have been a little bit colder in Canton. It certainly was colder at the Blue Hill Observatory, but I don't have a lot of that, so I'm using this.
Sure.
So based on this, it was pretty steady through around 2 in the morning. And then because of the nature of this type of storm, it's deepening rapidly. It's low pressure offshore. So the wind tends to back from the northeast to the north-northeast to the north. And that backing wind starts to draw air rather than from the Gulf of Maine, the Atlantic Ocean, the harbor, more from northern New England and Quebec. So that's a tendency of all of these winter storms to tend to get colder as the storm intensifies. And that's what we see starting to happen as you get toward 2:30 in the morning, and especially 4:30, it's down to 28, 26, and then down to 24 degrees just before 6 in the morning.
And that temperature sort of fluctuation or lack thereof, is that consistent with what you would expect in this type of storm?
It's exactly what I would expect. And this is a classic winter nor'easter, and that temperature drop is part of that. Mm-hmm.
And lastly, sir, if I could just take you back to the road temperature you were talking about before. How would you describe the temperature readings generally from the 26th through the 29th as far as what type of temperatures were recorded during that time frame that you just testified about?
As I said, it's the coldest time of the year anyway, in late January here in the Boston area around Canton, midwinter. And this particular year, 2022, it was colder than normal. So road temperatures were dropping much of the time. They may have come up a little bit during the course of the day, thanks to sunshine during the 26th and 27th. A little moderation in the temperature on the 28th, but for the most part, there was a frost in the ground, the soil was frozen, and the temperature was unusually cold at the middle of winter.
And what impact would that have on the hardness of the ground over that time period?
Well, again, the ground was frozen, the soil was frozen, and the surface of the ground was frozen. And it would have made the ground impenetrable, that hard, as hard as too difficult. You wouldn't be able to dig in the ground.
Thank you very much, sir. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Lessie.
Right, Charlie? Oh, you popped. You're gonna be fine. Here it is. Here it is. Stop! This is Ken.
Can I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Show Mr. Lally, please.
With regard to Mr. Lally and myself, we have agreed I'd like to address the court with a stipulation. And with regard to the document, we stipulated into evidence text measures.
Yes, Your Honor, may we approach this very briefly?
Okay.
Yeah, this is fucking ridiculous. Yeah, this guy's entire purpose is to try to provide a weak excuse as to why 11 people inside 34 Fairview couldn't see John O'Keefe laying in that snow. And we know why. It's because he wasn't there. It's because he was dying inside the house of 34 Fairview. Felicia, thank you so much. Didn't quite match NBC 10's info using same report. Yeah, and all he said, like, Lally didn't even follow up. I mean, and he can't really. Like, it was actually smart of him to end it there because, like, he's like, well, okay, the ground was so hard that you probably couldn't dig into it with a shovel, right? And so he's like, no further questions. Because Lally can't necessarily go, well, would you say that it's hard enough for somebody's skull to crack if they hit their head on it? If he did that, you know, unless he would have been like, objection, this man is not a phrenologist. I don't know, whatever you call whoever fucking studies skull fractures, not a phrenologist. They study bumps on your head. I'm just saying.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gilman, and congratulations on your career up to this point.
Thank you. Good
I had
afternoon, almost.
Pardon me?
Good afternoon, almost.
I have some questions for you, if I could, please. You covered a bunch of topics on your direct examination, and I wanted to confirm some of them. As a meteorologist, you indicated that you look at a variety of areas under the larger umbrella of weather, correct?
Correct.
And one of those areas is snow accumulation.
Correct.
Another area is visibility, correct?
Correct.
Do you have a general understanding about what this case is about? Let me ask it this way. As regards weather conditions, are you familiar with an address of 34 Fairview Road in Canton, New York?
Yes.
And have you ever been to 34 Fairview, Canton, New York?
Not New York. This is we're in Massachusetts.
I'm sorry, Massachusetts,
okay.
sir.
Yes. I've been in many parts of Canton. I don't believe I've ever been to 34 Fairview.
Are you generally familiar with that area?
Yes.
And you've mentioned the Norwood Airport on your direct testimony, correct?
Yes.
And is the general area of Fairview, is that in close proximity to the Norwood Airport?
I mentioned it's a mile away.
Right, so it's fairly close, right?
A mile.
Right, so you would expect that the readings you talked about on your direct examination would have a direct bearing and relevance to the 34 Fairview Road in Canton, is that correct?
Yes, relevance, yes.
Yes. So what I would like to do is to draw your attention to the exhibit that was just marked, if Your Honor. We have that. May I approach, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Gilman, this is Exhibit 64. If I could hand that to you, please.
Thank you.
And you can keep that in front of you. If you could publish. Excuse me, Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Thank you. If you can enlarge just, no, not the whole thing, just the chart up above, and make that as large as you could for the jury, please. That is very good. Thank you. You see where we are. And Mr. Goodman, you can either look on the screen or look on the document, whichever is best for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So let's start with the top, which is estimated hourly snowfall ending at. This is for January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And what does not appear on this chart, but I want to make sure I can get this as accurate as possible, would it be appropriate to, before 1 a.m., to add a 0.2 for what you mentioned on direct for midnight? You mentioned there was a little bit starting and there was a 0.2. Is that correct? Did I hear that correct?
If you want to get the total for the snowfall event, yes.
Okay, so we'll just have, if you will, an imaginary 0.2 up at the top. And what I'm going to do, sir, is I'm going to go through the hourly snowfall, because there are times that you have on your chart that are relevant in this matter. So let's start with, and just do it chronologically by time. And what I'm going to ask you to do is to do a little bit of math as we go through. If you need a calculator, I think it's going to be fairly straightforward math for someone with your skills, but take your time when we get through it. So we start at midnight, and you mentioned the concept of visibility on your direct examination, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you said on your direct examination that at midnight there was, quote, very little snow precipitation. Is that correct?
I believe I said there was very little snow on the ground.
Very little snow on the ground, and I think you used the phrase "track a cat."
Enough to track a cat, exactly.
So enough to track a cat, but a fairly small amount, correct?
I don't know how to define it any better than enough to track a cat.
Very good, sir. I'll go with track a cat.
That's as small as amount as you can get. And again, that would be on a natural surface, not necessarily on pavement.
Right. And what would,
which is what we're talking about, the grass.
Oh, a lot of factors would come into play. Most importantly, since this was a forecasted storm event, the town may have pre-treated the road. That lowers the freezing point of the precipitation. So it would, even if it was 25 degrees, it might be melting on the road.
So in terms of the factor you just talked about, for example, pre-treatment, that could cause the accumulation, the numbers here to be lower than what we're seeing on the chart, correct?
Definitely, correct.
But there's not a scenario where it could be higher, is it, at this point?
Well, there are places, especially with this kind of wind and dry, fluffy snow, that you would have drifting.
Right, but with just 0.2 inches on the ground, would you expect drifting?
No,
Okay.
absolutely not. Not
Right,
unless I was a very small animal.
I was going to say, tracking a cat wouldn't
No.
seem to work very well if you've only
No.
got a drifting with 0.2.
I thought you were asking about the larger numbers.
No, sir. Good point. What I'd like to do is to just concentrate on the beginning here and midnight and 1 a.m. and then we'll progress down through. Okay. I want to snapshot it, if you will, starting at the very beginning. So we then move to 1 a.m., which is 0.3 inches. Correct?
Correct.
Now, if you add, and it seems like to be most accurate, to each number here, we would add a 0.2 to get the total, correct?
Correct.
So if we go to 1 a.m. on January 29, 2022, we've only got 0.5 inches of snow per this chart, correct?
Total so far, yes.
And that could, on the road, that could be less because of municipal pre-treatment. If they pre-treated for the storm, they could have put some chemicals down that would have caused a melt and therefore less. That's a possibility.
That's one factor. Another factor would just be the road may be warmer for a number of reasons.
So that could be another reason why it might be less, another factor.
Absolutely.
Okay, so now let's go to, I want to go between 1 and 2 a.m. Let's assume a time of 1:45 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Is it correct that the accumulation would be less than 0.8 inches at that point, according to your chart?
By 2 a.m., it would be less than 0.8, yes.
Therefore, correct.
Therefore, by 1:45,
Boom.
it would be less than 0.8,
And why
yes.
the
Right,
fuck
so-
Or
is
equal to,
John laying out there?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you,
less
sir.
than or equal to.
Right, so you used 2 a.m., right, which would mean that it was 0.8, correct?
Correct.
And then if you work back 15 minutes at 1:45 a.m., it would be less than 0.8, correct?
If it was still snowing in those 15 minutes.
Right.
yes.
So, but I just want to focus on the number. At 1:45 a.m., it's less than 0.8 inches, correct?
It's less than 0.8 inches.
Yes,
Okay.
right. Alrighty. So, and that is, to state it another way, is it correct to say it's just 0.8 of an inch? Is that correct?
0.8 is 0.8 of an inch. yes.
Right. Another way to say it. So, in terms of the time now, and this may get a little more complicated, sir, but if you take just the time between 1 a.m. and 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. So you've got 0.8. You would have under at 1:45, is it correct you would have only 0.35 inches accumulated of the 0.8? You follow my math, sir?
I'm not sure what I follow in that sentence. Did you ask me how much snow fell between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
That's another way of asking the
Okay,
question.
between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m., 0.3 of an inch is the estimated snowfall.
Right, very well. And so what I'd like to do now is to move down the chart to 3 a.m. How much snow has fallen or accumulated between 12 a.m. and 3 a.m.?
It would be 1 inch.
Right, and is an inch, and you're in the measurement business, about the size of a thumbnail?
Yeah, I actually use the knuckle on my thumb to the end of my thumb as an inch.
Right, so from the knuckle of one's thumb to the end of the thumb is 1 inch. Right.
Wow.
And under your terminology on direct, you had used the term very little. Would you consider from the knuckle to the top of the thumb very little snow?
It definitely would require a comparison. 1 inch of snow has caused tremendous problems for people.
Right.
So I would not call it, just by the fact of 1 inch of snowfall, I would never say it's very little.
No, sir, I'm sorry, maybe my question wasn't clear. I'm not talking about effects of 1 inch. I'm just talking a measurement of 1 inch on a measurement scale. Would you still consider that your phrase, track a cat, or would you be out of the track a cat?
We'd be out of the track a
All right.
cat stage.
Got it. So, but again, the 1 inch being from the knuckle to the top of the thumb.
Yes.
Let's now go all the way down to about another time is 3:30 a.m., which we're going to focus on now, 3:30 a.m. How much snow had accumulated by 3:30 a.m.?
Well, we're going to have that inch we just talked about at length, and we're going to add the 0.2 from the previous day, the last few hours of the 28th. So we have 1.2. Now we're going to add another half an inch by 4 a.m. So somewhere less than 1.7 inches, less than or equal to.
Wouldn't the number at 3:30 be
Come on,
0.85 inches?
You're including the snowfall from the previous day, the 0.2 of an inch?
Yes.
No.
What would it be?
As I said, there's 1.2 inches up to 3 a.m. And then we're adding some amount before 4 a.m. Unknown how that was distributed within that hour, but something like 1.7 equal or less than total.
How about the accumulation between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m.? How much accumulation for that time period?
Between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. So we have 0.3 of an inch up to 2 and another 0.4 of an inch, or a total of 0.7.
So between 1 and 3 a.m., there's only an accumulation of 0.7, correct?
Correct.
Inches.
Correct.
You had spoken a lot on your direct testimony about the magnitude of the storm, a variety of other measurements. But what I wanted to draw really a line at 6 a.m., which you said was an accumulation of 3.9. What I want to do is to now move on to from 7 a.m. on January 29th until noontime. And you can check my math, sir, but I get 12.5 inches total as of noon on January 29th.
I can do the arithmetic if it sounds about right. 8.6 inches fell up until noon, starting at 6 in that time period, which is about the amount we forecast. And did you ask about the total going back to the night before? Or?
Yeah, the total starting at midnight.
Starting at midnight.
Right, going until noon, so it's a 12-hour period of the same day, January 29th.
You notice he's not using new math?
My quick calculation is 12.3 inches.
Right, and then you'd add the 0.2 from midnight?
Previous to midnight, yes.
Right, so 12.3 is what shows with all those numbers, but then you have to add the 0.2 from midnight, which would get you to 12.5, correct?
Exactly, yep.
Good. So just to summarize the first column there, all the way down from 1 a.m. to 12 p.m., at 6 a.m., we've got 3.9 inches. And then moving down to 12 p.m., we're at 12.5 inches, correct?
I believe so.
No, I love this. Like, Alessi is totally using the defense's or the prosecution's own expert.
Sir, tell me when you're ready.
Yes, I
prove his case.
So we're in alignment with those two numbers, 3.9 inches as of 6 a.m., 12.5 inches as of 12
Thank you, Buckeye.
p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Yes. Yeah, I'm sorry if I wasn't sure if you wanted me to do all the arithmetic again, but I did do that, and yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. I appreciate you doing that. You talked about the concept of visibility on your direct examination. In terms of visibility, did I hear you correctly that there's a correlation between the amount of snow coming down and visibility?
The intensity of the snowfall, so the amount over time in visibility, right?
Right. So the intensity or amount over time, how would you describe visibility from 12 midnight or 12 a.m. on January 29th until 1 a.m., that 1 hour period? How would you describe visibility?
I really don't know exactly. I can look at the report from Norwood Airport. They measure the visibility.
Could you do that, sir? Would that be easy enough for you to do?
Do you need a light, Mr. Gilman? Do you need lights on?
If we're going to do more than one, I would, but let's see if I can. Thank you, Your Honor. And we were asked about 1 a.m. Is that?
Yes, visibility at 1 a.m.
Okay. Visibility reported at 1 a.m. was 1.2 miles in light snow.
And what does that mean, a visibility of 1.2 miles?
1.25 miles, 1.25 miles. That means that anything that was more than 1.25 miles away from the observer would be hidden by the snowfall. You wouldn't be able to see it.
And what does it mean if it were the visibility was less than 1.25 miles?
And as the visibility lowers, you can your ability to see objects in the distance is reduced.
So assume, sir, that somebody is 30 feet away from an object they want to see, and the visibility is 1.25 miles. Would they be able to see that object based upon your experience with visibility and your career in that area?
All other things being equal, yes.
Right. So would it be fair to say visibility would be good from 30 feet if it's a 1.25 mile and beyond?
Can you answer that, Mr. Gilman?
Can I further explain to the jury about visibility? Thank you. A term like good for visibility would generally apply more toward 8 miles, 10 miles as good visibility. So it's hard to say that anything under 3 miles. For instance, we go from calling visibility reduction in haze to fog. Once it's really the same atmospheric phenomenon, but once you get below 3 miles, we call it fog or dense fog. So anything below that, when you reduce visibility by fog, haze, snow below 3 miles, it's hard to call it good visibility.
But if something is at 1.25 miles, there's visibility, correct?
Of 1.25 miles, yes.
There is visibility.
And again, if I could explain for the jury, a lot of this is developed for aviation.
Right.
And if you're a pilot or you think about what a pilot needs to go through, that's where these terms come from.
I understand, sir, but you are in the weather forecasting business, correct?
I sure am, yes.
And you, and weathercasters, we all here on TV talk about visibility on their forecast, correct?
Correct.
And they're not talking just to pilots, right? They're talking to people who are going to drive, people who are going to walk. Is that correct?
And it is a challenge to communicate that, yes.
But sir, my question is, when someone, a weathercaster, weather person is talking about visibility, the main target audience are for people who are going to be driving or walking, correct? There's not pilots that they're giving.
Well, I don't know, but I would never expect, and I do broadcast meteorology, a broadcast meteorologist to say visibility was good if it was less than 1.5 miles.
Yeah, sir, I appreciate that, but my question's not, I've left whether it's good or not. I'm talking about the purpose of weathercasters speaking about visibility.
Yes.
You had indicated in your earlier answer, you had tethered it to pilots, but there's also an application of the visibility concept for the rest of us in the world who drive and walk, correct?
Yes,
Isn't it useful for that?
Absolutely. And I'm trying to answer your question about whether the visibility was good.
Right, but but I'm not asking that question anymore. My question is just,
I only know what you asked me.
All right. I'll try it a different way. Visibility is a concept that is used by weathercasters to assist people who are going to be walking or driving. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. So now let's go on to the concept of Temperature. You mentioned the concept of wind chill on your direct examination. You recall that, sir?
I was asked about it, yes.
Yes. Does wind chill have a relationship to temperature, and if so, what is it?
It does have a relationship to temperature. It's a complex function that was developed by the U.S. Air Force in the 50s to help produce cold weather gear. And it was determined that wind had a major impact on our military in terms of what type of gear they needed, in addition to how low the temperature was. So it's a measurement of temperature to begin with, and then there's a complex function applied based on the wind speed to come up with how that air temperature, how that air is going to impact the human body.
So is it fair to say that if you have a temperature, and what I wanted to do is to go to the temperatures that you gave on your direct examination, is it accurate to state that, for example, on January 29th, I believe I heard you say there was a high of 29 and a low of 15. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, that was my report based on all those three locations, yes.
And you had also testified about wind speed and wind gusts as well. And can you state, if you have it in your notes?
I do, yes. It was in the report, yep.
Yep, and what was the wind speed? Average and then high gusts?
Sure. 23 miles an hour with frequent gusts of 47 miles an hour.
So what does your number 23, how does that affect temperatures of 29 and 15?
It makes that air feel much colder. So that air, that 20-degree air, did you say 20 and
29, sir, and 15 were the numbers you had given?
That range for that day, sure.
Yeah.
So it makes that air temperature feel colder, and it allows that air to take heat out of your body more efficiently and more rapidly. So it feels much colder. And we can calculate roughly how it would feel if there was no wind at all.
And sir, thank you. You've gotten right to my next point, and I only have a few more questions left for you. So if you have the highest temperature on the 29th of 29, January 29, 2022, do you know what the wind chill factor would do in terms of a calculation number to bring that 29 number down? Do you know what that number would result in applying the most conservative
He's like, all right,
wind speed
well,
of
I'll
23?
just become a meteorology expert.
I wasn't asked to calculate that, no.
Would it be less than 0? Just an estimate.
Based on the 29 temperature?
Based on the 29.
No.
Would it
I
be
don't
in-
believe so.
Would it be in the teens?
Yes.
So the 29 would be in the teens. And then for the low of 15, approximately what number might that get down to?
Again, depending on the wind, if you looked at 5 miles an hour, again, it wasn't that wind all day, and that 15-degree might not have been corresponding to any wind at all.
Just using your average that you used on direct of 23.
The average wind, again, made it feel much colder, bitterly cold, extremely cold when you were out in the highest wind at the lowest temperature. So it may have felt like 0 to even 10 below 0 at the lowest temperature and the highest wind gusts.
So if I got that correct, so 15 was the lowest temperature you gave in direct on January 29th, and you state that it would be, with the wind chill using about an average of 23, would be 0 or maybe minus 10. Is that the number correct?
Again, I'm just guessing. I didn't do the calculation. I wasn't asked to do the
Fair enough.
calculation.
That's all you need right
but
there.
based on my experience of reporting in this area for 45 years, I basically get the idea of what it's like when the temperature's that low and the wind is that high. Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
And if we could please have the chart
You
published
did
back
the
up,
math in front of the
please.
jury just now. and prove that there was less.
You can
than
keep the
an
lights
inch of
on. You
snow.
just make it larger. I want to make sure Mr. Gilman has some facile with his notes. Okay, so is it correct to say that if the total accumulation for the storm was 23.8 inches, that the vast majority of that accumulation came well after 6 a.m.?
Yes.
And as of 6 a.m., we've only got 3.9 inches compared to what the storm ended up at about 23.8. And then importantly, from midnight on January 29th until 3 a.m., we've got just 1.2 inches, correct?
Exactly.
Karen Reed, is anything?
May I have a moment, Your
here?
Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm calling jury.
Please bear with me a moment, Mr. Gilman.
Yeah, I'm calling jury tampering if Karen gets anything other than an acquittal here. This is ridiculous.
Thank you for answering my questions, Mr. Gilman.
You're welcome.
Anything else, Mr. Lally? Okay.
Just very briefly, Your Honor. What if any, Mr. Gilman, what if any,
Mr. Gilman, you were asked about the snowfall between 12 a.m. and 1 a.m. How much snow again was there during that time frame?
During that time frame, about 0.3 of an inch.
0.3 of an inch?
And during that time frame was probably the least amount of snow that was on the ground during the course of the storm, correct?
Stop it, bro.
During that hour or two previous, there's really.
Are you really?
In fact, I
gonna
have
read
this
far?
chart I showed, the graph, the map. It just showed a trace of zero. There was less than an inch on the ground. And we measure snow on the ground in whole numbers, so it would either be 1 inch or zero.
And so that would be during what you've characterized as the track a cat stage, correct?
Yes.
And so it's during that track a cat stage that there's the least amount of snow between the frozen ground and anything that may come down on top of it, correct?
Yes.
Now, quickly as it applies to visibility.
Bro.
When you were asked about visibility in 30 feet, you said all other things being equal. What are some of the things that would make it unequal?
A car in front of you, a building in front of you, a person, anything other than weather. And there are other types of weather that can lower the visibility besides snowfall, including fog.
So darkness, as far as nightfall versus daytime, that would have a negative impact on your visibility?
There was no fog. Stop it.
What about lighting? How would lighting impact the visibility of an object?
I really can't say that. Lighting, obviously, you need some light to see anything. That's really all I could say.
And lastly, sir, as far as wind chill is concerned, again, could you explain to the jury exactly what is wind chill? What is it measuring?
Again, it was developed for the military in the 50s to help design. It was actually done here at the Natick Labs here in Massachusetts to help design cold weather gear, because prior to that time, during World War II, the Korean War, unfortunately, especially Air Force aviators were suffering. They had clothing that might have been adequate for the temperature, but because of the wind, they suffered frostbite and other ill effects. And so research was done, and the result of that was a wind chill temperature, the way it would feel to the human body based on the wind on a certain temperature.
And so the wind chill is measuring the impact of how a person experiences the air temperature, correct?
Exactly.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
What if any snow
No further questions, Your
All
Honor.
right,
What if any
Mr.
snow
Gilman,
was
we're all
inside
set.
the house?
You're welcome.
Mr.
Thank you.
Gilman?
Do you have any non-specific or identification?
I have relinquished them to this nice young lady.
Thank you.
Thank you, plot twist pending.
So fine. Next witness.
Thank you. The Commonwealth recalls Nick Garino.
Okay,
Oh shit.
Your Honor, I'll inform this will be the last recall for Mr. Garino.
thank you.
Oh, please tell me they're gonna cross his ass now. Right after this. Sarah, be creative. Thank you so much. So drift, Your Honor. Excuse me. Drift. Yeah.
So, Mr. Revy, I'm just giving the court.
Yeah, that's the ticket. That's the ticket.
Good afternoon.
Fucking guy.
Again, if we need to stand it in.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Boo, you suck.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Oh shit.
Last time you appeared, there were a number of extraction reports that we introduced into evidence. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And just remind us briefly what an extraction report is?
It's the information from the cell phones that I pull up via Silver.
All right, so I'm just going to ask that this witness identify himself.
My apologies, Your Honor. Could you please again introduce yourself to the jury? Spell your last name for the record.
It's Nicholas Kilme.
Trooper Nicholas Garino, Guarino.
You would explain what an extraction report is.
Yes, it's the information in the cell phones. We can create PDFs or portable cases from information, whatever is specified.
This guy might have
An extraction report, can it be general or more narrow?
Case.
Yes, it can be.
I want to introduce a few more extraction reports that we didn't get to last time.
Okay.
In this case,
Fact.
did you use Mr. O'Keefe's phone to create an extraction report that included all of his calls from the 28th and the 29th of January 2022?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah, this guy's hands might be the dirtiest out of everybody. Like, he's the reason. He's one of the main reasons why Sandra Birchmore's death was ruled a suicide.
And your document, do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's John O'Keefe's call logs from everyone from the 29th to the 28th. Right.
I move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I hate this guy so much.
65.
This is another guy. Like, I hope fucking horrible things fucking happen to him. Bro.
Did you create an extraction report that included a text message between the defendant and Jennifer McCabe?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Like, I hope this guy lives a living nightmare for the rest of his life, bro. Like, just a living nightmare he can't wake up from.
And in your document, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, it's the text chain from the defendant to Jen McCabe.
I move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
66.
One moment.
Like, seriously, I hope this guy
With the court's
gets
permission, could Mr. Garino
fucking
read?
rash on his balls that he just has to learn to live with forever. Like, just fucking burn.
Could you kindly read that and explain it to the jury?
With all the information on it.
Yes.
This is from the defendant to Jen McCabe, 7:26:52 a.m. on the 29th. It says, "Can you send me Kerry's number?"
Thank you. Did you further create an extraction?
In terms of that reading of the document, you just have to check on
Yeah, like I hope he gets elephantitis of the dick, and like he has to explain that shit away every time he's about to get laid. Like I hope he like hooks up with like hot women, and then every time it comes time to take off his pants, he's got to fucking give some explanation as to why his dick looks like John Merrick or fucking Rocky Dennis.
Can you review that again?
Yes.
And do you see who
Seriously,
that's
I
from
can't stand this guy. Fuck this guy.
and who it's to?
I'm sorry, I missed it. It's from Jen McCabe to the defendant.
And what does it say?
Can you send me Carrie's number?
What time and date?
That is 7:26:52 a.m. on April 29th, 2022.
Thank you. Did you do a further extraction report from John O'Keefe's phone with text messages between him and a person named Kaylee?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
You recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the text chain between John O'Keefe and Kaylee.
The date?
It goes, sorry, it's kind of faded. January 28th, 2022 to January 29th, 2022.
Thank you. I move this into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Scott McGinnis.
Thank you.
He's way down in the buffer zone. He knows there's going to be sirens in a second. There they go. Thanks, Scott. Appreciate the heads up.
Okay, Trooper Garino, we're done with extraction reports.
Okay.
Did you have an opportunity to obtain phone messages, phone calls, and text messages between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe?
Hold it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Garino, did you have an opportunity to obtain phone calls, voice messages, and text messages from the defendant to Mr. O'Keefe's phone on the evening of January 29th, 2022?
Yes, I was.
Where did you get the phone call records from?
From John O'Keefe's phone.
Where did you get the voicemails from?
Also from John O'Keefe's phone.
Where did you get the text messages from?
From John O'Keefe's phone.
Did you have an opportunity to take those phone calls, the voice messages, and the text messages?
So
and
why
put
didn't
them in
you
a
get them from Jen
chronological order?
McCabe's phone?
Yes, I did.
Did you include all of the phone calls, all the text messages, and all of the voicemails?
Between John O'Keefe and the defendant, yes.
Did you create a PowerPoint to put them in a chronological order?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Show Mr. Alessi.
Sorry. Showing you a binder, sir. Could you open it up? Tell us what this is.
Yes, this is the phone calls and text messages between the defendant and John O'Keefe, as well as the voicemails. Well,
Is there a package in the front of that binder?
yes, there is.
And what is that package?
It says defendant's voicemails and on 1/29/2022. The USB thumb drive that should have those files on.
Your Honor, I move this binder as the next exhibit. It would include both a PowerPoint presentation as well as a clip of the phone calls.
No objection, Your Honor.
Should, yes. Do you need the thumb drives?
I don't.
Okay.
Mark this, please.
Exhibit 68. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like Alessi's gonna wreck this fucking guy.
With the court's permission, I would ask that Trooper Greeno take us through the PowerPoint presentation.
Yes.
Thank you.
Is it okay to begin? Okay.
Please.
So this is the phone calls on the 29th. So at 12:35 a.m., the defendant calls John. That phone call is not answered. 12:34:09 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:34:38 a.m., the defendant
love
calls
this.
John. It's not answered.
I love how they're just showing the calls that weren't answered and leaving out the ones that were. I love that shit.
12:35:35, the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:36:09 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered.
Trooper Greeno, let me stop you there for a second.
Mhm.
Did you look into any internet connection between the defendant's phone and the router and the internet connection at Meadows Ave, John O'Keefe's home that night?
Oh, wait,
Yes.
never mind. This is
12:36:39
my fault.
a.m.
This is Karen Reed's phone. My bad. The fuck?
At Mr. O'Keefe's home.
Look at it in person. The no network that's listed under it. There's two, Pat's Fan 123 and O'Keefe 74.
Did
Two
you
names.
learn the range that a connection must be in order to connect to his router?
Yes, so depending on the router, it's either a 2.4 gigahertz or a 5 gigahertz radio band or signal band, I should say. Depending on which one it's connecting to, which band, it's either 150-foot indoor range
Oh, I'm
or
in the
up to
wrong
300
one.
feet outdoor. So
Hold on. Sorry, guys.
again, when you pull into your
You guys are
home,
gonna get mad at me. My bad. I gotta go back to the louder one. I was like, why is this so low? Just 1 second, guys.
Meadows Ave that night.
There we go.
yes, 12:36:39 a.m.
That's much
Please
better.
continue.
At 12:36:40 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 12:37:08 a.m.,
Oh, thanks,
the
Down
defendant
Below.
calls John, and voicemail number 1 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman, would you kindly play the voicemail for 12:37:08?
At 12:38:26 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:39:03 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:39:37 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:40:43 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 12:41:35 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 2 is left. Some beeping noises, appears to be a butt dial or accidental call.
Ms. Gilman, could you play the
Ah!
voice message at 12:41:35?
Why does he know that? And why didn't the fuck is that? Jesus Christ. Why didn't the defense object? It seems to be a butt dial. What? Why didn't the defense object to that?
The defendant then texts John O'Keefe at 12:55:31 a.m. on the 29th. I'm going home. The defendant texts John O'Keefe, sorry, see you later at 12:55:50 a.m. on the 29th. At 12:58:19 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:58:47 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:59:24 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 3 is left
Consistent
with
with
voice.
someone who thinks that she's just being blown off.
Ms. Gilman?
John, I'm here with your fucking kids. Nobody knows what the fuck you are, you fucking pervert.
She thinks he's cheating. This is all exculpatory.
At 1 a.m. 26 seconds, the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 1 a.m. 49 seconds, the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 4 is left. It's 1 second called, no sound.
Ms. Gilman?
That was it. The defendant texts John O'Keefe, your kids are cucking alone at 1:02 a.m. on the 29th. Defendant texts John O'Keefe, I'm back in Mansfield. The kids are home alone. 1:04:14 a.m. on the 29th. At 1:10:17 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 5 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman?
Yeah, it's 1 in the morning. I'm with your fucking niece and nephew. You fucking pervert. You're a fucking pervert.
At 1:10:44 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 1:12:18 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 1:12:46 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 1:13:13 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. Sorry. At 1:14:11 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 1:14:44 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 1:16:10 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 1:16:38 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. At 1:17:37 a.m., the defendant calls John. So when voicemail 6 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman?
John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit your niece. I need to go home. You are fucking using me right now. You're fucking another girl. Kim's sleeping next to me. You're a fucking loser. Fuck yourself.
I mean, that's it.
At 1:18:38 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. At 4:38:14 a.m., the defendant calls John.
Thinking that
Not
he went inside
answered.
the house.
4:38:49 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:39:39 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:40:05 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:42:05 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:42:54 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:45:10 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:04:27 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:21:28 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:21:58 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:23:26 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 7 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman?
At 5:24:27 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:25:28 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:26:14 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:28:16 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:28:43 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:29:21 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:29:46 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:30:15 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:30:52 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:31:21 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:36:29 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 6:03:02 a.m., the defendant calls John, and voicemail number 8 is left with some voice and noise and background.
Ms. Gilman, could you play that, please?
Yes, I need someone to see 34 beautiful Vietnam living in Pepper's now. Yeah. Okay, I know.
You won't be able to hear it.
I don't see Harry.
You won't be able to hear it here. And that's the thing is they can't enhance it because then it's tampered with. But this is the recording where at the end she says, "Are you coming out of the house?" Or because certain calls went to voicemail because other calls she just hung up before they got to voicemail. You can hear the windshield wipers. No, I think she was in the car, but there it was right there.
I know, Mom. I know the answer. I know.
If we have the lights on, please. I have no further questions.
Wow.
Right.
No
Mr.
further
Leslie, does this
questions.
seem like a good time to take the lunch and recess?
Does, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah. I
All
want to
right,
be fresh
so folks, we will
and
take a
destroy this guy on
45-minute
cross when he
lunch
comes back.
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks and follow me.
Goodbye.
Wow. So, yeah. I mean, this guy has been like Guarino keeps testifying in increments, and I don't know why that is. It's very bizarre. Cheryl with an S, rainy Tuesday in the buffer. Oh man, you guys, man, let me tell you something. You guys listening that are out there in the buffer zone right now, man, you guys are heroes. Seriously. They're always out there, even in the rain and the snow and the cold. It doesn't matter. They're always out there to show care and support and to show the world that Karen has support. And they're some of the most important people in this entire movement. So much love and respect to all of them. Yeah, so Alessi's going to do cross finally on this asshole when we come back from lunch, and I'm sure we're going to spend the rest of the afternoon on it because there's a lot of shit that Alessi's going to want to address Guarino with. Because guys, what you got to understand is Guarino is the one who first tried to say this whole thing about Celebrite and that the 2:27 a.m. search wasn't a thing. He also missed like something like 30 something thousand text messages from Sandra Birchmore's case. Now, if you guys don't know, Sandra Birchmore was a young woman who was murdered, but at first it was ruled a suicide, and she was a victim of grooming and sexual abuse, sexual assault by multiple police officers, but specifically William Farwell, who has now been charged by the U.S. Attorney's Office and is now being prosecuted for the murder of Sandra Birchmore. But it was ruled a suicide, and you're going to hear some familiar names in that, Guarino being one of them. Also, a particular a one officer Lank, who was ironically one of the first people to go inside Sandra Birchmore's home. And it was ruled a suicide, even though it turns out she did not commit suicide. Oh, Matthew Farwell. Sorry. William Farwell's his brother. Excuse me. I get the two confused sometimes. So it was Matthew Farwell who actually murdered her and is charged with her murder. And her brother, William Farwell, engaged in a sexual relationship with her as well. It started when, well, at least with Matthew Farwell, it started when she was underage. There's a lot more to it. You want to follow Mizzy, a mixed up girl in a mixed up world, Mizzy. You want to follow her because she has been the voice for Sandra Birchmore for quite a while now. So, yeah, that's a whole nother thing. And Annie from 10 to Life did a video on that, and then did another video connecting the Sandra Birchmore case to the Karen Reed case. So oh yeah, you guys reminded me. What was I gonna do here? Oh, Robert Devine. I don't know. What we can do in the meantime, real quick, just to educate ourselves a little bit more. I feel like it would be helpful. Let's take this time to educate people on the Sandra Birchmore case, shall we? So we'll watch Annie's video because, she's not going to fucking strike me. So we'll watch Annie's video on Sandra Birchmore just so you guys could get a little bit more educated on this.
Everybody, welcome back to an all new episode of 10 to Life with me, Annie Elise. The case that we're talking about today is a difficult one. It's one that we have talked about in the past briefly. I believe it was on the podcast. It wasn't here on YouTube, but it's one there where there was conspiracy. There was, allegations of police cover up. It was in a similar area, which I'll get into the details, is as the Karen Reed thing. So people were screaming, there's so much police corruption. There's this, there's that. And anytime we hear about there being a cover up by a police officer or some sort of corruption taking place, it's not that it's difficult to believe it, because we see that it unfortunately does happen often, but it's almost, at least for me, and tell me how you guys feel, but you're almost reluctant to believe it because it's like you don't want to jump to being a conspiracy theorist right out of the gate. You don't want to think the worst. But in today's case, we now have a police officer who was accused of that, who's been indicted for murder. And the details of this case, it's not even just that, guys. It goes so much deeper. We went through all the documents, all the discovery, the warrant, all this stuff. And it is like, as a mom, as a human, as a female, it's heartbreaking. It is so heartbreaking because here you had this young woman who I believe probably thought that she was in love. She probably thought she was in love, that she was having her fairy tale ending. She was pregnant, all of these things. And it could not have been further from the truth. And there are some similarities and some interconnections with.
Actually, that's not true. No, I knew Annie before she even, before her channel even blew up. We've been friends a long time.
People who were involved with the Karen Reed case as well, which makes you wonder, is that going to now have a brighter light on it? Because when everybody first started talking about this case, which, sorry, I know I haven't said the name yet. Oh my gosh, Sandra Birchmore. So as this Karen Reed trial was happening and everybody was talking about that, it brought the Sandra Birchmore case to light a little bit because not many people had heard about it at that point. But then when you had some of these same players involved, people were looking at the two of them and being like, wait, there's something here. There's something interesting. And now there's more information that has come out in Sandra's case, and it's disgusting and heartbreaking. And sorry, I'm not meaning to talk, but I want to give you guys the full rundown of everything that happened because this case is very complex. It wasn't just what everybody's hearing right now of, oh, she was pregnant. This cop staged her taking her own life and he was having an affair with her. It goes almost.
Yeah, the rain travels north, man. Like we got the rain you guys are getting in Dedham right now is rain that we had the last 2 days. So it made it up to you guys. Now it's sunny here, but it's probably going to rain again tomorrow. So you guys are going to get more rain probably by the weekend, most likely.
Almost 10 years deeper with that, specifically his relationship with this girl. So I want to go through the text messages with you, details, their history, all of it, because he's not the only one who needs to be held accountable. There are more people involved in this. So we're about to blow the lid off of everything. Buckle up, guys. Today's going to be an interesting one, a wild one, and an infuriating one. So let's jump right into it.
This is 10 to Life with Annie Elise.
On February 2nd, 2021, at a hospital in Newton, Massachusetts, Michelle Farwell, who was a wife to police detective Matt Farwell, gave birth to their third child. This happened at 9:25 a.m. However, 12 hours earlier, 34-year-old Matthew was 2 hours away. He was inside apartment 3307 in the Canton Woods apartments, and he was visiting Sandra Birchmore, who was just 23 years old. Matthew was seen entering the apartment complex lobby at 9:14 p.m. and then exiting just 29 minutes later. Then, 12 hours later, while Matthew was holding his brand new baby boy, Sandra Birchmore, who was allegedly 3 months pregnant with Matthew's baby, was found dead. Stoughton is a town in Norfolk County, Massachusetts. The population is a little over 29,000 people, and the town is approximately 17 miles from Boston, and it's 31 miles from Providence, Rhode Island. Now, this quiet little town would soon become the center of news articles and Reddit threads for the grooming of minors going on inside their Stoughton Police Department Explorers program. See, the Explorers program is a program within police departments nationwide, which enables young adults to gain hands-on experience for a potential career in law enforcement. It's also a chance to network with employed law enforcement officials and even go on ride-alongs in their squad cars. This program never existed in Stoughton until Robert Devine took over in 2001, and the program blew up, and by 2011, more than 300 kids had gone through this program. The kids loved the program, and most kids even found a home within it, and Robert kind of took on like a fatherly figure role for most of these kids. He gave them a sense of stability that a lot of them had never had before. So in 2013, when 13-year-old Sandra Birchmore entered the program, she was one of those kids looking for stability and a father figure. Sandra was raised by her single mother, Denise Birchmore. However, Sandra's grandmother and aunt also lived with them and helped raise her. Now, Sandra had no relationship with her birth father, and her stepfather died when she was really young. Her mother was also also always sick throughout her childhood. But no matter what Sandra's circumstances were, she was always optimistic about her future. Nonetheless, she was yet another highly vulnerable 13-year-old child, and she was entering this Explorers program, looking for something to be involved in, something to just sink her teeth into. And of course, entering this program, she had no reason not to trust these police officers. They're people that we are taught to trust from a very, very young age. However, it was just to find out that not all cops are good cops. Like I said earlier, Robert was the leader and the one responsible for the Explorers program, but he also had help from 2 other members of the Stoughton Police Department, twin brothers, William and Matthew. Now, prior to joining the department, Matthew and William both served as part of the explosive ordnance team leaders overseas. By 2012, they were both police officers in Stoughton and also active with the Explorers program. They both donated their time as physical and drill instructors, as well as taught the explosive class. They brought in bomb robots, blast jackets, and shields, and honestly, from the sounds of it, they were both very, very good at what they did. And as for Robert, well, at that point, he was at the peak of his professional career after completing his 15th year at the Stoughton Police Department. And in many ways, he was even the public face of the department. The community trusted him, but the community really had no idea what was going on behind closed doors within this Explorers program. They had no idea that these 3 men were grooming, abusing, and Sandra Birchmore, and also quite possibly doing this to others. But this apparently didn't start with Sandra Birchmore. According to past victims that have come forward, Robert has always been the town creep. Back in 2001, he was a school resource officer. And in a perfect world, someone like a school resource officer should be someone that you really trust, but he ended up being the exact opposite. He allegedly used his power to flirt, to touch, and just get a little too comfortable with vulnerable preteen girls. And there was one specific woman who came forward from his time as a middle school resource officer. She was just 12 years old at the time, and that year her parents were going through a really bad divorce. Now, middle school, we can probably all agree, sucks in general, but add in a divorce to the mix, and it just puts a lot of stress on a child. And Robert became very close with this young girl, often calling her hot and telling her all about the dates that he was going to take her on when she turned 18. I mean, just a creep through and through. He would constantly flirt with her, and he would hang out with her in his squad car.
Yeah, this guy groomed Sandra Birchmore before Matthew Farwell even got a hold of her. She was a child.
Robert really abused his power for years and years, and he just got away with it until one day when he didn't. Now, Sandra Birchmore was described as happy, fun, sweet, and loving. However, Sandra had another side to her as well. She was an oversharer, and she would often make people uncomfortable with this. She seemed emotionally stunted through her teenage years and was also pretty immature as well. She struggled to keep friends, and she could often ask too many questions while also offering too much of herself at the same time. She was also very naive and never had proper male role models in her life to look up to. So when Matthew, William, and Robert came into her life, she kind of clinged to them, particularly Matthew. Here it was, these guys in power, in powerful positions, these responsible, educated adults. Why wouldn't you seek their guidance, their attention, right? And they all took advantage of it. So much so that Matthew and Sandra began a sexual relationship when Sandra was just 15 years old and he was 26 years old. And this relationship would carry on through her adult life.
Wow.
In December of 2020, she found out that she was pregnant. She was pregnant with Matthew's baby. She was so excited, and she began telling everybody almost immediately. Now, at the time, she was working as a first-year's teacher's assistant at Sharon Middle School. She told one of her coworkers that she was about 4 or 5 weeks along, and the coworker found it a little bit weird because usually people will wait until they're a little bit further along, and usually only the first people to know are people who are really close or family members. But it seemed like Sandra was just over the moon, and she couldn't keep this excitement to herself. She had even reached out to friends that she hadn't spoken to in years to tell them about this pregnancy. She also told people at her apartment complex who she had only really spoken to a few times before. She was just so excited, and she wanted people to know. However, Matthew, he wanted absolutely nothing to do with it. A few days after Christmas, Sandra had told Matthew that she was pregnant, and they ended up in a pretty heated verbal argument, which led Sandra kicking Matthew out of her apartment. And as Matthew was leaving, he stopped and looked back at Sandra, and he said, "I wish you would kill yourself. I wish you were dead." Now, while the fight was a big one, it didn't make Sandra any less excited for this baby. It was not uncommon for them to have these huge fights and then inevitably reconcile a few days later, so she just began buying things for the baby and preparing to give the baby a good life, no matter who was or wasn't going to be in their lives. Then on Friday, January 29th, Sandra ran into a coworker in the hallway at work, and being the oversharer that Sandra was, she began to tell her everything. Now, this wasn't a coworker who Sandra really ever talked to. They had opposite teaching schedules, so they rarely saw each other, and really, they barely knew each other. But Sandra told her she was pregnant, and she also told her that she was very stressed out because of issues she was having with her boyfriend. See, Sandra told her how Matthew, her boyfriend, was married. He had other children, and she mentioned that he was a Stoughton police officer. Sandra said that he was very angry about the pregnancy and that he had told her to get rid of the baby because this was not the plan that he had in mind. But she said she was still super excited about the baby. She was overwhelmed but excited. The last thing that Sandra told her coworker was, if something happens to me, he would be the one responsible.
Wow.
The coworker immediately asked her about a restraining order, but Sandra explained that he was too high up in the police department and he knew too many people, so it wouldn't do any good anyway. It wasn't going to help the situation. So after hearing this huge bombshell and allegation, Sandra's coworker allegedly went to Darren Reynolds, the school principal, so she could tell him all about it and relay the information that she had just learned from Sandra. She told him every single detail that Sandra had shared with her, and she said, Sandra needs help, and she needs it now. The principal assured her that he would take the appropriate action, and that was the end of the conversation. Now, the conversation happened on a Friday, and that following Monday night, on February 1st, a snowstorm was set to hit. Sandra texted a coworker to ask if she thought that the school would be canceled due to the storm, and even though school didn't end up being canceled the next day, Sandra never showed up, and she didn't show up the day after either. So finally, on the morning of February 4th, Ensley Codard, a patrolman for the Canton Police Department, got a call from the school resource officer. The call was requesting to complete a welfare check on Sandra. Sandra had not shown up to work for the third day in a row now, and when they called her, her phone was going straight to voicemail. The resource officer provided Officer Codard with Sandra's address, and at 11 a.m., two
Sarah,
officers
get
knocked on
the
her door
5
announcing that they were there.
Thank you, Sarah.
The officers contacted their sergeant to let them know that nobody was answering, and that's when they were told to try to locate her vehicle in the parking lot. The car was found, and it appeared untouched, and the reason that it appeared untouched was since there had been that snowstorm, it would have been clear if the car had been touched, somebody had tried to gain access to it, and the snow wouldn't have looked untouched. But when they saw it, the snow was certainly untouched. So officers were able to retrieve a copy of Sandra's apartment key from the building management, and they entered her apartment. They immediately noticed that the apartment was completely disheveled, and it was unkept and also had 2 cats running around. When they approached the bedroom door and opened it, there was Sandra. She was on the floor against a door with what appeared to be a lanyard-type rope secured tightly around her neck, which was also secured tightly to the door handle of the bedroom closet. It was very obvious that she was dead, and she had been there for a while because rigor mortis was already setting in, and there was a large pool of dried blood around her mouth. So they immediately called for backup, and after Sandra was pronounced dead, an investigation was launched into her death, with Matthew Dune taking the role as the lead investigator on her case. And ultimately, the medical examiner ruled Sandra's death as suicide with asphyxiation by hanging. When Sandra's friends and family began to learn of her passing, they were absolutely shocked. I mean, to say the least. Speculation was running
I think it's done. Dunne.
wild that Sandra committed due to her fight with Matthew and him wanting to end things, not wanting the baby. But Sandra's family knew that she would never commit suicide over a fight with Matthew. They felt like she had way too much to look forward to, and that it just did not make sense because she was so excited to be a mom. The day after Sandra's body was found, the Stoughton Police Chief, Donna McNamara, was contacted by a detective from the Massachusetts State Police because family had reached out to them to inform them of Sandra's relationship with Matthew at this point. Now, none of the family knew that he was in the apartment that night, but they did know that she was pregnant. They knew that she was in a relationship with a married police officer who was not happy about her pregnancy, and now she was dead. So that day, the police chief directed Deputy Chief Brian Holmes to conduct an internal investigation into, quote, the matter of the unattended death of Sandra Birchmore. The investigation report, although heavily redacted, was released 19 months later. And by then, Robert, Matthew, and William had all already resigned from the Stoughton Police Department. The property manager of the apartment complex that Sandra lived in assisted the detectives in going through video footage, and it only showed the front lobby. But they looked through this footage that was prior to the day that she was found dead. And sure enough, on Sunday, January 31st, Sandra was seen multiple times. She left the building at 9:51 a.m. while talking on the phone. She re-entered the building at 10:08 a.m. carrying a large box, which we now know was a car seat. She left again at 10:11 and came back 3 hours later, talking on the phone, this time holding 2 pizza boxes. Then she left again at 4:39 p.m. and returned 2 minutes later, texting on her phone. On February 1st, she was seen at 5:46 p.m. holding a snow brush. And that was the last time that Sandra was ever seen alive. The maintenance man and property manager recognized everybody entering and exiting the lobby on the video surveillance that evening, all except one man, who was described as tall, burly, wearing jeans, work boots, a dark hoodie with the hood over his head, and a blue medical mask. He was seen entering the lobby at 9:13 p.m. and then leaving the building at 9:43 p.m. It was later confirmed that this person was in fact Matthew. And this also
not only was it confirmed that it was Matthew, he admitted that it was him.
Confirmed that Matthew was the last person to ever see Sandra alive. Now, Matthew was allegedly there to end things with Sandra for good that night. But what's weird about this situation is that we know how Sandra was. She was constantly oversharing, and she was quick to tell people things as soon as they happened. She had even gotten in trouble in the past at work for oversharing details of her life. So if Matthew went over there and broke things off with her for good, you would think that she would text somebody to talk about it, to tell somebody what was going on. But she didn't do that at all. Now, according to detectives, she instead walked into her bedroom, put a lanyard around her neck, sat down on the ground, and hung herself on a closet doorknob, killing not only herself, but also her baby that she was so excited to have. It just was not adding up, and anyone close to Sandra knew that she would never, ever do this. And then come to find out, Darren Reynolds, the principal at the middle school that Sandra worked at, he never contacted the police about that concerning information that was reported to him by Sandra's coworker. So now it really wasn't adding up. When Darren was confronted about why that call was never made, he stated that he didn't even remember having the conversation about Sandra feeling unsafe with any of the staff members, which is not really a type of conversation that you would forget, right? And when the staff members caught wind of that, they were all extremely upset because this was obviously not the truth. When Sandra's coworkers learned of her death, everybody was in shock, and they had staff meetings, and they were even offered counseling. However, as the days went on, nobody ever mentioned Sandra again, not even Principal Reynolds. There was allegedly no follow-up on their mental health, no asking about how they were coping with the unexpected death of one of their own. I mean, nothing. It was almost as if it never even happened, and that they, or Darren Reynolds, just wanted it all to go away. On April 8th, just over 2 months after her death.
Kind of like Enrique Delgado Garcia. Nothing to see here.
Robert, the head of that Explorers program, the one who spearheaded the whole thing, was interviewed by a couple of people, by a retired police chief and also a unit detective. And this was part of Stoughton's internal investigation into the death of Sandra. During the interview, Robert, of course, continuously denied that he had any type of relationship or contact with her. And at that point, there had been no communication between the two of them ever found. And when he was informed of that, he said, "You won't find it." However, just over a month later, investigators were reviewing the contents of Sandra's laptop when a conversation thread was discovered in her Facebook Messenger. The profile that she was communicating with appeared to be a blocked or anonymous Facebook user. But based on the context of the conversation, they actually quickly learned that the user appeared to be Robert himself. The context led investigators to learn that this person was an attorney as well as a Stoughton police officer, just like Robert was. And there was discussion of meeting in all different locations throughout Stoughton, all while on duty in his patrol car. Now get this, the name of this profile, this Facebook profile, was noted as Marty Riggs, just like that movie Lethal Weapon, where Mel Gibson played a police officer named Martin Riggs. So now we have 47-year-old Robert, head of this program that Sandra was in, using an undercover Facebook account of a fictional character. Also, he could communicate with Sandra and other minors in his Explorer group. And to make it even worse, sources stated that these messages were so graphic and explicit that they could not even be released to the public. A second interview with Robert was scheduled for mid-August. However, just 3 days before this interview took place, the police chief was notified that he had resigned from his recently demoted position as a patrol officer. His resignation was effective the next day. The resignation letter indicated that he was filing for retirement, and if there were any other further questions or areas to cover within the investigation, they needed to provide it to him in writing. So investigators sent Robert a letter with questions, and a few days later, Robert responded. He stated that he desired to cooperate and suggested that his account was hacked, which internal investigator leaders claimed was absolutely outrageous. Not true. Robert retired about 5 weeks before the findings of the internal investigation was released, and in fact, he collected a full pension of nearly $5,000 a month. He's also still a licensed attorney in the state of Massachusetts. Now, during the investigation, detectives came across 2 letters in his personal file. One of the letters was from April 17th, 2014, and it was from the parent of one of the explorers in his program. In this letter, the police department and Robert in particular are commended and praised for what they were doing for the community. And that letter was from Sandra's mom, Denise Birchmore. Now, at the time that this letter was written, Sandra was 16 years old and at least a year into this sexual relationship with Matthew, another lead adult of this program. Matthew, of course, was also being investigated. And a few days after Sandra's death, he consented to a data extraction from his iPhone. And then a couple of months later, Matthew's work phone from the police department was also turned over and analyzed. There was no communication on either phone. However, they knew that there was some sort of communication because Matthew had stated in a previous interview that he deleted all of his communication with Sandra. So really, they just couldn't find it. It's not that it never happened. The report of the investigation was handed over to the district attorney, and then he put out a statement saying, after state police detectives and the medical examiner found no evidence of foul play in the death of Miss Birchmore, the Norfolk District Attorney's Office referred information developed in the death to the Stoughton Police Department for action. While prosecutors will review any additional information, it should be noted that in light of Miss Birchmore's death at age 23, the investigation to date has not developed a prosecutable statutory case against any individual. So at the end of 2022,
wow.
Sandra's family filed a lawsuit against Robert, Matthew, and William for her wrongful death, alleging that the officers groomed her
That's
from her
your
early
Michael
teens into her
Morrissey
adult
right
life.
there.
And the civil suit named Matthew, William, and Robert as defendants in an ongoing scheme of grooming, misconduct, and negligence in a 10-year period of sexual abuse and mistreatment. Sandra's family also sued the police department and the town. The suit claims that the Stoughton internal investigation found that Matthew had known Sandra since she was 13 years old and began having sex with her when she was 15 years old, which definitely would have constituted statutory rape, as the age of consent in Massachusetts is 16 years old. Police released their heavily redacted report on everything, which said that there was insufficient evidence to prove or disprove that Matthew violated any laws, in part because, quote, investigators would need the testimony of Sandra, who
Dude,
is
that's so crazy to me that the statute is 16. Like, that shit is gross, bro. Like, I can't look at a 16-year-old without just looking at it, just seeing a kid, you know? Like, I don't understand that.
is deceased. Both the Stoughton report and the lawsuit said that William and Robert had similar sexual relationships with Sandra as well. Robert has risen to deputy chief before being demoted in 2016 over his allegedly improper handling of anti-harassment orders. He ran the Explorers program, and Matthew and William participated. Robert effectively established the guys as his understudies in using their positions.
I mean, 16 is the age in Georgia, I think, too. Like, in a lot of states, in New York, it's the same thing. I don't understand how a 16-year-old can consent and how a 16-year-old is old enough to make the choice, you know, to want to have a baby with somebody who is much older than they are. And it's just bizarre to me. It's just crazy to me. I just don't understand.
Influence while on duty to engage in inappropriate behaviors with minors and with Sandra. So now all of that background on this case brings us to now. In June of this year, talk about the case began ramping up after Dr. Michael Baden, a former chief medical examiner of New York City, who was hired by Sandra's family, said that Sandra did not die by hanging and that her cause of death was strangulation and the manner of death was homicide. He pointed to the injuries on Sandra, including a fracture to the hyoid bone. Death was former chief medical examiner of New York City, who was hired by June of this year, talk about the case began ramping up after Dr. Michael Baden, a former chief medical
Dr. Michael Baden, actually. His name is Dr. Michael Baden, and he happens to be the husband of Linda Baden, who is the co-host of Justice Serve TV with Michael Bryant, friends of the channel. So, Michael Baden is a hero. So he's the reason why Sandra Birchmore's case was ruled a homicide and not and he's the reason why Sandra Birchmore is on the road to getting justice right now. Thanks to no one else but him. as a matter of fact. And, Mizzy.
Medical examiner of New York City, who was hired by Sandra's family, said that Sandra did not die by hanging and that her cause of death was strangulation and the manner of death was homicide. He pointed to the injuries on Sandra, including a fracture to the hyoid bone on her neck, which he stated is very uncommon in self-inflicted hangings. However, it is seen in about half of the homicides by strangulations of women. Now, in response to his claims, the Stoughton police chief released a statement saying, "I was profoundly disturbed and troubled by what I read. While I'm not a trained medical examiner, I am not qualified to draw any direct conclusions. The findings certainly warrant further examination at the highest level. As always, we will continue to assist with any effort to ensure that truth and justice prevail." But then things went quiet. 4 months. That is until August 28th, 2024, when news broke that Matthew Farwell had been indicted for Sandra's murder, and he had been taken into custody. Now, the indictment, which was filed the day prior, was released, and it showed that Matthew was charged with 1 count of killing a witness or victim. It went into very great detail about the relationship that Matthew and Sandra had over the years, and it specifically said that Matthew, quote, used his authority and access to groom, sexually, and ultimately sexually then 15-year-old Sandra. Matthew continued to assault her in a sexual way after Sandra became an adult, and it continues to say that he continued to engage in an extramarital sexual relationship with Sandra until he killed her on February 1st, 2021. So a press conference that was held by the U.S. Department of Justice just a couple hours after this indictment was announced gave even more details about the motive and even the planning that Matthew had done leading up to the day that he killed Sandra.
Less than 2 weeks before she was found dead, someone called the Stoughton Police Department and disclosed that Matthew Farwell had had a relationship with Sandra Birchmore. And when Mr. Farwell learned about that call, he became visibly angry. Mr. Farwell, it is alleged in these court papers, started to lose his patience, lose his temper, and the 6'4" Mr. Farwell started to be physically violent with 4'10" Sandra Birchmore. And Sandra Birchmore told her friends that Mr. Farwell had pushed her and shoved her and put her in a chokehold. She was scared. And during that same time, Mr. Farwell was allegedly planning Sandra Birchmore's murder. For the first time, he requested a key to her apartment. And she told friends that he was oddly inspecting the apartment and looking at the closet, including the closet that she was found dead in front of. And then it all came to a head on February 1st, 2021. Mr. Farwell went over to her apartment that evening, and he strangled Sandra Birchmore to death. That's the allegation in this case. And he used his knowledge and experience as a law enforcement officer to stage her death to look like a... He allegedly attempted to cover his tracks to literally try and get away with murder. And he almost did, until today.
Now, as he was saying that Sandra had mentioned to her friends that Matthew was hurting her, I kept thinking back to her coworker. Remember that coworker that she told if something happens to me, he would be the one responsible? And that was the same coworker who did what she thought she needed to do and tell the principal. But then the principal never did anything about that conversation, which is infuriating because had that principal done something with that information, told the authorities, informed somebody, then maybe there would have been some sort of point of intervention in the sense that this wouldn't have happened and maybe Sandra would still be alive. Now, during the press conference, we also learned more about Matthew's arrest and Sandra's last moments.
At approximately 10:45 a.m. this morning, the FBI arrested former Stoughton police officer Matthew Farwell for allegedly taking the life of Sandra Birchmore in order to ensure her silence. The FBI SWAT team took him into custody at a shopping plaza in Revere without incident. Immediately following his arrest, we shared this significant development with Sandra's family. We know it does not ease their pain, but hopefully it answers some of their questions. Simply put, this case is about seeking justice for Sandra.
Now, you got to understand the grounds in which the feds were able to intervene in this case was because Sandra Birchmore was a witness to the statutory rape case. And they took the angle that he killed her to silence her, which is exactly what he did. That's exactly what happened. Matthew Farwell murdered Sandra Birchmore to silence her. And so the murder of a witness in order to silence them makes it federal. So that's why they were able to intervene. But make no mistake that the reason why they found out what happened to Sandra Birchmore, the reason why they looked into it was because they were investigating Michael Morrissey's office. This is common sense. This is 2 + 2, people. Had they not been investigating the Norfolk County DA's office, they would have never had any interest in this case in the first place.
Who we believe was killed by Matthew Farwell after he allegedly groomed and sexually when she was just 15 years old, violating her body and her civil rights. It's also about keeping Mr. Farwell from getting away with murder and from harming anyone else. We in law enforcement are entrusted with immense authority because our decisions can have life-changing consequences, both good and bad. To temper that power, we must adhere to the highest of ethical standards. What we believe Officer Matthew Farwell did, as outlined in today's indictment, is depraved and a gross betrayal of his sworn oath and the public's trust. Let me be clear. Matthew Farwell's gun and badge did not grant him authority to violate the Constitution, and it certainly didn't entitle him to sexual before killing her and her unborn baby in an attempt to cover up his alleged crimes. What's also troubling is we believe Matthew Farwell staged Sandra's body and her apartment to make it look like she had died by... In the days that followed, this sworn police officer repeatedly lied to Massachusetts State Police investigators about the nature.
So the second that someone is murdered in this case, who is named a witness or a potential witness in the Karen Reed, John O'Keefe case, the second that someone's murdered, that's when the feds can step in. Or the feds can step in when there's enough evidence that a federal crime has taken place. So if like there's clear corruption going on, right? The problem is that can they prove it? Do they have enough to prosecute in a court of law, in a federal court of law? And the question and the answer to that we have to assume is no. They just simply don't have enough evidence yet. But I have the feeling and I have the hope, really, that they will have enough evidence after this case, after this trial is over. Hopefully.
Nature of their relationship. It's a stark contrast to the sheer excitement and pure joy that Sandra felt when she told Farwell that she was expecting his child, texting him a photo of a poster she had made celebrating the pregnancy. Our investigation also uncovered additional evidence that is inconsistent with someone choosing to die by suicide. In the hours leading up to Sandra's death, she reached out to a photographer to inquire about booking a newborn photo shoot. She also reached out to a friend about obtaining baby clothes. And at the time that she was in the middle of doing laundry when she died, with a load in the washing machine and another one in the dryer.
I'm sorry, but anybody who is thinking of taking their own life is not preparing and getting baby clothing. They are not preparing and scheduling a newborn photo shoot. They're not in the middle of changing their laundry over from the washer to the dryer, which is what was happening when she was killed. And it was mentioned in the press conference. She was living life. She was literally taking steps in her daily life in those hours of moving forward, not thinking of taking her own life. So now, not only did law enforcement release the indictment and then have that press conference, but they also released even more documents. Documents that would reveal things that most people never even expected. And I want to warn you, this gets graphic, disgusting, and outrageous. Okay. So to start, as many people would expect, there was plenty of documentation of the conversations that Matthew and Sandra were having over text messages. And when I say plenty, I'm talking along the lines of over 32,000 text messages. Now, a previous document that was released by the Massachusetts.
Now, those 32,000 text messages are very important because those 32,000 text messages were missed initially during the initial investigation by, I'll give you one guess. Why are we talking about this during lunch break? Trooper Nicholas Guarino. So 32,000 text messages missed in the initial investigation. Why?
Massachusetts State Police shared that when Matthew's phone was examined by law enforcement, then that data
right there. On February 9th, 2021, Matthew Farwell consented to a data extraction of his personal iPhone 11, which was then extracted by Trooper Nick Guarino. On April 26, 2021, I received Matthew's work cell phone from Stoughton Police Department. Through Matthew's attorney, consent was given for a data extraction, which was performed by Trooper Nick Guarino. I analyzed both these phones and did not find any communication with Sandra Birchmore. Matt had said in a previous interview that he deleted all communications with Sandra. Now, this is very important, folks, because right here, this is respectfully submitted by the lead investigator in the Sandra Birchmore investigation initially when it was considered a suicide, when it was determined to be a suicide falsely by none other than Sergeant John M. Fanning. John M. Fanning, who for some reason was put in charge of the jury in the last Karen Reed trial. Why the fuck is that? Mike B for the 413, thank you so much. And women's suicides rarely disfigure their bodies. Right. Good point. Yeah. Normally they do something with pills or something like that. Over 32,000 texts were missed by Nicholas Guarino.
Data was extracted by State Trooper Nicholas Guarino. There was no communication that was found between Matthew and Sandra on his personal phone, nor on his work phone. This was after Matthew had said that he deleted the messages between the two of them. Now, coincidentally, or maybe not so coincidentally, this was the same trooper who also couldn't seem to find any of those deleted phone calls that Jen McCabe had made in the Karen Reed case. I mean, seems
oops.
Like a pretty big coincidence, right? Potentially proof of cover-up from multiple law.
Now, I'm trying to tell y'all, Annie's been on the side of everybody this whole time. Annie's been on Karen Reed's side this whole time. Okay. you guys got to understand that Annie doesn't only talk about one case. Like, I'm hyper focused on this case. Annie covers a lot of cases, and I mean a lot, simultaneously. So, but she covered this case quite thoroughly. This was the only YouTube creator that connected to Sandra Birchmore, the only true crime YouTube creator with as many subscribers as she has, to connected the Sandra Birchmore case to the Karen Reed case.
Law enforcement members and for their families.
Now, it may have helped that right before she made this video, I told her about the connection. But she still did it.
I don't know. You can be the one to judge that one and form your own opinions. But anyways, it was clear in many of these text messages that Matthew was worried about it getting out that he essentially was grooming and sexually harming Sandra from a very young age. That's based on the fact that he consistently told Sandra to delete all of their messages because those messages were evidence of his misconduct. Now, some of those texts were them talking about the very first time that they ever had sex. And this first set of text messages took place in 2019, although the first time that they had sex was in 2013. But in this text exchange, Sandra told Matthew that she was glad that he got to be the one to take her virginity, to which Matthew responded that it was, quote, a big thing to get to be the first. About a month later, in another text exchange, Matthew asked, what would you have done if we never used a condom and I never pulled out? And Sandra responded that she still would have finished school. In another one in 2020, Sandra says, I had butterflies so bad the day that you took my virginity. Matthew responds, me too. It was such a big day. Sandra says, I still know the date to this day. Matthew says, really? She says, yes. And then he responds with a smiley face. Sandra says, that's not a date I'll ever forget. It was April 10th, 2013. He sends another smiley face. She responds with best day of my life with a face with the heart emoji. And to that, he replies, me too. Which I just gotta say, if the best day of your life, Matthew, is having sex with a minor who you groomed, you got to figure out your priorities, my man. Now, in another one, Sandra says, I'm glad you agreed to take my virginity, though. To which Matthew responded, me too. And then later he said, LOL, if I pushed, I absolutely could have fucked you without condoms from day one. Just disgusting, right? And then in another conversation, it reads, Matthew says, I wish we had just done it for real the first time. Sandra replies, I know you do, baby, with a sad face. Matthew says, it would have been perfect. Sandra says, yes. Was it still perfect the first time? And he says, of course it was, baby. She replies with a smiley face. Matthew says, I never thought that you would let me. She replies, I never thought that you would. Matthew says, I wanted it so bad. Sandra, so did I. I knew the day we made eye contact that I wanted you to fuck me. Matthew, you should have told me. We could have fucked so much sooner. Sandra, smiley face. Then Matthew says, clear out that last part in a reference to deleting the text messages. He didn't want the trace of that. He didn't want that on record. So Sandra replies, I did. And then he, in a gross detail, which I freaking hate when people say this, especially men, he responds, good girl. So if you think those text messages were bad, and if your blood is boiling, like mine, I'm seething, just wait until I tell you about the other ones. Because there were lots of text messages where he talked about choking her during sex, other gross things. I mean, one of those text messages from him said that he was going to grab her by the throat and say, shut the fuck up now, or I won't pull out. Almost as though like he's getting off on like releasing inside of her, okay? Then in another one, he says, maybe I'll hold you down by your throat while I pound you. Then he asked her how tight he should squeeze. And then he said that he wanted her to feel like, quote, oh my God, this is really happening and I can't stop it. Now, the gist of those, and unfortunately, I've seen similar messages.
Now, I just want to give a disclaimer here. The only reason that shit's gross is because she was a minor. No kink shaming amongst consenting adults, people. No kink shaming.
Different coverage and different kinks and different fetishes. But the gist of that is that he wants to feel as though she doesn't want him to release inside of her, but that he's holding her down, choking her, forcing her so hard that she has no other option and that she knows it's coming, but that she can't stop it. And that's what he gets off on. It's like a power trip kind of thing. And that's what his fetish is in this. And this is just one of the many. There were also numerous text messages where Matthew and Sandra talked about his disgusting fantasies, particularly where he would act like he was doing things to her involuntarily, if you catch my drift, like sexually attacking her against her will. Also, there were times where they would like talk about role playing in these fantasies where she would act younger than she was at the time, which she was already extremely young. There were even multiple times where he wanted her to act like she was his little sister and he was her older brother and he was sneaking into her room at night to assault her. So you're telling me not only are you grooming this young woman, this young girl, I should say, but you have these interesting and perverse, in my opinion, kinks with this young woman that you're trying to act out about releasing and about holding her down, about her having sex against her will. But now you're also going to throw incest into that. And you want her to role play that she's the younger sister, you're the older brother, and you're sneaking into her room at night. It is so deranged and so disgusting. I can't.
Sick.
And in one message, he talked about how he was going to pin her down. And then he said, quote, will you say, Matt, stop. I'm 13. I'm not ready for this. Oh my God, please stop. So the fact that he was doing this.
That means that he actually gets off on the idea of not only rape, but statutory rape. It's disgusting. Like he's a fucking predator. Like he fantasizes about being a predator. And the fact is that Sandra aged out. And that's part of the reason why he killed her. The evidence that we're seeing or hearing right now dictates that he basically had no use for her anymore.
this with a young woman. That was part of his thrill as well. He wanted her to react and say, no, 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 I'm not ready for this. I'm too young. It is so, I don't even know the word, guys. I'm like getting really, really worked up right now. It is so disgusting and so infuriating.
Now Annie's not doing that for dramatic effect. I can tell you as a friend of hers, she's grossed out by this shit. Trust me.
For any human being, it would be disgusting to see these messages and to know that this behavior was going on. This guy was in law enforcement. He was running a group, the Young Explorers program, where he was taking children under his wing and trying to be the safe haven, the guy who was protecting them, the pillar of the community, the police officer. And he's the one. It is just, I need to collect myself for a minute. I'm sorry. It is just such a betrayal on so many levels. So many levels. Now, the thing is, in all of this, deleting those text messages wasn't the only length that Matthew was willing to go to ensure that his dirty little secret didn't get out. In October of 2020, Sandra learned through a friend that Matthew's wife was pregnant. And after learning that, she did two things. One, she drafted a text message to his wife that said, I'm just messaging you to inform you that your husband Matthew has been cheating on you since before you guys were even married. And then two, she gave him an ultimatum. Now, it doesn't seem like she ever sent that text message to Matthew's wife, but the ultimatum that she gave him was that if he would have sex with her with the intention of giving her a baby, then she would not disclose their relationship. So basically, look, I won't blow up your life, I won't blow up your family, but you have to give me a baby, and then I'll stay quiet. And of course, Matthew needed her to be quiet. Not only was he likely to get charged with something over Sandra being a minor when he had first started grooming her and doing things to her and having sex with her, but also he had been meeting up with Sandra while he was on duty. There were times that they even did things together in his patrol car. So essentially,
there are people who have criticized her, and Turtle Boy not being one of them. He got criticized because he said something that was misconstrued, because everybody fucking wants to make him out to be like some nefarious asshole. But the thing about Sandra Birchmore giving Matthew Farwell this ultimatum, basically this but I mean, to put it in terms, to call it what it is, it's basically blackmail. I mean, it's basically blackmail. And that's not to tarnish Sandra Birchmore's memory or reputation. It makes sense why she would do that. You have to understand, this makes her no less of a victim in any way, shape, or form, first of all. Second of all, it's an understandable thing coming from what she was victimized with, how she was victimized, because we're talking about someone who sex, the idea of sex, the joy of sex was robbed from her. That is what rape does. It robs you of the joy of sex. Sex is a gift. It's a blessing. Sexual gratification, human sexual gratification, is a blessing. It is a gift. There's us, and then there's dolphins that feel physical gratification from sex. Two species on the planet. That's it. That's a fact. Look it up. It's a fact. Two species on the planet, us and dolphins. Now, that is a blessing. I refuse to take that for granted. That's why I'm openly a very sexual man. I take pride in it. Right? Now I'm selective about who I sleep with, but I take pride in it. I enjoy it. Why? Because I refuse to squander a gift. Right? So, did she technically blackmail him? Yes, but that in no way makes her less of a victim. Because the way that I see the psychology behind that, now I'm not a mental health professional, but I don't think it takes one. I don't think that it takes one to understand what her reasoning behind this was. Because this was a desperate attempt on Sandra Birchmore's part to get love out of this situation. She had already grown old enough to understand that she was cheated out of this being a pure and beautiful experience. No matter how hard she tried to make it one, she got to a point to where she said, well, I'm going to get something out of this to where it doesn't ruin me for the rest of my life. And in her mind, the justification for that, the way to do that, was to get something out of this relationship that she could genuinely love, like a baby. She wanted something pure from something so impure. That is not nefarious. That is not bad. That is not evil. that is not trifling. This is someone who simply was cheated out of the joy of sex, and it's ruined for her for the rest of her life. So she gets to a point to where she realizes this and says, I want something pure from this. And you're going to give me that. Give me something pure out of this relationship. Give me something that I can love out of this relationship, because I can't love you and you can't love me. So I want something that I can love and is going to love me back out of this fucked up situation. And to me, that is absolutely understandable. I'm not saying it was the right thing to do. I'm saying it was absolutely understandable coming from her, because she has the right to dictate terms. She earned the right to dictate terms because she was cheated. She was robbed of the purity that sex can provide a human being, the beauty behind it. Can sex be dirty and disgusting and filthy? Of course it can, but there could be beauty along with it. When there's love involved, it's a beautiful thing. Doesn't matter what your fucking kinks are. As long as they are between two consenting adults, you can still have the freakiest, nastiest, weirdest fucking sex in the world, as long as it is between two consenting adults, or 3 or 4, as long as everybody involved is an adult. Right? Now, this is the exception because Sandra was not a consenting adult when this started. She was abused, and her abuse was perpetrated by multiple, not only adults, but people of figures of authority in her life. I can't imagine having to manage that, having to cope with that. So it makes sense that something as wild and crazy as giving this man an ultimatum and saying, give me something pure that I can love and that will love me back out of this, because I'm not getting that. To me, that's understandable. I'm not saying it was right. I'm saying that it makes sense coming from her. I understand it.
Essentially, he could be federally charged for a few things, including statutory rape while acting under the color of the law, lying about the hours he worked for compensation while he was actually meeting up with Sandra during that time. I mean, you name it. And Matthew really, really, really did not want that. So they made that agreement. He would try to give her a baby, and she would be silent. So she sent him her ovulation schedule, and the two of them began planning. A week later, though, Sandra and Matthew had a disagreement. Apparently, Matthew thought that the agreement was that Sandra and him would try once for a baby, but Sandra thought that it was going to be an ongoing thing. So over the next couple of months, they talked multiple times over text message about this baby thing. Then on December 28th, Sandra sent Matthew that announcement text, and that included a poster saying, "We are going to be parents." Matthew was not happy about this, not in the slightest. His immediate response was, quote, "I literally have nothing to say right now. How could you express that in a text message when I said I don't appreciate it?" That message was followed up with a text saying, "How far are you?" Sandra replied, "Regardless of how far, we are keeping it, but I'm 3.5 weeks, which means that I conceived this month." Matthew said, "Okay, well, we need to talk then." Sandra said, "No shit, that's obvious. And the birth certificate is being signed, or hers isn't." There were a few more texts in that thread, but essentially Sandra wanted Matthew to be on that birth certificate. But obviously Matthew did not want to be. Now, common sense would tell anyone that that would be a huge risk for him to take, not only professionally, but also personally. I mean, at the time of those messages, his wife was literally 8 months pregnant. But shortly after Sandra told Matthew about her pregnancy, he started allegedly physically harming her, which she ended up disclosing to friends. One friend said that Matthew told Sandra, quote, "That's not my child. I don't want anything to do with you." And then he shoved her to the ground after that. Her therapist also said that Sandra disclosed Matthew shoving her. And it does seem like she was screaming out for help, whether that was subtly or outright to her therapist or her friends. It seemed like she didn't know how to get out of the situation and was likely maybe trauma bonded with him and so manipulated, so groomed that she didn't see a life without him at this point. But despite Matthew clearly not caring about Sandra or the pregnancy, she was determined. She wanted to raise that baby, and she wanted to raise it with Matthew. So she repeatedly brought up that birth certificate. Also the baby having his last name, just all things baby. But things were about to take a very drastic turn when Matthew learned about his work being called by Sandra's friend. Remember that coworker who told him, "Hey, her friend called, said that you guys have been having sex." That was enough. That made him absolutely enraged. So he reached out to Sandra saying, "Dude, your fucking friend just called my job, Sandra. What the fuck?" And Sandra wrote back with question mark. He said, "Your friend blank just called my effing work to complain about me. WTF?" Sandra replied, "I don't know." She didn't even say the whole thing. She just put the IDK. And he said, "What do you mean you don't know?" She says, "I literally just woke up. Matthew said, did you steal from her? She writes, nope. He responds, what's going on? You also told me that nobody knew about us, yet she claimed that we are effing. Sandra responded, it's literally nothing. Matthew says, it's not nothing. She called my job. That's insane. Why would she call and drop my name, Sandra? Like, what do I have to do with you not giving her something? You have no idea how bad what she did is. I literally can't even believe that this is real life. Like, what else do I have to worry about now? Which other friend will do something tomorrow? So in these text messages, and this is just my opinion because I can't speak for Sandra, obviously, but she was giving these like one-word answers. It seems as though she was pissed off and maybe
All
even a little bit removed. Just being
Okay, I was waiting for somebody to say this shit. I know she wasn't a minor when she got pregnant. It doesn't matter. She was already groomed. She was already broken, and she was already groomed and broken by the person who got her pregnant. So it doesn't matter what age she was when she got pregnant. What matters is how the relationship started and under what circumstances and how old she was when it started. Okay, sorry about that. I get pissed. This shit makes me mad. Sorry for jumping to conclusions.
just being like, I don't know, not a big deal, question mark, like not my problem, that kind of thing. And it's clear that he was beginning to realize that he could no longer control her and keep her silent. But then it seems like things seemed to calm down a little bit. Well, at least to Sandra they did, because 3 days after that heated exchange, Matthew went over to Sandra's house. And in her words, he did a complete 180. He asked Sandra for a key to her apartment. He said that if she was quiet, he would come around, he would be involved in the baby's life. And this key request for her apartment was a very big deal, because previously he did not want a key to her place. But now he did. And Sandra happily went and made him one the next morning. In text messages to friends, she said that she finally thought that he was coming around, but she had also told multiple friends that he had looked inside her closet and her bathroom and that it was really weird. She didn't know why he was inspecting her apartment, but now I think we can look back and see, hindsight is 20/20 all the time. And he was looking around, he was trying to figure out where things were, the configuration. Maybe he was beginning to plan. He was also trying to pretend that he was happy and that he would come around to keep her close, get a key to her apartment so he could allow himself entry. All of the signs of premeditation. Now, over the next few days, they talked about the baby, and like usual, Sandra was happy and excited. She even asked him if she could share the baby names, but his response was that it needed to be an in-person conversation, which, as a side note, this needs to be an in-person conversation thing seemed to happen a lot, especially regarding the baby, probably because he didn't want any sort of digital paper trail, right? And then on February 1st, we know he went back to Sandra's apartment, allegedly killed her, and then left without a care in the world. The documents released give even more information about the crime scene and the aftermath. It says that when the investigators got into the apartment, Sandra's body was seated up on the floor in a reclined position with a duffel bag strap tied around her neck. That strap was connected to her closet doorknob, that same closet that he had been inspecting the week prior. Sandra's phone was also found near her when she was found. And when the phone was analyzed by the FBI, it showed that the screen was last turned off around 9:18 p.m. Now remember, Matthew got to her apartment around 9:14 p.m. Then at 9:40 p.m., the phone picked up somebody taking about 8 steps. Matthew left at 9:43 p.m., meaning that Sandra had to have been dead by then. So were those 8 steps he took to stage the phone? I mean, we know that Sandra was constantly on her phone, so did Matthew think that by having her phone a few inches from her body would look less suspicious? Maybe it would look like she had her phone in her hand and then dropped it as she was dying. Maybe he tried to access it to leave a note in it. Who knows? Sandra also had a necklace that she wore every single day. After her death, her family found that necklace lying on the bedroom floor, right where she was. The necklace chain was broken, but not the clasp. It also had a large clump of hair on it, which clearly to them indicated a struggle. Her family also found that poster and that onesie which said, "We're going to be parents," which does make me wonder, was Sandra wanting to use that to tell him about the pregnancy, or is it possible that she wanted to have photos taken with it, which would blow his cover? I'm not sure. But in any event, a couple of days after Sandra's death, Matthew was interviewed. And in that interview, he said that he and Sandra did have a sexual relationship, but that it had only started in 2020. Also, that he had only had sex with her 2 or 3 times in 2020. Not only that, but he also said that this baby could not have been his, because he and Sandra hadn't had sex in months, not since October to be specific. And she wasn't far enough along that the baby could have been his. Now, obviously, all of that was later proven to be untrue. We know that he consented to a search of his phone, but what we also know now is that he used his work phone to make 2 Google searches. One was, can deleted iMessages be recovered by Cellbrite? And number 2, can you revoke consent in Massachusetts? Some pretty loaded searches, right? So it seems like maybe he was worried about this exact thing happening and wanted to figure out if he could get his phone back or if there was any way that law enforcement wouldn't be able to find out, which at that time they supposedly didn't find all of those text messages. And it never ceases to amaze me how people will think that by wiping their phone, factory resetting it, we saw it with Stephen Stearns in the Madeline Soto case, that they actually are getting off scot-free. There's technology, people. There is technology and forensic specialists who will extract the data. So
you're not getting away with that shit.
Now another autopsy was more recently done on Sandra's body by somebody named Dr. Smock. And Dr. Smock came to the conclusion that Sandra's death was not consistent with that of a self-inflicted death. He went over the differences between how things would look if she did it to herself versus if it was done to her. But one of the biggest things that he said was that there was, quote, skin missing from the inferior and lateral aspects of her nose that is consistent with abrasions. Also, that these types of injuries are commonly seen in cases of suffocation when the victim moves their nose back and forth in an effort to breathe. He came to the conclusion that the cause of her death was asphyxiation. But one of the saddest parts of these
That's not true. Rape fantasy is a kink, and it can be pre-rape behavior. Now, I can't relate to a guy who gets into that, but I have met women who are into that. And if a woman gets off that way, who's to judge that woman? If she is an adult and she is consenting, then who's to judge that woman? So no, you don't get to sit here and say that it's not a kink because you don't know what a kink is to some people.
These documents is the description of how Matthew abused Sandra. There is one section at the end that states that there were journal entries made by Sandra where she explains that he would sexually her if she had.
I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I clipped him? Could I tapped him in the knee and incapacitated him? He didn't look mortally wounded as far as I could see, but could I have done something that knocked him out and in drunkenness and in the cold didn't come to again?
In this particular moment, you dropped him off at the party.
Yeah, would have had to.
Your Honor, I have keeper of record certificates I'd like to mark for identification. May I approach?
Yes. Thank you.
There's a series of them, Your Honor. Sure.
Yeah, what the fuck is going on? I thought Alessi was going to cross him. What's going on right now? Is that not happening right now?
And these are all for identification.
Dude, he just handed her a stack of paperwork right there. Like, look at the size of that stack right there. Yeah, this Guadino testimony, I don't know what the fuck is going on. It's the weirdest thing in the world. I don't understand it.
Thank you.
Unless he never said he didn't have questions. He just asked. She just asked if it was a good time to take lunch, and he said yes, which implied that he had questions. Look at this fucking Dougal asshole sitting back there. Carl Dougal's a fucking disgrace. Fuck that guy.
I'd move this into evidence, please.
Right.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I call the Commonwealth's next witness?
Please.
Commonwealth calls Charles Ray.
Oh, okay. So before I click back over, I got it. Okay.
Where do you want to go?
Charles Ray? You mean Charles Lee Ray? You mean Chucky? Yeah, I don't know why they're not cross-examining Guadino. That makes no sense. And the next fucking person that tells me that Guadino is not Hispanic, it's Italian. Maybe so. I don't give a fuck. I'm saying Guadino like it's fucking Guatemalan, okay? So kiss my ass.
If we could, we'll call a different witness who's available.
Okay.
We'll call Kevin O'Hara, please.
Call Kevin O'Hara.
Today, Junior?
Yeah, like what the fuck was that stack of shit, dude, that he handed this lady?
I'll see counsel at sidebar, please.
Man, I don't even know if he's Hispanic. I just don't give a fuck. You don't care. When I see the word guarino, it is my natural instinct to pronounce it guarino. Guarino. All right? Gotta say that shit with the soul of a big ass bowl of rice and beans. Guarino. Actually, it's Dominican, not Dominicant. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That means I can say whatever the fuck I want. Dude, what in the shit is going on right now? Dude, I'm over this shit, bro. I'm about to just crawl into a bottle and stay there until I die. I'm kidding.
All right, Mr. Brennan, the next witness for the Commonwealth is who?
We're going to return to Charles Ray, please.
Okay.
Charles Lee Ray.
Jurors, thank you for your patience.
Chucky. That's totally how that shit went. I remember like there was a radio commercial when that movie first came out, Child's Play first came out. There was a radio commercial, and that was like the music they had. Chucky. It was all scary and shit.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Why are you yelling at him, bro?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Charles Ray. I'm a lieutenant with the Canton Police. Last name R-A-E.
How long have you worked for the Canton Police Department?
Approximately 25 years.
And when were you assigned lieutenant?
Approximately 10 years ago.
I want to go back to January 29th, 2022. Do you remember that morning?
Yes.
Were you working that morning?
Yes, I came in for the day shift.
When you first came in for the day shift, did you have any particular duties or responsibilities?
I would have been a patrol shift commander for the 7:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m. Incoming shift.
Had you learned about an event that occurred at 34 Fairview Road?
I had.
Were you part of that response or group of officers that went to 34 Fairview Road?
No, I was not.
Your role that morning was unrelated to 34 Fairview Road?
Correct.
At some point, did you learn the name of the person who was at 34 Fairview Road that needed medical attention?
I did.
And what was that person's name?
Mr. John O'Keefe.
Did you learn that Mr. O'Keefe was brought to the hospital?
I did.
At some point, were you advised of his status?
At some point later in the day, yes.
While you're at the station after learning about Mr. O'Keefe,
You are muted.
did you make a decision to do something?
I did.
Was it an order from somebody or did you make a decision on your own?
I can't recall whether it was an order from somebody. I don't think it was an order, but it probably might have been at the suggestion of the former chief of police. Either that or it just developed organically. But one way or the other, we decided that the right thing to do would be to do a well-being check of the home at 1 Meadows Ave, which is the decedent's residence.
Why were you doing a well-being check at Meadows Ave?
We at that time, we were under the impression that there may be 2 unattended young children at the home.
When you decided to go to Meadows Ave, did you use a police vehicle?
Yes.
Do you remember which vehicle it was?
It was Canton 682, which is the supervisor's vehicle.
When you decided to go to Meadows for a well-being check, did you ask anybody to come with you?
Yes, myself and Sergeant Lehan.
Do you remember the weather that morning?
Yes.
Could you describe it for us?
There was a well-forecasted snowstorm that had already began, and it was starting to pick up intensity at that point.
At this point, I had moved to admit the dash cam video from Cruiser 682.
Okay,
No objection.
thank you.
Did you travel from the police station to Meadows?
Yes,
Do you remember about how long that took you?
a few minutes.
Who was driving?
Sergeant Lehan was driving.
And where were you seated?
I was in the passenger seat.
Do you remember arriving at Meadows?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I would show a portion of Cruiser 682.
Okay.
Now y'all think I'm crazy. Look, while they fucking walk over there. Look, while they drive over there. Look.
Child's Play, a terrifying new movie.
Watch, here it goes. Chucky.
Child's Play. You wish it was only make-believe. Rated R.
Chucky. Oh, they're still driving. Shocker. I can't believe I remembered that. Like, I was like 13 when that movie came out, bro. That was so long ago.
Could you stop, please, Ms. Gilman?
Now, this is the
I
shot
note that the
they
time
were-
is 8:23:10. Do you remember the time when you got there?
I didn't make note of it mentally at that time, but I've since learned that, yes.
Is this video that you have just watched consistent with your memory that morning?
Yes.
The cruiser cam is showing two vehicles in the driveway. When you arrived that morning, did you know whose vehicles they were?
At that time, no.
At that time, did you pay any particular attention to either of those vehicles?
No.
So this is
If
the
I
part where they're
could
going to try
show
to say
Exhibit 10, please.
that Karen Reed's taillight was broken. This is what all the trolls are hanging on to. They're like, wow, my God, the photo speaks for itself.
So does that appear to be a still photo from the video we just watched?
Yes.
And could I have Exhibit 11, please? When you arrived for the wellness check that morning, were you working as an investigator in any way?
No, I was not.
Did you happen to pay any particular attention to the right side of the back of that car that morning?
No, I did not.
What I'd like to know is why can't we see the license tag?
And is that photograph a close-up of the previous picture?
Yes.
Does it appear to be a still photo taken from the video on the cruiser that you were driving that morning or that you were in that morning?
Yes.
Okay, you can take that down, please. Thank you. After you arrived at Meadows, did you do anything?
When we arrived at Meadows, we walked up to one of the front doors and rang the doorbell, knocked on the door. Anywhere we could see through plain view, we were just trying to see if we could raise anybody, see if the children were at the house.
Did you find anybody?
We did not.
Oh, yeah, the license plate is caked with snow, right?
I'm going to ask to show
that doesn't happen. There's a fucking
159. It's a portion of an exhibit that's already been introduced.
Okay.
Cars are built so that the fucking license tags don't get covered or obstructed. White was added to it. Like, get the fuck out of my face with that shit. Like, it's awfully convenient. This is why I trip
Thank
out
you.
on these fucking idiots.
At this time, I've moved to introduce former 19.
Why? Why is the only picture taken of the murder weapon, allegedly, all shady and fucking vague? Why? They didn't take pictures of it as it was getting on a tow truck. They didn't take pictures of it as it arrived at Canton PD. Right. None of this shit matters without the metadata.
Thank you. The first video the second to last video you just saw, is that you and your partner arriving?
Can't spoof hash value.
In the last video, who's in the doorway?
I was on the right side of the frame and Sergeant Lehan was on the left side of the frame.
How long did you spend at the residence for the
I don't
wellness
know
check?
shit about pictures or fucking tech.
A few minutes. I don't think more than 5 minutes.
Thank you. I have no further questions for the witness.
All right, any questions, Mr. Yanay?
We have no questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, so you are all set and clear. Thank you. So your next witness, Mr. Brennan.
My next witness would be Kevin O'Hara.
I wonder if he's Irish. The point of the witness was to show the jury that bullshit picture of Karen's SUV. That was the point of the witness. So no point to the witness.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case of the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
O'Hara. O'Hara. I just watched Enter the Dragon again. O'Hara's treachery.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spell your last name for the record?
My name is Kevin O'Hara, O'Hara.
Where do you work?
I'm a lieutenant with the Massachusetts State Police.
How long have you worked for the Massachusetts State Police?
23 years.
When you began your career, what was your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
I was assigned as a trooper, a patrol trooper, working out of several barracks across the state.
Did you have to have any special education or training before you became an official Massachusetts State Police trooper?
Yes, I did. We went to a 6-month academy in New Braintree.
How long were you on patrol for?
I was on patrol for 17 years until I became a sergeant in 2018. So 16 years, became a sergeant, then a lieutenant.
In those 16 years, did you have any additional training after basic academy?
Yes, continued training throughout the years, additional training. Eventually, I wound up joining a search and rescue team, went to search and rescue training.
Tell us a little bit about search and rescue, what you did and what you do.
I'm the team commander for the State Police Special Emergency Response Team, which is known as CERT. I'm also the search and rescue coordinator for the state of Massachusetts. As a team, we conduct monthly trainings, at least twice a month, where our team will come together and train. We've been to trainings all across the country to hit national training standards.
Do you have any particular roles when you look for certain types of things?
So for CERT, we have 3 main mission types. We will do lost missing person searches, we will do evidence searches, and then we also do crowd control or security at large scale events such as the Boston Marathon, the July 4th celebration. We get assigned to Gillette Stadium for all the events down there as well.
You mentioned that you work, part of your work is looking for missing persons.
Yes, sir.
Did you receive any specialized training, have any special experience looking for missing persons as far as training technique?
God help those.
Yes, we get certifications through NASAR, which is a National Search and Rescue Organization, NUSAR, which is a New England-based search and rescue group. We will train several different types of trainings to, improve our search techniques, including man tracking, probability of detection, critical separation, which is how we'll line up as we're searching certain areas. We've also gone, as I stated before, to national trainings where we've now really used a lot of statistical-based searching in our searches. We'll use live tracking maps now, so we've really advanced the way we search for missing persons.
When you're searching for a missing person, is there a routine or does it depend case by case?
We'll start off with a set normal way we'll deploy. More than likely, we'll start with a canine, searching high probability of areas, trying to get people out as quick as possible. And then eventually it may turn into a line search or a grid search.
Anything on 34?
You said that you lead the CERT team?
That's correct, sir.
How many CERT teams are there with the Massachusetts State Police?
Just one.
You said
How do
sir.
you
Not sir.
decide what different cases or situations to get involved in? Is that at your request?
It's not at our request. We'll receive requests either internally through other members of our department or externally from outside agencies.
So can you take us through very basically how would a typical request come to you?
Most of the time, I'll receive what I call a courtesy notification. I'll get a call from someone that I know in the department or a local police department asking, give me the particulars of the case and if we'd be available and what I think about our response. If we are available, if we're not already on another mission, we'll then start the approval request process, which I have to send up through my chain of command. I have to send that up through a captain, which then will go to a major who's in charge of the special operations. And then he may have the final say. It may even go higher to him to Lieutenant Colonel of Field Services. If the request is internal through another member of our department, it also has to go up their specific chain of command as well. Sometimes getting an external request sometimes goes faster because there's not that second chain of command, to go through.
In 2022, how many full-time members were on the CERT team?
At that time, we had 55 members, we had one full-time member, 55 total members on the team.
So the members on the CERT team, did they engage in other roles at the state police at the same time they're a member of the CERT team?
Yes, it's an additional duty. They have a primary assignment either at a barracks or some other assignment throughout the state.
If you decided on accepting a mission or you were assigned a mission, who determines how many people from the CERT team would attend?
That would be determined by myself and the captain from Special Operations.
You mentioned back in 2022, there was one full-time member and 55 part-time members of the CERT team?
Yes, 55 total, correct, sir.
As we stand today, how many full-time members of the CERT team?
Currently, we're 69. We did have 71. We've had a few members leave the team recently.
Are those full-time or part-time members?
I'm sorry, that's full total members. We have currently 5 full-time members. So we increased on both ends.
Are members of the CERT team who work for the Massachusetts State Police drawn from different geographical locations around the state?
That's correct. We try to split east-west the best we can geographically, just so we have as quick a response time as possible. We'll break it down further into the northeast part of the state, the southeast, central, west, but main breakdown for us is east-west, basically using 495 as our boundary.
If the CERT team's assigned a mission and there are members that have chosen to participate, how often would you go to that scene or involve yourself in that particular event?
When I was the only full-time member, probably 99% of the missions I would go to. Now we have a few other supervisors on the team. I have a full-time executive officer who's also a lieutenant, but my role hasn't changed too much, still 90 to 95% of the missions.
I want you to take us back to January 29, 2022. Were you contacted or was a request made for you to consider and accept the mission?
Yes, I received a call from Lieutenant Tully.
After receiving the call, what was your process?
Again, that was
We
what
were
I
gonna
would
take
classify as
pieces
a
of
courtesy
taillight
notification
and,
to see if
lay
we were
them out
available, if he
on
thought we
the
could
lawn,
get a
bury them
response
under the
on that
snow,
date.
and then pretend like
I told him we would be able to respond. I asked him if he had started the approval, the request for approval up his chain of command, which he hadn't at that time. He stated he would start on that, and then I contacted my captain after getting off the phone with him to start the approval process through my chain of command.
Do you remember generally about what time this process began?
He called me at 2:32 p.m.
At some point, was the task or the mission assigned?
So I told Lieutenant Tully that, we had received the snow that day. I told him most of the members, including myself, may not have shoveled out their driveway. I told him at best case scenario would be an hour plus response time, depending on how long, it would take people to shovel out their driveway. So at 2:53, I contacted one of the West team members, a sergeant from the West team, to have him send out an alert to our full team just to build an availability list to see who was available. So at 2:53, that's got sent out to the entire team.
At some point, were you able to acquire or compile a team?
Yes, Sergeant Simpson was able to put that list together.
And what time did you start to begin your way towards Fairview Road?
At 3:48, we sent out an alert for the activation of our team, including notifying the team which members would actually be responding. I had just finished shoveling my driveway. By the time I changed into my uniform, got all my equipment together, I left my house at 4:13 p.m.
When you left your house, were you in an assigned cruiser or a personal vehicle?
Signed cruiser, sir.
Is there tracking of assigned cruisers?
Yes, there is.
Could you share with us how that works?
So each cruiser has a automated vehicle locator or GPS system. It tracks everywhere you go, marking every time you stop.
And did the vehicle you were driving have that system?
Yes, it did, sir.
Before you left to head towards Fairview at 4:13 p.m., had you already defined what the mission was going to be?
Yes, I knew we'd be conducting an evidence search.
Did you have any idea of how you were going to do that?
Yes, I spoke to Lieutenant Tully just to get an idea of the area we'd be searching. I determined how many members we would need to respond to that search, which at that time I figured we would need 8 members to respond. Normally, as the team leader, I'll function more of an incident command role behind the team, documenting some of our efforts. So we dispatched 8 members to the scene. Unfortunately, due to the snow, one of my members was not able to respond, so we only had 7 members officially arrive on scene, including myself, which changed the dynamics a little bit of our search, but nothing major.
How did it change the dynamics of your search?
Well, like I stated, normally I would stay behind the line of searchers, documenting what they would do, more of as a command role. But because we were 1 member short, I wound up participating in the search, more hands-on than maybe normal.
Did you ultimately actively participate in the search firsthand?
Yes, I did, sir.
Tell us about when you first arrive at 34 Fairview and you get out of your cruiser. What's the weather like at that point?
Still snowing.
What's the temperature like?
Very cold.
Visibility?
It was windy, but no real issues for us to see as we were working.
Was there a particular area you were looking at?
Yes, once I spoke to Lieutenant Tully, we wanted focusing on a specific area to search.
What time did you arrive at 34 Fairview?
4:56 p.m.
Did any of your team arrive before you?
Just prior to my arrival, 1 member arrived at 4:54 p.m.
And do you remember who that was?
It was Trooper Jason Bousselet.
Were there other members that arrived after you?
Yes, there were.
Did you wait until the entire team was there before you began?
No, we did not.
The other members that arrived, do you remember who they were?
Yes, I do, sir.
Do you happen to remember when they arrived?
Yes, I do, sir.
Could you share that with us?
Trooper Blake Bearden arrived at 5:21 p.m. Sergeant Charles Luis arrived at 5:24 p.m. Sergeant Michael O'Brien arrived at 5:24 p.m. Trooper Scott Viscardi arrived at 5:34 p.m. and Sergeant Anthony Carrier arrived at 5:41 p.m.
When you first arrived at Fairview and you looked at the scene, did you have any personal knowledge where any person had been in that area?
No, I did not.
Did you learn generally that a man was found in that area?
Yes, I did.
Did you have any photographs or precise location of exactly where that person had been found?
No, we did not.
Did you have a general area that you were directed to?
Yes, sir.
Any landmarks you can share with us in the general area where you were going to be focused on?
There was a flagpole in front of the residence. There was also a fire hydrant in front of the residence.
Who made the determination of the scope of the area that you would search?
I made the final markings of the distance we
Damn, I've been muted this whole time. I'm so sorry. So you got to understand that this dude didn't necessarily plant any evidence or plant any taillight. Tully planted the fucking taillight. That's what I think. Because the scene was left unattended, not roped off, not taped off for hours between like 6:30 a.m. to like and just completely unattended from like 6:30 a.m. until the time that these guys showed up. So, I mean, Everything this guy says is irrelevant. It doesn't matter what he found.
They've had a broken taillight, so we were looking for taillight pieces. We also were informed the
We were
victim in
looking
this
for
incident
taillight
was missing his shoe, so we're going to be looking for his sneaker as well.
What tools did you and your team bring to begin the search?
We brought shovels. We also brought push broom. I brought a couple of garden rakes, and we also were all equipped with headlamps, hiking lamps that you would wear.
Were the headlamps the only lighting you had for the search?
Once we began the search, we wound up turning a few of the cruisers around just to put some extra headlights on the scene.
Were the cruisers parked so they were facing the yard?
They were parked on the street, just covering the streets. They're not angled towards the yard at all.
I want to ask you some questions about the tools you brought. You said you had shovels, some garden rakes, and brooms.
Yes, sir.
What was the purpose of the brooms?
Just to help us sift through the snow very carefully. We wanted to be slow and methodical as we went through the area.
How about the shovels? Were you concerned that if you used the shovel, you could hit an item and break it?
Yes, but we went as slow as we could, layer by layer, as we moved down throughout the snow.
When you use shovels, were you digging like you would dig vegetables in a garden?
No, sir.
Could you explain a little bit about the process before we get into the actual search of how you as a team would look through snow? Would you just pick it up and turn it over, or was there a process in place?
No, eventually we wound up going again. Our searches, we'll call it a grid search, but it's a line search where we're all lined up. Again, talking about critical spacing. If we're searching for a particular item on a search, we may use a replica item to say, okay, how far can each member be away from each other? Because this was such a small search area, our members lined up almost shoulder to shoulder. Once we were on a line, we would slowly move forward, each member taking out snow, sifting, small layers, sifting it out at their own feet with a right flank along the curb in front of the house. That snow would eventually get moved out to the street where I was standing. I was the left flank on our line. I would then re-go through that snow, make sure we didn't miss any items or by accident carry an item that we were looking for over towards the middle of the street. Once I was satisfied there wasn't anything there, I would take that snow and throw it across to the other side of the street.
Before you began the search, did you have a chance to look around at the surroundings, including the street, the berm separating the street from the yard, and the area you were going to look at?
Yes, I did, sir.
Did you see any evidence that there had been any plowing before you arrived?
Yes, the plow had come through the area. The plow had not gone curb to curb, so we had a good 3 to 4 foot embankment coming off each curb. So at that embankment where the snow had come to, there was higher levels of snow before it dropped down to the normal snow depth that the rest of the area had received.
Could you describe a little more simply what you mean that the plow didn't go curb to curb?
So again, the plow had probably only done enough distance for maybe 2 vehicles to safely pass each other, not enough to go all the way to the curb on each side of the street. As we wound up parking, the responding members, as they wound up parking, they wound up parking in the snow closer to the curb, and at the end of the night, several of the cruisers were stuck. We had to push them out.
When you looked at the snow that appeared to have been pushed by the plow, did that snow that had been displaced reach the berm, the separation between the street and the yard?
No, there was 3 to 4 feet between the edge from where the plow was to where the curbing in front of the house was located, sir.
The area where you searched or where you were pointed to where Mr. O'Keefe was in that general area, did it look like any snow from any plow had reached that area?
Don't say hi to her. Nobody.
No, it did not.
She's mean.
When you began the searching, do you know what time it was that you actually began searching?
We moved my cruiser and Trooper Boussolet's cruiser at 5:20. We had started gridding off where we wanted to search, but at 5:20, that's when we moved our cruisers to put the headlights
See what
on.
I mean, Dina?
That's right.
See what I mean?
Trooper Bearden and the 2 sergeants arrived quickly after on scene. So by 5:24, we started. All 5 of us were lined up shoveling. When the 2 other members arrived on scene, they just joined in on the line to help us move.
From when you first arrived at 4:56 p.m. to when you began the search at 5:20 p.m., did you see anybody enter the area that you were going to search other than you or a CERT team member?
No, they did not.
Were there other people in the area outside the scene or the grid that you were going to search? other than you and members of your CERT team?
Lieutenant Tully arrived on scene.
Was there anybody with Lieutenant Tully?
At one point, he had several other people with him. Maybe, I believe, 5 throughout our search. Maybe 5 different people, including him, were on scene.
Were those people part of state police?
At least 1, maybe 2. Unfortunately, I don't recognize all 2,500 members in our department, but there were probably about 5 total people on scene, sir.
Was there somebody who was picking up any evidence that you may find and putting it in bags and preserving it?
After we found located evidence, it was documented on scene by the detectives.
So you yourself were not documenting?
No, and again, that's maybe a little change in the dynamics. If I had been more of in an instant commander role, I probably would have documented time, location, again, for our internal records.
So
That
who
does,
did document?
primary record will always be at the hands of the detectives. But because I was actively searching, the detectives handled all documentation.
Did you see somebody from the state police putting evidence in bags after it was pointed out to you?
Yes, sir, they did.
When you began the search, what part of the street or yard did you begin with?
We started where we were informed the vehicle was parked, which again was by, almost directly across from the front door of the house. And we began working south towards Chapman Street.
During the process of the search, if somebody were to find a piece of evidence, what was the process? What would happen?
He would notify myself and Lieutenant Tully, and we would stop our operation until that was documented by the detectives on scene and collected.
Do you know what time the first piece of evidence was found?
I believe it was 5:45, sir.
Do you remember what the first piece or item that you or the search team found was?
It was a piece of taillight.
Of course it was. It's a piece of taillight.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
It's a piece of taillight. I can't wait till they show the taillight. That's my favorite. They show a taillight the size of fucking Kentucky.
So I'm showing you 2 photographs. You recognize what is in them. First one,
Yes, sir.
what is that?
It is a piece of clear lens from a taillight.
And the second photograph?
It's the same lens, just a little enhanced, closer.
A close-up?
Yes, sir.
I'd move to introduce these 2 photographs into evidence. No objection, Your Honor.
All right, so one is a close-up of the other.
It is.
So Madam Court Reporter will be the next plus A.
73 and 73A.
You guys like Motley Crue? That's my shit right there.
Let's briefly see those photographs.
With the court's permission, could I show the exhibits?
Yes.
We see exhibit number 129, please. Oh. Doesn't have them. All right, I'll move on at this point.
Oh, thank you.
And that was at 5:45?
Yes, sir.
At 5:50, do you know if another item was found?
I don't know the specific times. I know the first piece was 5:45, but again, I didn't handle the documentation and I have not seen the evidence log.
Inevitably, did you or your team find an item of clothing?
We found the sneaker, yes, sir.
A sneaker?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe where the sneaker was found?
Sneaker was flush up against the curb and it was inverted upside down.
Was there anything in the sneaker?
There was snow on and inside the sneaker.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, Sarah. Be creative.
Sir, I'm showing you three
Yeah,
photographs.
Jerry,
You
ask me.
recognize the first one?
Yes, sir. That's a photograph of the sneaker we recovered.
And where is it located in reference to the berm?
It's directly up against the curb.
Can you show, take a look at the second photograph, please? What do you see?
It's a close-up picture of the same sneaker we located.
And third.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. I want to see that.
Again, just
picture
a
of the
close-up,
sneaker,
different angle.
And then I want to see the
Photo of
sneaker.
the sneaker we located.
Thank you. All right, remove these three photos into evidence, please.
Because the sneaker has a black sole.
All right, Madam Court Reporter.
The sneaker that they show in court that they have in evidence has a white sole.
It's 74, 74A, and 74B, so mark.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Like people keep saying, no, that's a shadow. No, it's not a fucking shadow. There's no such thing as a shadow.
Court
That's
permission, could I show
that
this photograph?
Yes.
Could we get a more of a close-up, Ms. Gillen?
That is a black sole on that sneaker.
Sir, can you describe what you're seeing here?
That's the sneaker we located up against the curb. You can see the snow in the background, and that's the flagpole in front of the house. You can see it's still snowing at this time.
Snow wouldn't
You
show
see
up like that on
121,
a
please?
shadow. That is a black
Sir, can you
sole
describe again what that
on
is?
that sneaker.
Just a close-up photo of the sneaker we located up against the curb.
Is that curb the black area to the right?
Correct, sir.
How high is that curb?
Not sure, sir. Several inches.
122, please.
That is a black sole on that sneaker.
You described a photograph with a sneaker with snow in it. Is that photograph?
Yes, it is, sir.
Okay, thank you. You can take that down.
Now wait till you see the actual sneaker in court, or at least in the first trial. They may have replaced the shoe here, but wait till you see the sneaker in the first trial. I'll try to find it. Cherry, can you
That
make
night,
this
do you
look
recall
useful and find
were
me
any
that
other pieces of taillight recovered?
I believe in total we located maybe 6 or 7 pieces of taillight.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Like nobody would validate this. And I kept saying it in the last trial. I'm telling you, that sneaker has a black sole in the pictures, and the sneaker that they showed in court had a white sole.
Sir, I'm handing you 3 photographs.
Thank you.
You recognize the first photograph?
Yes, I do, sir.
And what's in that photograph?
It's a piece of red taillight that we located.
Could you look at the second photograph, please?
Yes, sir.
What do you see there?
It's the same piece of taillight that we recovered, just a close-up version. You can see the molding of an overturned shovel. That piece of taillight actually came up as one of our team members was shoveling. When he overturned his shovel, the piece of taillight was there, and you can see the actual molding from his shovel.
And the third photograph?
That is another piece of taillight that we located at ground level.
A different piece?
Yes, sir.
Let's stick with photographs 1 and 2. Photographs 1 and 2 is close up and a further view of a piece of taillight. Are those fair and accurate depictions? Does that piece appear that night?
Yes, they are, sir.
All right, move to introduce 2 photographs into evidence.
Thank you. And one's a close-up, right?
Yeah, Your Honor.
75A.
So when these items were found, did you examine or study the depth of those items when they were found?
I did not, sir. Gave them a glance when our team members told us we found something. And then Lieutenant Tully took over documentation. I returned to my place, on our line.
Do you know if any of the items were touching the ground or were they on snow?
A couple of the pieces were found at ground level, touching the asphalt.
And you said there was another item found that we just talked about? A separate piece of taillight?
Yes, that photo you showed me was a separate piece of the taillight we located, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you 2 photographs, could you look at the first photograph?
Yes, sir.
What do you see?
Piece of taillight at ground level.
And if you could look at the second photograph, what's that?
It's a close-up enhanced view of that same piece of taillight.
So it's just a different view of the same piece of taillight?
Correct, sir.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction as that piece of taillight appeared that night?
Yes, it is, sir.
The original shoe,
I'll move these 2 into evidence. One
I think,
photograph
had
and the
blood
second
on it,
closer up view.
or someone's DNA. They got rid of it. Probably got chewed up by the dog, if I had to guess.
76 and 76A.
Most likely scenario, the dog got a hold of the shoe, they got rid of it, and then they replaced it with a shoe that doesn't even look like the fucking shoe.
While you were conducting the search, did anybody but your team, Trooper Tully, the person who was documenting the evidence, did you see any other people who were not law enforcement in the area?
At some point during our search, the media arrived on scene, began filming us or taking photos.
Was there anybody from your department or a different department that was managing the crowd?
No, there were members with Lieutenant Tully that I believe were not state police members, but I wouldn't know how to characterize what their job description was, sir.
At any time, did anybody enter that area or scene, the grid that you and your members were working on, other than your group and Trooper Tully and the people with him?
No, correct. Once we marked off our area, no one came forward of our line. That whole search area was fresh, undisturbed snow as we moved through the area, and no one moved past our line. Even when Lieutenant Tully and the member who works in his unit came to collect the evidence, they didn't move past the point we'd searched up to at that time.
Why were you so careful about anybody coming onto your grid?
We don't want to disturb our scene, but we also don't want to move forward unless we're all moving together, acting in unison.
Given you had brushes and rakes and shovels, did you get through every piece of that area?
We didn't go all the way to where I had marked off originally, because after we'd found everything that was collected, we had gone approximately 8 to 10 feet without finding any other evidence. Lieutenant Tully and I had a discussion. I think we determined we'd found everything we were going to find that evening, and we decided to suspend the search.
Was it a search that took up the whole front yard and street of that area?
Our focus was on the street. We really didn't touch the front yard at all. We started to go over the curb at one point to see if we could search the grass area, but we could not properly definitively say we were searching it well. As we started to move the snow, we couldn't really differentiate down to the grass level.
How hard was the ground?
It was cold, frozen.
The ground was frozen?
Sir.
And so not being able to
Oh, man.
search the entire yard, was there a plan at that point? Did you just end your mission?
So when we suspended our search, we'll always do a full team debrief, and we'll debrief with the person who requested our search. So, and at the end of our search, we'll come up with what we call our probability of detection. We'll give a baseline determination of what I think our percentage-wise, whether we would have found what we were looking for. We'll provide that. I did provide that to Lieutenant Tully. Told him there was a good chance we did not locate everything that evening, and we offered to return at a later date or time at his request.
When you were looking generally for pieces of taillight in the sneaker, were you informed, did you have any idea how much taillight would be in that area?
I did not know, sir.
Was there any way for you to, at that point, identify exactly what you were looking for?
No, we didn't have a photo of the taillight. I was never shown anything, so I wasn't sure how much we were actually looking for.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll withdraw that. What time did you end the search?
Approximately 6:15, I believe. I was the last one to leave, which was 6:23 p.m. when I left.
And so how long was the entire search?
It was about 55 minutes. We started again around 5:20, ending around 6:15, sir.
Do you know if any other colleagues or members went back at a later date?
I've been informed that they did, yes, but not from my team, but other members of our department.
I'll allow it, just move on.
Did your team go back?
We did not, sir, no.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Are they gonna show the shoe, bro? I want to see the shoe. Show the shoe.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant.
Good afternoon, sir.
When you first arrived at the scene, was there crime scene tape up?
No, there was not, sir.
Was there any barricade up at all?
Thank you.
No, there was not.
Appreciate
Was there any evidence that the crime scene was being secured at
One
that
second,
time?
guys. White soul, black soul. White soul, black soul.
To your knowledge.
Well, I think the weather played a good help in us with the scene security, because with that being fresh, undisturbed snow, and with the man tracking we do, we would be able to determine if anyone had access to that area.
Of course, of course. But you don't have any personal knowledge of anybody actually securing that scene for onlookers, bypassers, anybody that wanted access to it, they could have had it?
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
Okay. You indicated that Lieutenant Tully first contacted you but exactly at 2:32 p.m., correct?
That is correct, sir.
At that time, your team was not stood up. In other words, you were not activated, because that was an initial call by Lieutenant Tully, not an activation call, correct?
Correct. That's a courtesy notification, sir.
And at that time, Lieutenant Tully had not received the proper protocol, the proper approvals through the protocol to actually have your team activate and have your team dispatched.
Yes, I think he'll normally, when we get activated, before they start the process going through their chain of command, they'll call me just to see if we're available and if we could actually respond, instead of wasting other people's time calling us if I were to say, no, we are already assigned on another mission at this time.
Right. So around 2:53, you indicated that one of your subordinates, Sergeant Simpson, notified the rest of the team that get ready, but we have not been given the green light, correct?
Correct, sir. Building an availability list of who could respond.
Okay. That was just a kind of a precursor, if you will, for lack of a better phrase, to make sure that you had the available personnel, so when the green light, or if the green light came, you could activate.
Correct, and to help start giving people the heads up to start shoveling their driveway. Like I said, as soon as I received that call from Lieutenant Tully, I hadn't shoveled my driveway yet.
Okay.
I went out and had to go clear my driveway and my cruiser, and The end of my driveway, we usually get plowed in by our plows. We had several feet of snow at the end of my driveway, sir.
Lucky you.
Yes.
All right. Did Lieutenant Tully inform you in that first phone call that colleagues of his, Massachusetts State Police colleagues of his, were already en route to Dighton to retrieve or seize the SUV?
He did not say that, sir.
Did Lieutenant Tully inform you that Massachusetts State Police had actually contacted the Dighton Police Department for their assistance in potentially seizing that SUV?
He did not tell me that, sir.
Did he indicate to you, you indicated that your conversation was at 12:32. Did he indicate that he had just gotten off the phone with Dighton PD at 12:31, just a minute prior?
Our phone call was at 2:32, sir.
I'm sorry.
I don't know if that can,
Did I say 12:32?
that's a different time you're looking to.
2:32, and he had just gotten off the phone with Dighton PD at 2:31. Did he indicate anything like that?
No, we did not, sir.
Okay. So we do know that at that 2:30-ish hour, you were not authorized to respond to the unit, to the location at that point. None of your units were en route at that point.
No, neither one of us had requested approval through our chain of command at that time, sir.
And you've already told us that you didn't head out until just after 4, sometime after 4 p.m.?
Yes, my GPS data has me leaving my driveway at 4:13 p.m.
Got it. Once you were at 34 Fairview, you arrived first, correct?
No, sir.
I'm sorry, I mistook that. Tell me who did arrive first.
Trooper Busalil arrived at 4:54, and I pulled in just after him at 4:56, sir.
My mistake. When you first arrived, you were waiting others of your team to arrive as well in their personal vehicles or their marked vehicles, correct?
They were all still en route at that time, yes, sir.
When you got there, you did not know at that point where you were going to be directed to search, correct?
I did not know, sir.
All you knew was a residence and an address, correct?
Correct.
As your team members arrived, were they arriving in personal vehicles, cruisers, or some combination thereof?
They were all arriving in state-issued cruisers.
Okay, so all 7 of you arrived. There were 7 total, correct?
Correct. We, again, initially started 8. One member was not able to get off the end of their street due to plowing, so we were 1 member short from the original dispatch.
Understood. Lieutenant, when you arrived, given the fact that you did not know where you'd be searching, you've actually indicated previously that the flagpole, the fire hydrant, et cetera, that part of the lawn, that part of the yard was behind you as the cruisers pulled up and you parked your cruisers waiting for everybody to get there, correct?
When I arrived, I parked almost at the end of the driveway of that residence, sir.
Okay, was your tail facing the flagpole or was your nose facing the flagpole?
Tail was facing the flagpole.
So
sir.
you pulled up to the driveway, I'm guessing from Chapman?
Yes.
Heading north?
Correct, sir. Yes, from Chapman.
Okay, so you pulled over to the edge of the driveway, sort of on the wrong side of the street, I'm guessing.
Same side as 34 Fairview, sir.
Understood. So the area and the grid area that you ultimately decided to search and ultimately were directed to search, that was all behind you.
Yes, it was, sir.
And it was dark out, obviously.
Yes, it was, sir.
Getting dark.
It was dark. It was winter, so it was dark at
Okay.
5 o'clock.
Your focus was certainly not on the area behind you at that point, correct?
While
As
we
a
were
matter of fact,
driving,
your
sir?
focus wasn't really anywhere, was it? Because you
No.
didn't know where you were going to search.
Correct, sir.
Okay. Ultimately, your team members began to arrive one by one, and each one of them would stay in their car, or would they get out and come coordinate with you, like at your cruiser?
No, as they arrived on scene, they would come out because Lieutenant Tully had already arrived on scene. He was technically the 3rd member of the state police on scene.
Okay.
So once he got on scene, I was already out talking to him, and I was marking off the area we were going to search.
Understood. He ultimately, at some point, did direct you to a location behind you, which you were not currently focused on, toward the flagpole, the fire hydrant, you said.
Yeah, I wasn't focused on any area at that time, sir, no.
You marked those the areas out that Lieutenant Tully directed you to with some sort of grid coordinates, or was it just sort of a mental grid?
No, I wound up marking, stepping it off in the area I wanted to search, sir.
Did you use any string or rope or anything like that to physically grid the area off?
No, I just marked a line in the snow, sir, where I wanted to
Understood.
start and where we wanted to end.
And you did that with footprints?
No, with the shovel, I made a mark where we wanted to start and end,
I
sir.
see. So sort of dragging a shovel in the line.
Oh,
in the
just
snow.
where the berm was, sir. I knocked the berm down, made an obvious impression of where the shovel was.
Okay.
At the starting location where ideally I wanted to end.
Perfect. You indicated that the area that you were searching was relatively undisturbed snow. You said that in direct examination, correct?
It was undisturbed, yes, sir.
But the street, everything from the berm in, the street had been plowed, correct?
To a point, yes, sir.
All right, and so that would be disturbed snow.
Yeah, to a point, yes, sir.
And what was the point?
To where the snow that got plowed in, it all rose up just like the end of your driveway would. There was a good 3 to 4 foot high barrier on each side of the street. Once you were able to knock down that initial barrier of snow, the level of snow dropped down to the normal depths that you would have seen in anyone's front lawn at that time, sir.
And is that what you're calling the undisturbed portion of the snow?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Lieutenant Tully told you that you were going to be looking for a man's shoe, a sneaker of some sort, or a shoe of some sort, correct?
He said sneaker, yes, sir.
And he told you that you'd be searching for plastic, red plastic potentially from a taillight. Is that right?
I said taillight pieces, yes, sir.
Did he indicate that some of them would be red, some might be clear, might be a combination of the two?
He didn't indicate a color either way, sir.
He did direct you to where he believed you should search. It was his direction that sort of gave you your grid coordinates, correct?
He indicated where the vehicle had been parked and where the victim's body had been located and suggested that was the primary area to search.
Did he tell you whether or not he knew from personal knowledge where where John O'Keefe's body had been?
He did not, sir, no.
Did he tell you whether he had personal knowledge where any taillight material might be?
He did not know, sir.
Did he tell you that he had any personal knowledge where an impact site might have been?
He did not know.
Did he tell you that he had personal knowledge that there had been an impact site at the location?
No, he just said he believed the incident involved the vehicle.
Okay. One of your goals when looking at the search location was to obviously remove the snow as methodically as you could, correct?
Yes, sir.
You wanted to not only remove layers of snow, but then ultimately expose the layer beneath it with as little disturbance as possible. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
I think you noted that the plow had not plowed all the way to the curb, so the snowbank was sort of in the street, not in the yard, or at least a few inches from the curb line and not in the yard, correct?
Correct, sir. As I stated, as some of the responding members parked, they were thinking they were parking in a safe spot in the street, and their cruisers wound up being stuck at the end of the night.
And you and your team had some experience doing searches in snowy conditions, being from Massachusetts, I'm guessing.
Missing person searches, we've never been out for an evidence search in this specific type of conditions, but we have done missing person searches.
So this was the first time you and your team had executed a search of this nature in these kinds of conditions for these kinds of items?
In blizzard conditions, yes, for an evidence search, yes.
But you did indicate on direct examination that although it was blizzard conditions and the winds were high, and we've learned that windy conditions sort of define a blizzard in some respects, the visibility was relatively good.
Yeah, with our headlamps, we had pretty decent visibility.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about the techniques for conducting a search like this in some sort of snowfall. Obviously, as a specialist in searches, one of the things that you put as the highest priority is documenting exactly where the search is conducted, what techniques are used to conduct the search, and what, if anything, is found and exactly where it's found, correct?
Yes, documentation of your search is important, yes, sir.
You'd also want to document the time that things are found, correct?
Yes, you want those documented.
And you'd want to document the relative locations between and among items that are found. How close are they to each other? How close are they or far are they from a stable landmark, a static landmark, correct?
So we will mark items, sir.
Okay.
Measuring in between distances. They do get stamped when we mark our items. Measuring them would be at the discretion of the investigators themselves.
And obviously that would be among the best practices to clearly document how a search is conducted, correct?
Correct, sir.
Another way to document the evidence or the search is to do it through either video evidence or photographic techniques, right? Just photographing, forensic photographs of where things are found, contextual photographs moving into close-up photographs, correct?
That would be at the discretion of the detective, sir.
And in this case, that discretion lay with Lieutenant Tully, correct?
Yeah, he was the incident commander, correct, sir.
You indicated a number of hand tools that you brought with you to the search to make sure that you had the tools necessary to get through the snow and get to the items that if there were any items out there, to get to the items you were looking for. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And you did in fact remove layer by layer of snow and sort of sift through it as best you could, correct?
Yes, sir.
That also included some shovels where a shovel full of snow might be gathered and then turned over, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. That was done somewhat methodically, is that right?
Yes, it was, sir.
And you wanted to make sure that you weren't missing anything as you were digging through the top layers of snow and getting down to something closer to the surface, correct?
Correct, sir.
And at that time, what was the level of snow, if you can estimate it? How much snowfall?
I believe the area, not living that far from that location myself, was anywhere from 15 to 18 up to maybe 20 inches in certain towns.
And again, this is after 5:45, 5:48 in the evening of January 29th.
When the first item was discovered, it was 5:45.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, a search of this complexity and with this many individuals and with those conditions required some level of significant coordination by you and your team, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had to account for all the personnel who were there. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
That included, I'm going to go through a quick list: Bearden, Beausoleil, Carrier, Luis, O'Brien, O'Hara, you, and Biscardi. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So there were 7 individuals, as well, Lieutenant, as 7 vehicles to account for, to make sure you're not driving over the wrong areas, walking over the wrong areas, standing over the wrong areas, correct?
Correct, sir.
And not only did you have to account for those 7 officers, each of whom arrived in their own vehicles, you also had to make sure that those vehicles were positioned in the right spot to make sure you don't drive over the area that you need to search and might be impacted by your cars, correct?
Yes, sir. After Lieutenant Tully arrived on scene, the remaining cruisers never came past the initial location of where we believe the incident occurred.
Before he came on scene, the cruisers that were there were down toward the driveway, closer to where you were, and you, of course, were positioned with your back to the location that ultimately was searched, correct?
Yes, sir. That was 2 of the 7 cruisers, yes.
Okay. Once you learned where you wanted to search, you literally had to sort of turn around, physically turn things around to begin searching behind where you had originally positioned yourself. No fault of your own, you just didn't know where to go. You had to sort of turn around and go backward toward the area of the flagpole, away from the area of the driveway, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so as you began to focus on the other side of the house, the other side of the driveway, you had to actually reposition a couple of the cruisers. You didn't have to, but you chose to reposition a couple of the cruisers to turn their lights back around, correct?
That is correct, sir.
At some point, you've indicated that there were other individuals who you noticed were at the scene. Is that right?
Yes, there were non-CERT members on scene, sir.
Okay. And those non-CERT members included, or they numbered, at least 5 individuals, not including Lieutenant Tully. Is that right?
I believe that includes Lieutenant Tully, sir. I believe it was 5 total.
Okay, so 5 does include Lieutenant Tully. There were 4 others that were non-CERT members, correct?
Correct, sir.
And those were members, I think you've earlier testified that those were members of either Massachusetts State Police or Canton Police or both. Is that right?
I believe it was both, yes, sir.
And you did not recognize those individuals?
I recognized one of the state police members. I believe a second one was also a state police member that I'm not familiar with.
Okay.
And then 2 other members that I believe were Canton Police, but again, not familiar with them.
And these individuals who are, obviously, it's dark, you're not paying attention to them, you're not paying attention to what they're doing. They probably have hats and hoods and gloves on, I'm guessing.
Well, they didn't arrive on scene right away, so we were already well into our search before they even arrived on scene. The only one who was on scene originally was Lieutenant Tully.
If you weren't paying close attention to those 4 officers, those additional 4 officers, how do you know exactly what time they arrived on scene?
They weren't in the area we were searching, so they came on scene after we were already on our line searching, sir.
So they may have been in the area, but you didn't see them until your line search had already begun and you made note of them, correct?
Correct. I don't know when the exact time they arrived on scene, sir, but they weren't on scene when we started our search.
Or they weren't in your vision when they started your search?
No, they weren't on scene, sir.
Okay. But you don't know, as you sit here, you can't say what time they showed up.
I do not know, sir.
And did they come at your direction?
They did not.
Did they come at the direction of any of your staff members, any of your colleagues?
No, we did not request them, sir.
Okay. So they were there for some reason other than why you were there.
That's correct, sir.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
These individuals, you noted they were either from, I think you said 2 from Massachusetts State Police and 2 from Canton Police, correct?
Yeah, including Lieutenant Tully, it would probably be three MSP and 2 Canton Police, sir.
Okay. Excluding Lieutenant Tully, who was working very closely with you, the other 4 individuals, they were in full uniform or they were plain clothes?
Plain clothes, sir.
And your focus, once you began your search, once you stood up the team, turned your cars around and realized exactly the grid where you were going to search, that's when what your focus was on, correct?
Yeah, I was focused on our search area, correct, sir.
And when you're searching a line, for instance, if it's a line that extends to your right or to your left, the search that you're conducting is literally right directly in front of you, correct?
Well, you're always looking left or right because you're staying online with your teammates, so you always have a full view of the scene you're searching, sir.
Understood. I'm not saying that you look down and never look up again, but I'm saying that your focus, the main focus of your search is directly in front of you. That's why you do a line search. So you can take small steps, search in front of you, move forward, search in front of you as a line, as almost an entity, a single entity moving forward, correct?
That is best practice, yes, sir.
That's how you make sure you don't miss an overturned leaf that you need to overturn, that there might be a knife under or a gun under or something like that, or a bullet casing, something like that, correct?
Correct, sir.
Or a tail light, right?
Correct, sir.
All right, so as your focus is, your world sort of collapses a little bit. Your focus is in front of you. You're obviously working with your team members left and right. You're moving forward very, very gently, very methodically, very technically as you move forward, and the whole line moves forward on that grid, correct?
Correct, sir.
So you're not necessarily paying attention to what's happening behind you, off in the distance, in the dark, to your left far, to your right far. That's not what your focus is on, at least at that moment, correct?
No, sir. Our focus is forward and as we're moving forward into our search area.
Thank you. In addition to the 5 individuals, Lieutenant Tully included, and the other 4, there was also another person that made contact with you from 34th Airview, correct?
Yes, when we first arrived on scene, someone had exited the residence onto the front steps, front porch area possibly of that mudroom.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Of that mudroom, so that right door, the exit, the door closest to the garage, sir.
Can you describe that person for us?
It was an adult male wearing a hooded sweatshirt.
Did that person approach you or one of your team members?
No, he never left the front door area.
Did he say anything to you or one of the team members?
He asked if we were here for what happened earlier. We replied yes, and he turned and went back inside the residence.
And as you sit here, you don't know who that person is?
I do not, sir, no.
But he's a male, I'm guessing middle-aged?
It was not a child, sir. It was definitely an adult male, sir.
Adult male wearing a hooded sweatshirt?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You testified that you recovered, having a hard time speaking, it's been a long day. I apologize. let's try that again. You testified that you recovered a piece of plastic first before you recovered the shoe, or do I have that backwards?
No, there was one piece of taillight located before the shoe, sir.
Understood. You've also indicated that of the, I think you said 6 or 7 total pieces of plastic that were found, that all of those pieces of plastic and the shoe were found basically right next to each other, correct?
I don't know the exact distances, but they weren't too far apart, some several inches to others maybe a foot or two. I don't know the exact distances, sir.
Without assigning an exact measurement down to the millimeter, Lieutenant, you've earlier indicated that all of the pieces and the shoe relative to each other, it's just relative to each other, were found within a foot or so of each other, correct?
Eyeball, again, that's the distance that I just said, sir, from inches to maybe a couple of feet. I know they all are geomarked with exact coordinates that, could be measured out at a later time.
All right, sorry guys, this just in. So Judge Beverly Canoni apparently denied the motion for Sandra Birchmore to be mentioned by the defense. So there's that.
Be inside of a foot total, correct? Or
I don't
maybe
think
2 feet now?
I don't think they'd be quite that close, sir. I think they were maybe in between each item, sir, or close to it.
I have just a moment, Your Honor. Okay. I know this isn't necessarily a memorization contest about your prior testimony, but do you remember testifying about this specific issue? Here I go again. I can't speak. This specific issue about a year ago, back in 2022 at a grand jury?
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay. Do you remember exactly how you described where everything was with relative, May 5th, is that a fact at the grand jury?
Okay.
Relative to each other, do you remember how you testified exactly?
I believe I said within a few inches or a foot away. Yes, sir.
Excellent. Seriously, you've rattled off times and dates like I've never seen before. So it's exactly what you said. So within a few inches of each other, maybe a foot is what you said, correct?
That's what I said. Yes, sir.
Okay. So if it's maybe within a foot, this is an 11 and a half by 8.5 piece of paper, maybe an area a little larger than this, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. As you found items of evidence, did you alert Lieutenant Tully to that specific piece of evidence?
Yes, so I was not one of the members who found any of the evidence, but as my team members located something, we would halt the line. Lieutenant Tully was a short distance behind our line. We would get his attention. We would cease our operations until he informed us that he felt it was properly documented.
And ultimately, Lieutenant Tully was the person responsible for documenting that item. Is that right?
That is, sir. We fall under the incident command structure. He technically took the lead as the incident commander that night, sir.
And he did that through photography?
Yes, sir.
So you saw him taking pictures of the items in their place once they were found, correct?
Yeah, I believe he was the one taking photographs, sir.
And by definition, Lieutenant, as a search like this is being conducted, unfortunately, moving snow means possibly moving the items themselves, correct?
Potentially, yes, sir.
They might end up in a shovel full of snow, you turn it upside down. That's not what a piece of evidence was to begin with, correct?
Correct. It's been moved at that point.
But in this case, nearly all of the pieces that you did find, including the shoe, were nearly next to each other, meaning within inches of one another, correct?
I don't know the exact distance again, sir, ballpark eye distance, but again, that is why we provided the GPS coordinates of each location, because we did stamp those with a handheld GPS as we found items of evidence. And all those locations were turned over with our report to be measured at the desire of the detective, sir.
certainly using that very impressive memory of yours, your memory back in May of 2022, May 5th of 2022, was that they were within inches of each other.
I believe that's what I stated, yes, sir.
Okay. Ultimately, you indicated that the search, after about 6 or 7 pieces were found, as well as the shoe, the search was suspended just after 6 o'clock, correct?
Approximately 6:15-ish, sir, we stopped. We'd gone, like I said, stated earlier, we'd gone approximately 8 to 10 feet further south on the road without recovering any other pieces of taillight. We knew we had already located the sneaker, so we decided to suspend the search at that time until possibly a future date.
And you were never called back out to the scene by Lieutenant Tully or anybody else, correct?
No, we were not, sir.
And did you become aware that over the next days and weeks and days and several weeks, there would be 40 more pieces of taillight claimed to be recovered at the scene? Did you become aware of that or no?
I was aware other pieces were located. I did not know that was the number, and I don't know exactly when I became aware of that. It was probably much later on, possibly at this location when I learned that information, sir.
And you don't know, as you sit here, you don't know whom it was that recovered those additional pieces, correct?
No, I've never seen the evidence log, sir.
And you don't know when those additional pieces were claimed to have been recovered?
I do not know.
When Lieutenant Tully and you had a conversation about shutting down the scene, was Lieutenant Tully's comment to you after those first few pieces were found that he was, quote, very satisfied that you had recovered everything that you were going to recover from that night, from that search?
Objection.
Sustained.
Mr. Brennan asked you about the conversation that you had with Lieutenant Tully to shut the scene down, to clear the scene, correct?
Yes, so we conducted a debrief and I gave him, again, as I mentioned earlier, we provide a probability of detection. I tell him what the chances are. I think we found our items we were looking for and we determined to suspend the search.
Do you remember testifying last year that Lieutenant Tully indicated that he was very satisfied with what was found?
I don't know if he used the word very satisfied, but he was satisfied that evening that we had found everything we were going to find that night, sir.
We have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Do you remember exactly what you indicated Lieutenant Tully's words were as you sit here?
I believe, yes, he was satisfied with the search. I just don't know if he used the word very satisfied or not, sir.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your transcript?
I'm sure it will, sir.
It's the one thing you didn't remember. May I? Thank you. Highlighted portion, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir. I'm just going on the date. Is this from last year or would this be from the grand jury, sir?
June of last year.
Okay. Yes, sir. So it does state here that I stated he was very satisfied with the search.
Does that refresh your recollection that was the words that he used, or at least you remember him using at that time?
Yeah, I believe, to the best of my recollection, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Lieutenant. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Lieutenant, there was one other thing that I wanted to ask you about, which is you had indicated to Lieutenant Tully at some point close to 6 p.m. or so, it would be helpful if you and your team had a photograph of what it was you were looking for, correct?
Yeah, I believe after we found the first piece or two, I asked him if he had a photograph that we could look at just to see how large of an area,
So that
how large
would-
of a piece we were looking for, sir. Yes.
Fine. So that would just timing wise, if you found the first piece at 5:45, first piece or two, maybe 2 or 3 or 4 minutes later after that, maybe 5 minutes later. So let's place it at 5:50, close to 6. Something like that.
Yeah, probably between 5:45 and 5:50 possibly, sir.
And you said to him at the time, it'd be helpful if we had a photograph of what it is we're looking for, correct?
Yeah, I said that would help. Yes, sir.
And Lieutenant Tully told you that the vehicle did not have a photograph because it was still en route from Dayton being transported to Canada, right?
He did say he did not have a photograph and it was being towed back.
Okay. Thank you, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you.
Sir, you mentioned that there were about 5 people not on your CERT team at some point arriving at Fairview Road or the area of it.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
3 of them were Mass State Police. You mentioned Tully and 2 of his colleagues.
Correct, sir.
Did you see anybody taking photographs of the items that you found?
Yes, Lieutenant Tully was taking photographs while we were there, sir.
And did you see somebody putting the items in bags?
Yes, they did, sir.
Was that one of the 2 people that were with Lieutenant Tully?
Yes, correct, sir.
And you mentioned there were 2 Canton police officers. Were they part of the search?
They were not, sir, no.
Were they on the grid?
They were not, sir.
Did you ever see them in the area on the grid?
I did not, no, sir.
They were there. Were they involved in any way in the crowd?
They weren't the only people that ever came on scene other than us, and those local officers were at some point, the media did arrive on scene.
When you say on scene, is on scene different than on the grid?
Correct, just in the general vicinity, sir.
Did you know what the Canton police officers were doing?
I do not know, sir.
Did you ever see either of them ever come on your grid?
They did not know, sir.
Did you ever see anybody place or toss or throw anything onto your grid?
I'll allow it.
Did you ever see anybody place or toss or throw anything onto your grid?
I did not know, sir.
Did you ever see anybody intrude on the grid and leave an item?
Choose a different word.
Did you ever see anybody physically intrude upon your grid?
No, no one did that, sir.
You were asked about best practices memorializing. The person who was taking photographs.
Hold on for a second.
Slow down a little, Mr. Brennan.
You mentioned best practices of memorializing items. And you also mentioned Lieutenant Tully was taking photographs.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Do you know if those photographs were time and date stamped?
I believe they were, sir.
Is time and date stamping with photographs best practices in memorializing things?
Yes, they are, sir.
Now, before you defined the grid and before you began that search, you knew other state police officers, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Did you know a person by the name of Trooper Yuri Buchanek?
Yes, I do know him, sir.
Did you know somebody at the time known as Trooper Michael Proctor?
Yes, I do know him, sir.
Were either Michael Proctor or Trooper Yuri Buchanek at Fairview that night?
No, they were not, sir.
Did you see them at any time from the point you got there at 4:56 p.m. until when you left?
No, I did not see them there, sir.
You mentioned that somebody came out of a side door at 34 Fairview who had a hoodie on.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
How long were they outside for?
Maybe 10 seconds, sir.
Did they at any time interfere with your search?
No, they did not.
Did they at any time try to discourage or dissuade you from searching?
Objection, Your Honor.
Next question, I'll sustain that.
Did that person do anything to impede your search?
No, he did not.
You were asked about your conversation with Trooper Tully,
Yes, sir.
and he mentioned, or you characterized, he was very satisfied that what you had found, everything you were going to locate at that time.
That's correct, sir.
Did he ever suggest that he expected that you would not find anything else?
No, he did not.
Did he ever suggest that there was no other trace evidence there?
No, he did not.
Was there a discussion that he or you or other people may come back to search further at a different time?
We offered to come back at a later date, and he just accepted our offer, but we were never contacted to come back, sir.
When you offered to come back, was that based on your assessment that it was a difficult area to search?
Correct. Again, as we talked about probability of detection, we'll base it on 10 different categories, give him a baseline percentage chance of it. Would we have found what we were looking for? I told him there was a good chance we did not locate all the evidence, asked him if he wanted us to come back at a later date, sir.
And when you mentioned that you couldn't finish the search because of the grass, tell us a little bit about what made it difficult because of the grass.
Even using the push brooms, we couldn't properly move the snow off the grass as we were moving it. And with the dark, even the headlamps, I didn't feel like we were clearing it enough to continue searching it. I think our best efforts would be to focus on the street, because I was more concerned about eventually the plow coming in, clearing curb to curb and moving any evidence that was on the street. My thought was, if with the grass not being able to properly clear it, at least that would be contained to be searched at a later date as the snow melted.
And given those assessments, is that some of those reasons why you offered to come back?
Yes, sir.
I've shown you some photographs you've identified about some of the pieces that you found or the pieces that you found that night. I'd like to show those photographs to the jury.
Okay.
If we could show Exhibit 73, please. Is that one of the photographs you identified earlier?
Yes, it is, sir.
Is there a chance, Ms. Gilman, that we could do a close-up of that? Can you describe what you're seeing?
It's a piece of clear taillight.
Wow.
It's got rigid edges, some indentations on it,
Hey, bro.
distinctive markings.
Did all of the pieces you found have those type of markings on it?
Not sure if they had those exact same markings, so I'd have to compare the photos.
Was there different colors of pieces that you found that night?
Yes, we also found pieces of red taillight as well.
Could we see 73A, please? Without blowing it up, if you could go back. Is 73A a picture from further away of the same piece?
Yes, that's what it appears to be, sir.
Was it easier to see these pieces that night in person than it is in photos, or was there any difference in the ability to identify these pieces?
Sustained.
When you saw the piece from where you were standing, did it look any different than it does in this photo?
No, it doesn't, sir.
Thank you, we the people.
Could we see 75, please? In that picture from this perspective, can you see any pieces of taillight?
There's a piece of red taillight in the left-hand side of that photo, sir.
On a little bit of a mound?
Correct, sir.
Is that where that piece was found, on the mound?
No, that's the photo, like we discussed earlier, sir, that came up with one of the shovels. And you can see, when you get close to that photo, you'll see the actual molding of the overturned shovel.
So it was scooped up and then placed on that mound?
Correct. As the trooper overturned it to start beginning to sift through the different layers of snow, that's where he deposited that snow, sir.
Could we get a close-up of the left side of that picture, please? Can you see the shovel marks near that piece?
Yes, they're directly behind it and off to the left. You can see the molding of the shovel.
You can see a bit of a divot to the left of the red.
Yes, correct, sir.
Is that part of imprint from the shovel?
Yes, it is, sir.
Could we see 75A, please? Is that a closer picture of the same item?
Yes.
The imprint, does that give you a clearer view of the shovel you were speaking about?
Yes, it does, sir.
Could we see 76, please? Is that one of the photographs you identified earlier?
Yes, it is, sir.
And that piece, was it found at ground level,
Yes, that photo is where that item was located, sir.
touching the ground?
Yes, sir.
Could we get a close-up of that, please?
Such bullshit. Stop it.
And if we could have
No blood
76A,
DNA
please.
on any of those pieces of taillight, by the way. No blood.
Is that a picture
on
of the same
taillight.
item?
But
Yes, it
they
is.
cut his
Just
arm.
zoomed in, sir.
Okay.
You can close that, please, and turn the lights on. Thank you. To be clear on the timeline, your first colleague arrived at what time?
4:54 p.m., sir.
And you arrived at?
4:56.
You mentioned that it looked like fresh snow.
Yes, sir. The area we searched was fresh, undisturbed snow.
And when you got there at 4:56, when you described fresh, undisturbed snow, is that your impression when you first got there at 4:56?
Yes, I had realized that the plow had not cleared curb to curb.
You began your actual search at what time?
Right around 5:20, we wound up again. We moved a couple of our cruisers around just to add extra headlights, extra lighting on the scene itself.
And the first piece of evidence was found at what time?
5:45, sir.
Your area that you searched, did you say it was 8 to 10 feet?
No, sir. The area I marked off was just over approximately 60 feet. We had gone about 8 to 10 feet towards the end of the search without locating any more items, and that's where when we suspended the search.
How much of your focus was near the street area?
Only 99% of it, sir. As soon as we got to the grass and realized we couldn't clear it properly, my main focus was on that street, just again because I was concerned about the plow coming through at a later time.
You were worried that if you didn't finish the street, there could be some impact from plowing?
Yes, sir.
And did you say 99% was the street area?
Yeah, approximately, sir.
Thank you very much.
Anything, Mr. Jackson?
Yes, briefly.
Okay.
So the search went approximately 60 feet.
That's the area I marked off, sir.
And in that 60 feet, you started close to or adjacent to the front door, correct?
Correct, sir.
And in that 60 feet, you were doing the type of search that you described earlier about going just a few paces at a time and starting to move material out of the way to try to get down to the surface, correct?
Yes, sir. All working together. Yes, sir.
And you did not find 40 pieces of taillight at or near or on that street or the lawn or any place else, correct?
Yeah, I don't know the overall number, sir, but
And neither did your colleagues.
But you know every other.
correct, sir. We've never been notified how
time,
much
everything.
has been located.
The only thing that you found was concentrated in one area, maybe a foot or 2 feet in diameter. You said 6 or 7 pieces and a shoe, correct?
That's what we located. Yes, sir.
You didn't find a black baseball cap, correct?
We did not know, sir.
And in the photographs that we've seen, that's clearly not undisturbed snow, correct?
The photographs are us moving after having moved the snow, sir.
Some of
Come on,
it
bring
is
up
y'all
the
moving
shoe,
snow.
man. Bring
Some
up
of
the
it
shoe.
is disturbed snow on the street or at the curb, correct?
After we had moved it, yes, sir.
I mean, he
You
can't because he
indicated
doesn't
that
have anything to show it against. The shoe
Trooper
isn't
Proctor
there.
and Trooper Butnick, you know both of them, correct?
I know who they are, yes, sir.
Or know who they are. When Trooper Tully told you that the vehicle was en route and could not provide you a photograph at, let's call it 5:50 p.m., did he tell you that the vehicle had actually been secured at Canton PD about a mile and a half away at 5:35 p.m.?
No, he did not say that, sir.
Did you know through any other means that that vehicle was just a mile and a half away at 5:35 p.m. before you ever found the first piece of taillight? Did you know that?
I did not know what time it arrived, sir.
Thank you.
Do you know what time Trooper Tully told you he did not have a photograph?
It was sometime after we found the first piece, sir, so sometime after 5:45, sir.
Thank you.
All right.
That's all I have.
All right, Lieutenant, you are all set, sir.
Here we approach.
Okay. One up, please.
Jesus. Yeah, I imagine that they're going to be wrapping this up pretty soon. Because it's already 3:30 and they usually end at 4. So they'll probably call it a day. Or they'll just try to get some more testimony in, like as much as they can. But knowing Bev, she'll probably cut this off for the day. But listen, I'm holding on to this shoe thing like I think Chloe did. I'm not letting it go. That shoe is different. That is a different shoe. That is not the same shoe. It is clearly different. And then there's people that are saying that, oh, it's a lighting issue. No, it's not.
So jurors, every day I've been asked.
Snow does not still remain white under a shadow.
I haven't reported it to you as much, but I can tell you now that we are definitely on track, maybe a little ahead of schedule, which may just mean down the road a little
What'd I
bit, we'll
say?
be back on track. But because we're on track a little ahead of schedule right now, we're done for today. So we'll let you leave for today with those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Be very careful with your social media use. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, for the court, please. Close your door, folks, and follow me.
Goodbye.
All right, so now we're probably going to hear about I'm hoping we're going to hear something in regards to the Sandra Birchmore thing. Guys, I find it, I mean, it goes to the credibility of the investigators. I think it's ridiculous. Again, why can't the jury know all of the facts, including things that go to the credibility of the investigators? Why can't the jury know all of the facts? Why is it being excluded from or being kept from the jury that details of the Sandra Birchmore investigation?
Jury's next to the court, please be seated.
That cannot be.
All right, so counsel, since
on
we
the up and
have ended a little bit early today, I would like you to go through those exhibits that Mr. McDermott brought to your attention at sidebar and make sure all the redactions are appropriate so we can at least square away that issue. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
All right.
All right, so that's it, huh? All right, then. I guess we're done. All right. So you've got to be fucking blind and or stupid to think that that's the same shoe. Even the pattern is wrong. Even the pattern is different. This has more of a circular pattern. This has more of a pattern of a bunch of like squares, right? The pattern is different. So the print would be different. This black goes all the way up the back right here. See that? Right there. This is consistent with the black sole ending. I mean, come on. That is a perfect line right here of whites right there that separates the sole of the shoe from the rest of the shoe right here. It is clearly a different shoe. And it was so annoying to hear people go, nah, Glare, you're crazy. Nah, Glare, you're crazy. That's a lighting issue. That's a shadow. No, it's not a shadow. Since when the fuck is snow not subject to a shadow? Since when does snow illuminate through a shadow? The fuck are you talking about? So yeah, there's that. Now, I'm happy to debate that with Turtle Boy if he felt the need to do so. I mean, I just don't fucking give a fuck what anybody says. I don't give a fuck if God came down from heaven right now and tried to tell me that that was the same fucking shoe, because I'm not fucking blind. God bless me with eyes and critical thinking skills. That doesn't even require critical thinking skills. That is clearly a different fucking shoe. I mean, I don't give a fuck what anybody says. So the theory, the working theory that I'm messing with, and that Annie's messing with too, this was actually Annie saying, because at first I was like, well, the original shoe is gone because Chloe probably got a hold of it. It's got Chloe's DNA on it. It's probably tore up. Clearly dog bites, as well as, that would somehow be compared to his arm. But what it really means, what it really indicates, because if you look at the CF McCarthy photos, let me do this real quick. Hold on. Because in the CF McCarthy footage, the shoe that he's wearing has a white sole on the bottom. So I don't think that the black sole shoe is his shoe. I think the white sole shoe is his shoe, or one of them. But the black sole shoe was planted out there, thrown out there to throw them off. So I think the black sole shoe was the one that was planted. Now, here, I just posted this on X. Because there's no, right here, you would see that black. Well, maybe, no, this is the side of it. Yeah, you would see that black right here curving up. See what I'm saying? Oh, Juanita Henry, thank you so much. Appreciate you. So, I mean, it's not a very good picture, but I'm definitely of the opinion that this shoe in this picture has a white sole. And then 5 different sets of male DNA. All I know is that the shoe that is said to be in trial, the last trial, that the shoe said to be John O'Keefe's in the picture, and then the shoe shown by, I think it was Buchanan during his testimony, are very different. Those are not the same shoe, but they're said to be the same shoe by the Massachusetts State Police. I am calling bullshit. I mean, the thing is, it's easy to replace. Like, all you got to do is find the same pair of shoes. I'm sure it's not a custom shoe. You could find that, you know what I'm saying? Like, John O'Keefe seemed like the kind of guy that was just practical. And he was like, okay, these shoes, Nikes, I can get them for under $100. Right on. You know what I mean? Yeah, they're like the kind of shoes that you get like at a wholesale shoe place. You know what I'm saying? Like not Foot Locker, but like one of those big shoe warehouse places. Right, that's what I'm saying. Is there, yeah, you can find those fucking shoes anywhere, dude. Yeah, like the kind of places that are like you could buy 2 pairs for buy 2 get 1 pair free kind of bullshit. I used to buy my shoes like that. And that's right. John had a discount with Reebok. So why wasn't he wearing Reeboks? It's just kind of weird. Yeah, those are Nikes. I know they're Nikes. Yeah, maybe they sold Nikes. Maybe it was maybe Reebok store is an authorized Nike distributor. Who knows? I don't know. I have no idea how that works. All I know is the shoes are fucking different. Right. They could have been a gift. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I know they're different. Yeah, I mean, why did you send me the same picture that I posted? Thank you. I unless you're just behind. I get it. I appreciate it. Thank you. Sorry, I'm texting back and forth with Annie about this right now. Because we're getting to the bottom of this shit. I mean, I'd like to think so too, but I mean, I get that. I get what you're saying. But I mean, it's a pretty big piece of the puzzle, don't you think? Doesn't matter. Like, why the fuck aren't they addressing that? Like, it's not like it's irrelevant. They're different fucking shoes, and they're claiming to be the same shoe. So, right, exactly. Dude, nobody's saying the defense didn't figure it out. What we're trying to figure out is why the fuck they haven't pointed it out. What their strategy is. That's what we're trying to figure out. Like, nobody here is doubting the defense's ability to figure out the difference between fucking black and white. We're talking about why the fuck aren't they pointing it out? What's up, LV cops? Right. The one found at 34 Fairview, and the pattern on the bottom is different. It has a circular design where the other ones does not. The other one does not have a circular design. So it's not like one of those situations where it's like the same pair, like it's a pair of shoes, but one sole is black and one sole is white. It's nothing like that because they wouldn't have different patterns on the bottom. They would only vary in color. Unless John O'Keefe has two pairs of shoes that look alike, and he decided to put one shoe that was on the left and the other one on the right that were different. Like, why the fuck he would do that, I don't know. Like, I mean, that might be some shit I do. If I'm just like, I just want to put on my shoes. He was drinking all day. Maybe he just fucking put on his shoes and was like, you know, I don't give a fuck. They're the same size. They both fit. I don't give a shit. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Is he might not have given a fuck that day. And he might have been like, whatever. I can't find my other shoe from this pair. So this one's close enough. But if he's OCD, if he's making you take off your shoes when you walk into the house, that would indicate that all shoes would most likely be accounted for at the front fucking door. Right? So there goes that theory. I mean, dude, like I'm the Michael Jordan of slackers, bro. The GOAT of slackers. And I've never done that myself. It's some shit that I wouldn't put past myself doing, but I've never done it. I've never put on two different fucking shoes from different pairs and just be like, fuck the world. Never done that. I mean, I wouldn't put it past myself to do so. I'm just saying I haven't done it. Yeah, see, there's a couple of things, man. Like, I remember months ago, one of the times I went to Boston, had a dinner with Karen, with Alan Jackson, a bunch of other people were there. Richie Microdots was there. Mazza was there. Nick Rocco was there. I think Mazza was there. I think. It doesn't matter. Anyway, so I asked Alan Jackson about something else, not the shoe, but something else that I was like, why didn't you guys talk about this? Why didn't you bring this up in the first trial? I can never wrap my head around this. And then he explained, but I'm not 100% convinced that he wasn't bullshitting me. And that he just didn't miss it. But and just gave me some lawyer bullshit explanation as to why they didn't go over it. I'm not 100% convinced that wasn't the case, but his explanation sounded pretty good. but still, I couldn't get past it. I was just like, I feel like that shit would have been pretty exculpatory, dude. But I didn't, I wasn't like there for that. Like mostly we just talked about music. That's mostly what we did. We talked about music. Look at her butt. That would definitely have been a laughable topic at the night, though, out of our and odd shoes. Right. I mean, but not if the shoes were identical except for the bottoms of them. But even still, if John's walking in front of Karen, Karen would have pointed that out. You know what I mean? If the shoes were different, if each shoe that he had on each foot was different, then that would have been something that would have stuck out in Karen's memory, I think. Like you would see that from him walking in front of you. Like, yo, his fucking shoes are different. What the fuck? He's got 2 different pairs of shoes on. That's what I think. I think the dog bit one. That's what I think. I think the dog bit one of his shoes, and then on the fly, they tried to replace it. That's what I think happened. Dude, what? All right. No, not one Nike, one Reebok, but yeah. Right, exactly. Someone's blood was on it or something. But the fact that his shoe was missing the first time, Gallagher did not find John's shoe. How are you going to miss a shoe in that small ass yard? There's barely any fucking snow on the ground when Gallagher's searching, right? There's at most an inch of snow, is what this meteorologist testified to, right? So how could he have missed that shoe unless that shoe that the CERT team found hours and hours later was thrown out and planted there? Which only indicates that the taillight pieces were planted there too. I mean, both shoes are black. I'm saying that one of the soles of the shoe were black, the other sole was white. So, anyways, guys, I think that's going to be it for me for today. I'm not sure. I don't think I'm going to stream the trial tomorrow because I have some errands that I have to run and I won't be able to do them later on. So I'm going to have to probably just do a recap tomorrow afternoon, early tomorrow evening. Yeah. So anyways, I really appreciate you guys hanging out with me. Please make sure to hit the like, guys. Please make sure to subscribe if you're not subscribed already. Don't forget to hit the notification bell as well so you don't miss when I'm going live, especially since I probably will go live tomorrow evening early. But anyways, guys, you guys are absolutely fantastic. Thank you guys for everything. Thank you guys for all the support. You guys mean the world to me, and all your generosity is amazing. Seriously. And yes, LV Cops, we will do a live together soon. I would love to do that. Let me know when you want to do it. Guys, you guys are absolutely fantastic. I love you very much, and we will do this again very soon, my friends.